strategy. But at the same time, after the country developed the national oral health strategy or action plan in line with this regional framework, actually each member states needed to utilize this national strategy in order to advocate the importance of oral health at the country level, so increase more domestic financing for oral health in order to strengthen and sustain oral health issue in country. In order to achieve the target toward the 2030 for the regional framework, we need to work together. Not only the WHO, we need to work together with member states and the other partner, including civil society organization and private sector, in order to achieve this important regional framework.
Prevention, they say, is better than cure. I believe you now know what steps you need to achieve healthier smiles and healthier lives. Continue to take responsibility for your health. See you next week, same time, same station. I am Uche Ugochukwu. Bye.
In the depths of Africa's heart, where ancient secrets slumber, lies a mystical realm of wonder. Kalambo follows the thunderous titan veiled in mist and shrouded in legend. This towering giant plunges 772 feet into the abyss, unleashing a torrent of water that thunders through the valley like a primal heartbeat, awakening the spirits of the land. Kalambo's waters are a force of nature, sculpting the ancient stone, carving a path through the rugged landscape like a relentless artist, whispering secrets to the wind. In this lush, tropical paradise, life forth in vibrant colors, a kaleidoscope of wonder. Exotic birds take to the skies and verdant forests stretch towards the heavens like nature's own cathedral, where the ancient ones
adventurism is driving me to go deep into the Onyama mines. It is the biggest coal mine in the whole of South. Well, the coronation of the new Oni is a watershed in the history of the Yoruba land generally, and Ife in particular. Now, because they have a leader now, that will... Simply put, Gura is a beautiful countryside with awesome landscapes. Differently will be done to the Nigerian textile industries, that our youth will be employed. Many people that attend the church here can tell you. Service in Olia Rosa is in Bini. We are taking a canoe tour of the communities on the bank of River Niger in Jesu. In my travels across this country, I have come across some epic environments that have value in beauty and are significant for the survival of the people. Coming into contact with them is a function of that relentless will to link up with the societies with a rare story to tell. I went to Kwara State to follow on a story of a disabled group who find new lives through a special federal intervention. Prior to the intervention, they were a group in this area. without definite means of livelihood. They got a federal grant and started life as cassava processors, and what a life it turned out to be for them. They don't handle the machine themselves. They employ community members to do it for them. Over the last 2 years, their economic status has improved significantly.
Before we heard about the program, though things were not easy with us. No job, no work, nothing. We find it difficult even to feed.
It is actually on our journey back that we had our first phenomenal sighting. It was in Jeba and the effect of River Niger. The sight of River Niger slicing through Jeba is a gripping spectacle. It is a stop for the postage stamp. Personally, I could pay to have a view of this environment, how it practically skewed Jeba into 3 distinct settlements. The people fish here and do their travels all year round. From another perspective, the trajectory of the river through the foot of an extensive mountain is just breathtaking. Generally, the river around Jeba's Rukainji is classified as national asset and is under heavy surveillance and protection. Kayenjo Hydroelectric Power Station is not far away from Jeba, and around the Jeba area is a dam which serves as a source of water supply and irrigation to over 30 contiguous communities. Indeed, the added beauty of this landscape is the federal construction of the state-of-the-art bridges to allow for free flow of traffic. Jeba is a window to the south and to the north. It has for long been a major transit point for motorists going either side of the divide. Jeba is also home to the graveside of Mongo Park. Generally, Jeba is a rare tourism site that not many Nigerians know it exists. River Niger is actually nomadic. If you travel across Nigeria, you routinely come across it in amazing landscapes. This is another of its trajectory in Kogi State as it heads southeast to the Atlantic. Here, the waters is a fusion of River Benue and River Niger. It is called River Niger nonetheless. As it was in the case of Jeba, it was the case here in Niger Bridge in Kogi State too. The bridge links north to all of Kogi East and all of Southeast and South-South. The federal effort to construct quality bridge over the Eternal River here does not only accentuated the landscape, but also created a picture of beauty and joy that can attract tourists. The water here is a highway to littoral communities. Most equipment of Ajakuta steel are actually transported across this water highway. Apart from navigation, it allows for irrigation activities and fishing as well. River Niger is significantly a Nigerian icon, and anywhere it passes through across Nigeria, it leaves behind immense possibilities of water travels, irrigation, fishing, and perspectives of elegance and beauty. Where we stood while taking these pictures in this bridge was a colony of weaver birds. They have been noisy and restless all through our walk as they move in and out of their nesting areas with the abandon. The last time I went to Zamfara State was to do a story on some 60 banditry Orphan children who in a remarkable turn of events are having a new lease of life.
It all started when we started having challenges of insecurity and having children who are orphaned by the security issue, and we were able to come together with 4 of us as partners. We have the Emirate Council, We have the local government, local government. We have the Save Our Soul, with an NGO, and we have Free, which is a charity or an NGO itself, which is spearheaded by some of our brothers who are from the state living in the UK. So the four of us came and sought for a solution or some intervention in even a small way that we could elevate children who have been orphaned. So as God will have it, we came together, we sought for various options of where they will stay, what they will do, what programs will be mapped out.
These children are kept in one place and are given regimental lessons in science and training their mind to innovation and skills development. For the 2 years they are here, their progress has been outlandish. Ubaidillah had seen both of his parents killed in a remote village in Bungudu local government area by bandits. He has never known anywhere other than his village, and he could not even trace where his village is now. So when he was brought here, he naturally does not know what automatic teller machine is. His teachers explained it to him. And when they came to Abuja for an exhibition, ATM was shown to him in real life. Today, Ubaidillah have his own functional ATM machine, and it is dispensing money.
I started with Telecom, then later I changed it on Million. I used the locally sourced materials, which is an motor, battery, and other materials.
Another of these children produced a solar-powered fan that really works. As a matter of fact, there have been displays of what these open children do exceptionally. As we moved out of Bungudu to Gusau on our way to Abuja, we ran into yet another unique environment that is virtually the symbol of Zamfara state. It is Dutse and Kwatarkwashi, an extensive mountain chain that has been supporting life for centuries. It is a conspicuous and intimidating presence for anybody coming to Gusau Road from Daria. Tons of communities found settlements on its foot. Its peak has been supporting settlements and livelihoods too. Scholars say internecine walls were put on the mountain tops during especially the Hausa wars of the 18th and 19th centuries. It has seen migrations of people from across all of Hausaland and beyond too. The scholars speak of evidences of these upheavals and movements at the mountain tops. Evidently, however, the mountains still support lives on a large scale. Unlike the other environments, it is a real tourism site and a rich story to be unearthed. In Taraba State, there were a community that were said to be recently discovered. In reality, they have a long history of contact with the outside world, but their location is super hard to access. They are the people of Sonkurun Gada in Gada development area. They are mountain dwellers, and even with the magic, you need nothing short of 10 hours to access them from Jalingo, and their distance is not beyond 200 kilometers. We tried to access the area to be witnesses to a foundation school that was built for them by the federal government. We had a fair weather, sailing from Bali going to the next village, where we abandoned the comfort and safety of our vehicles to join motorcycles. You don't access Sonkurungada by motor. Motorcycles are the main source of transportation. To access Sonkurun, you have to cling to a motorcycle for 6 hours through a terrain that is unpredictable. It is not like there is a clear charted route to the area. Motorcyclists rely on their good judgment. The terrain is narrow and jagged. More than that, you can see yourself immediately going downhill under very precarious condition. And by the next minute, you are climbing a steep hill, rocky and rugged. Any misadventure here, a man is doomed. The motorcyclists are a master of the train, however. They keep negotiating the train in high speed like it was an expressway. At many points during the trip, we had to cross rivers.
It is part of the challenges of going together, that means kind of community development in Taraba State, that you have to cross river. It is a very rugged terrain like you have shown you, but then obviously it is more rugged when you know that you have to cross rivers and climb mountains and move almost 300 kilometers.
The motorcyclists drive the machine through the waters. The more elderly in our team took to an abandoned craft and had a safe crossover. We negotiated the running water on foot, and because we moved barefooted, the soles of our feet reacted like dozens of razors are cutting through them. We eventually made it to the other side and had time to marvel at the river environment. It was lush and serene, and just a beautiful work of nature. We rejoined our motorcycle and moved on, resolved on accessing Sokorongada. Eventually we arrived after a 6 hours trip on a motorcycle. We arrived late. The school was not in session, but it was there.
We sustain the structures and we play our part to see that students are committed and the children are committed in the schooling and studies.
You have 6 classrooms, 2 blocks of 33 classrooms each.
Yes, sir.
Did that enhance the enrollment of pupils into the school?
Yes, though the enrollment is higher than the classrooms, but this has helped enough for the student to be comfortable.
How many communities are taking advantage of this structure?
We have 6 communities around this area that the children come all over to come and school here.
Only issue now is negotiating that route for another 6 hours on a motorcycle and at night. Shukuru may have been in the Nigerian map, but it definitely is no place to traverse at will. In Yobe State, in Yusupari local government area, the desert is defining the livelihood of several hundreds of communities. I precisely was in Tulu, and here it is a desert in full color. It took us 6 hours from the local government headquarters of Yusupari to be in Tulu. There is no defined path. We access the area by continually asking the locals on our way. As we moved, we encountered several defining graphics of the desert, isolated houses, few movements, and the preponderance of acacia trees where vegetations exist. Otherwise, the desert can be threadbare. One of nature's artwork is the evolution of oases in the desert. There are 10 of them. We ran into one along the way.
Tulu is unique. It is an area that is covered by desert. And then incidentally, in a desert, you get oases. Now, these oases are source of livelihood to many communities that are living around those areas, especially in the Spari area. Now, you know what? The oases allow them to do their irrigation farming. It allows them to harness potassium in various qualities. Like in this place, you can see the potassium. Then you also have shrubs. Not only shrubs, you also have trees that will grow up that will not only give you shelter, but they also provide you with food, like the date farms we have. But then incidentally, maybe because of climate change, maybe because of the changing in times, many of these oases are drying up. In fact, in the classification of oases, this is a dead oasis. Gone were the time when these oases provide water for the livestock, when the people harness it for their potassium, and when the people use the water inside to do their irrigation farming.
There are actually 3 kinds of oases, and you can have the perspective of one here. It is cycled by palm vegetation.
Initially, this place, this oasis, is an active oasis. You know, oasis classified into 3: web, active oasis, semi-active oasis, and dead oasis. The active oasis is one that possesses all the water inside the oasis, and the water table is very shallow. You can access the water the more we dig small, and people, they are doing irrigations in that oasis. Still, they are assessing or harnessing potash. They can sell it for their livelihood. Also, they can after the irrigation, still during the rainy season, still they embark their selling on rainy, what do you call it? The farming system during rainy season. So as the result of this, their economic aspect is promoted. They do get outcome from this oasis. So because of these other encouragements, gradually the fertility and productivity of the soil has been declines. And the yield at the end of their harvest is low. They cannot support them to survive.
Many of the oases are now reminders of what they have been. Even the natural potassium content found in the oases are no longer crisp and marketable. Clearly, however, they are part of the adornment of the desert. We moved to Tulu, where we came face to face with the desert moons. The dwellers of the area have made the desert a highway. They move freely with their motorcycles and ox-driven carts. One of the challenges desert dwellers face in this area is the uncertainty of their future. The desert is closing in on them at a very fast pace, and they have little wisdom in controlling it. The people of Clarkmanana, still in Yusupar local government area, are a case in point. They have seen several of their neighboring communities ceding their settlements to the desert, and they face a real threat from it too, due to the same desert encroachment. At a point in their lives, they sought a federal support where they built a shelter belt of neem trees to cover an aggressive flank where the desert was encroaching fast. It worked for them, but the area is in a full desert revolution. They now face a real challenge from other planks.
Well, the people of the community bring me to the eastern border of their town, where the desert is threatening to consume them in a very short period. You can see the proximity between the desert and their settlement. The invasion is real and threatening. They are happy. Yes, those shelter belts has helped in decreasing the movement of the desert. And in fact, there is no threat on their northern border. But truly, from the eastern side, the threat is real.
It is noteworthy that these people are not after school or water supply. Their major challenge is how to stop the desert. I wrapped up my experiences on Nigerian epic environments with the story of Rabiul Ansabo. He retired as a state comptroller of immigration and moved all his family to a Sahelian settlement some 70 kilometers away from the nearest urban center on retirement. Assessing his new settlement can be a trial on man and machine. Our vehicle broke 3 times. One first time we are hooked in a mud. Mercifully, we had to call bulls to pull us out. Incidentally, because of the mass transhumans around this area, you find livestock everywhere. We are using walk bulls to save us from this area. And that's what is going to happen. Sir, you can go in, just drive it, grab out, let's see. Eventually, we arrive at Ansabo's new environment. There are scarcely 10 houses there, and they are all not interconnected. Here, Ansabo built a green wall surrounded by nature. Amazing, you will say, for a man who retired as a self-controller of immigration.
I don't use AC. I don't use fan. It's natural. When you have a habitat like this, you have trees, you have things like gum arabic, even without getting economic benefit from it, then you gain from nature.
One of the wonders of Ansabo is his ability to grow extensive plantation and notice virtually an arid zone.
The Sahelian region is not as poor as that. That is politics. The Sahelian region is one of the best regions because it gives you the best agriculture, more than the forest region. More than the forest region, you know.
Explain yourself.
Yes, because you see, so many people are making mistakes. They think that when there is a lot of rain, then there is production. Then you have a good harvest. That is to us, experienced farmers, it's not like that. Like last year, we had a lot of rain, and we lost a lot. In this farm, I lost over 3 million.
Ansabo is actually a thinker, a philosopher who lives by his book of philosophy. He has reparation ideas about climate change, environmental degradation, and desert encroachment.
Sometimes our own problem is that people think that government, everything is politicized. Government is part of us. Government is part of us. We have to know everybody, the planet, on this planet, everybody is located where God wants him to be located. And when you are located, you will be located with the right paraparania there. And then it is up to you. If you destroy it, then you find problems. If that is what in the developed societies they always harness these resources. They always make sure they take care of the plants and trees. But the culture is not there.
Climate change affecting the production of
exactly
in this place.
Exactly, because the climate change is related, interrelated, interwoven. If we are cutting trees, the climate will be hot, simple and clear. You don't need to be a scientist to know. A layman can know. When you don't have trees here will be hot. And you find difficult even to sleep in the night. And many other things will come over again, including disease. Trees are contributing a lot. They provide oxygen. The carbon dioxide will go and then refine it and all this. I'm not a scientist, but this is simple. Everywhere, if there is tree, then it means there is protection. Okay.
Nansabo is living his life peacefully here, surrounded by what he cherishes and finds fulfillment in. A significant case study in the immense possibilities Nigerian exotic environments offer.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide a company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel.
And to watch NTA International in the USA, Canada, and Mexico, use the following satellite parameter.
The government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Hello and welcome to the news on NTA International. My name is Frama Panye. Let's begin with the headlines. As Nigeria marked World Lupus Day, correspondent examines challenges of diagnosis and care. Nigeria and Morocco to deepen cooperation in energy, agriculture and trade. In present administration's reform and strategic reset of sports sector yield positive results. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Nairobi for the Africa-France Summit 2026. The president, who departed Nigeria for France on Sunday, May 3rd, landed in the Kenyan capital at about 12:15 Monday morning. President Tinubu will join 29 other heads of state and government scheduled to attend the first edition of the summit, holding in an English-speaking country in Africa. Co-chaired by President Emmanuel Macron and President William Ruto, the summit focuses on energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, restructuring of global financing architecture, and climate action. The summit, with the theme Africa Forward, Africa-France Partnership for Innovation and Growth, will provide a higher-level platform for African leaders and their French counterparts to deliberate on critical issues affecting the continent, including economic transformation, climate resilience, infrastructure development, youth empowerment, technological advancement, and peace-building initiatives. President Tinubu's participation at the summit is expected to underscore Nigeria's unwavering commitment to strengthening strategic partnership with the African nations and the French Republic. Now, they often hear the phrase, "but you look okay," while their bodies wage a silent war internally. This is a reality for people living with lupus, an autoimmune disease that is often missed or misdiagnosed. With less than 30 specialists for Nigeria's population, the oversight is fast becoming a public health crisis. Now, in this special report, Uche Ugochukwu examines the struggle for diagnosis and care, the burden of stigma, and why experts say lupus can no longer remain in the shadows.
When the body's defense system, designed to protect against diseases, suddenly turns against healthy tissues and organs, that condition is known as lupus, an autoimmune disease that attacks every part of the body. Symptoms vary from person to person, often mimicking other common illnesses, making diagnosis difficult and delayed.
The costs for this particular disease most times is the issues around immune modulation. And what does that mean, immune modulation? The body is supposed to modulate its own immunity. The thing that links to it essentially, generally, is vitamin D deficiency. But individuals must also have genetic predisposition for this to happen. They're so difficult to treat because you want to reduce the immune response that is now against the body. So you now have to use drugs that decline immunity, reduces the immune system.
For many Nigerians living with lupus, the journey is long, exhausting and expensive. Sharon and Vivian are among countless Nigerians living with lupus.
Most of the symptoms, I had them, but they were diagnosed as malaria, typhoid, and you're mostly constantly in pain and you are fatigued, you get tired easily. So someone looking at me will not know I'm sick. They'll say, "Madam, why are you sitting and your mother is standing?" But you don't understand that what I'm going through, you can't see it.
Life with lupus is unpredictable. If the NHIS and even private HMOs too can even get involved, recognize that lupus is something that needs support.
In Nigeria, the challenge is worse. There are just about 30 trained rheumatologists nationwide.
Education to bridge the knowledge gap, both for the general public as well as the health professionals, and also support framework for those who care for those with lupus. Those are the things I'm asking for.
Experts say Lupus can affect anyone at any age and social class, but it is most common in women. They advised, if you are experiencing unexplained fatigue, joint pain, or skin rashes that worsens in sunlight, seek medical attention. Ask about lupus screening. Early detection distress can save lives and prevent irreversible organ damage. As awareness grows, patients and advocates hope lupus will no longer remain a hidden disease, but one that receives the attention, research and healthcare response it urgently deserves. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
In our earlier bulletin, my colleague Mina Daniels engaged the lupus advocate, Dr. Lovett Ononuga, to talk more on the disease. Let's hear them.
Lupus is an autoimmune disease that has the body cells attacking its own healthy tissues. It's like your body is fighting itself. And this happens to almost all the organs of the body, including the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, the liver, the skin, and even your brain. So it's referred to as an invisible disease because most people that suffer from it do not show any visible signs of the symptoms. But constant fatigue, they are very sick. They just can't function because they are constantly fatigued and sick, in and out of hospital. But if you see them, you would not see immediately that they are sick. So that's why it's referred to as an invisible disease. It sometimes looks like the person is pretending to be sick in order maybe to get off work or responsibilities, but that's not the case. They really go through a lot.
So where is awareness and early diagnosis of lupus still a challenge in Nigeria?
It's still a challenge because not many people know about the disease, and therefore it is often missed or misdiagnosed. And also because the disease mimics so many other different conditions, such as cancer, HIV, arthritis, and the patient would often present with constant fever, maybe constantly having fever and all that. So they would think it's just malaria because in our climate we have malaria and typhoid are very common. So when a patient keeps coming back with the same symptoms that like you would see in someone with malaria, and they keep getting misdiagnosed as malaria, this can go on for years. In fact, the average time for diagnosis to actually happen in Nigeria is about 5 to 6 years if you're lucky. I had a sister who took 15 years before she was finally diagnosed with lupus. So it's a very terrible condition, gets the patients suffering for many years, and it misses the diagnosis, so they can't receive the right treatment.
All right, I know you did mention a few of the symptoms, but can you elaborate on some of the symptoms people should actually look out for?
So if you are constantly tired for no reason, low energy, headaches, photosensitivity, and sometimes difficulty breathing, or you break out in lesions for no reason all over your body, including your scalp and your face and your body, and and you keep going in and out of hospital, ask your healthcare provider to test you, to run the necessary tests to see if you might have lupus. One of the classic symptoms is a butterfly rash that comes out in the shape of a butterfly on their face, around the nose and the cheeks, and that's where it gets this butterfly sign as one of the signs for lupus. Then the other very common symptom is the purple eyelids So they break out so that their skin becomes discolored and is purple. The eyelids go purple, which is where lupus gets its purple color from, which is what I'm wearing today in commemoration of World Lupus Day.
All right, Lovett, on this World Lupus Day, in just a sentence, what key message would you like Nigerians to take away about lupus? In just a sentence.
Okay, so I would like Nigerians to be aware that this disease exists, to look out for it. If you have any relative or friend who is suffering from this disease, please support them. If you have someone around you who you suspect, based on the symptoms we have discussed today, may be suffering from it, ask them to go through the testing. For the government, I'd like to see a Nigeria where lupus patients are supported financially, because even when diagnosed, eventually it's very expensive to treat, and some of them still die because they do not have the medical, the financial wherewithal to actually buy the medication and go for the expensive tests that are required. So I'd like the government to consider making lupus one of the diseases that they support through the NHS or the HMOs, just like HIV, sickle cells, and tuberculosis. I also like to see a Nigeria where we have an actual resource center for lupus, like a lupus center. So I'm appealing to the government to please support the efforts of advocates to ensure that people with lupus have this support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually asked for a sentence, but you gave me 10. But that's that's. So on a final note, lupus, is it a death sentence? Yes or no? Is it treatable? Yeah.
It's treatable, but it is a death sentence when not diagnosed on time.
Right now, Nigeria and Morocco have agreed to deepen cooperation in energy, agriculture and trade following a high-level phone conversation between Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Ojukwu and Morocco's Minister of Foreign Affairs Nasser Bouarita. The statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed that their conversation focused on Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, also known as the African Atlantic Gas Pipeline Project, a significant infrastructure project along West Africa's Atlantic coast. The ministers described the project as a game changer for regional energy security and economic integration along West Africa's Atlantic coast. The ministry indicated that technical studies by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and Morocco's National Office of Hydrocarbons and Mines have been completed. An intergovernmental agreement is now expected to be signed by President Bola Tinubu and King Mohammed in the last quarter of this year. Beyond energy, the two sides discussed collaboration on fertilizer production and distribution, highlighting its importance to food security across Africa. On the diplomatic front, Nigeria is considering hosting the second session of the Nigeria-Morocco Bilateral Joint Commission with the aim to revive agreements signed during former President Muhammad Buhari's visit to Morocco in 2018. The ministers also stressed the need to re-establish the Nigeria-Morocco Business Council. They noted that the African Continental Free Trade Area and a bilateral double taxation treaty offer new opportunities for economic cooperation. Bianca Ojukwu has also accepted an invitation from Morocco's minister for an official visit to Morocco at a mutually convenient time. Officials say the visit is expected to further strengthen ties and advance shared vision for Africa's development. Now, a deadly virus outbreak aboard a cruise ship triggers an international health response off the coast of Spain as authorities move to contain fears of further spread. Meanwhile, Political tensions, insecurity, and extreme weather conditions continue to test communities across Africa, Asia, and Europe, with Hungary entering a new political era after 16 years under nationalist rule. From public health concerns to growing democratic and humanitarian challenges, the world continues to navigate a period of global uncertainty. Standing by to reel out details of these stories is Justin Bemunye with Global News Update.
An international medical evacuation is underway in Spain's Canary Islands after a deadly hantavirus outbreak aboard the cruise ship MV Honduras triggered a major public health response. Spanish authorities launched a tightly coordinated operation to evacuate nearly 150 passengers and crew from the Dutch-flagged vessel anchored off Tenerife. Convoys of police and emergency vehicles escorted evacuees from the port of Granadilla to Tenerife South Airport, where repatriation flights to several countries, including the Netherlands, Belgium, Greece, Australia, and the United States, are continuing. Health officials insist that all remaining passengers are asymptomatic, even as concerns persist following multiple deaths linked to the outbreak. According to the World Health Organization, 8 cases have so far been identified, including 6 confirmed infections and 3 deaths. The outbreak is believed to have originated during the ship's South American voyage before departing Argentina in April. Authorities in South Africa and St. Helena have also launched contact tracing efforts after infected passengers traveled through both locations before the outbreak was confirmed. Despite growing international concern, the WHO says the overall public risk remains low, stressing that hantavirus is not easily transmitted between humans.
This is not another COVID, and the risk to the public is low. So they shouldn't be scared and they shouldn't panic. This is based on how the virus is behaving now, because this virus is well known, and there are assessments that have been done.
And while health authorities work to contain one crisis, political tensions are intensifying elsewhere on the African continent. In Togo, a newly formed coalition of opposition parties and civil society groups has staged its first major rally against controversial constitutional reforms they say could allow President Faure Gnassingbé to extend his grip on power indefinitely. Hundreds gathered in the capital Lomé in a rare public demonstration after years of limited political mobilization. Opposition leaders accuse the government of weakening democratic structures by replacing direct presidential elections with a parliamentary system that critics say favors the ruling establishment. The reforms have remained deeply divisive since their approval last year, with previous protests reportedly leaving several people dead. The government, however, insists the new constitution promotes broader representation and institutional stability. Elsewhere on the continent, concerns over governance are also being overshadowed by insecurity. In the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, residents of Beni are questioning the feasibility of planned elections and a possible constitutional referendum amid escalating violence linked to M23 rebels and ADF attacks. Communities already displaced by years of armed conflict say restoring peace should take priority over political exercises. Many residents argue that ongoing insecurity makes meaningful participation impossible as humanitarian conditions continue to deteriorate across parts of North Kivu and Ituri provinces. Despite the concerns, authorities in Kinshasa insist electoral processes will proceed according to constitutional timelines. From Africa's political and security challenges, attention turns to one of the world's most volatile rivalries. Pakistan has marked the first anniversary of last year's military confrontation with India, commemorating soldiers killed during the worst escalation between the two nuclear-armed neighbors in decades. The conflict erupted after a deadly attack in Indian-administered Kashmir killed 26 people, prompting retaliatory strikes, drone attacks, and cross-border shelling. At a ceremony in Rawalpindi, Pakistan's military leadership described the confrontation as more than a territorial dispute, calling it a battle of competing ideologies. And in Europe, a major political transition is reshaping Hungary's future. Large crowds gathered outside Parliament in Budapest as Peter Magyar was officially sworn in as the country's new prime minister, ending the 16-year rule of nationalist leader Viktor Orban. Magyar's landslide election victory has been widely viewed as a turning point for Hungary's relationship with the European Union after years of political tension with Brussels. The symbolic return of the European Union flag to Parliament, removed during Orban's administration, underscored expectations of a new political direction under the incoming government. European leaders have welcomed the transition, describing it as an opportunity for renewal at a critical moment for the continent. And while politics dominate global headlines, millions continue to battle the growing realities of climate extremes. In India's western Gujarat region, thousands of salt workers are enduring punishing temperatures across the vast desert salt pans, where summer heat can climb beyond 47 degrees Celsius. Without electricity, healthcare, or reliable access to water, workers rely on makeshift shelters, staggered work hours, and improvised cooling methods to survive. For many families, the harsh conditions are the price of sustaining one of India's most important salt-producing regions. Workers say the extreme heat causes skin injuries, dehydration, and exhaustion, yet economic hardship leaves them with little choice but to continue. From global health scares in Europe to political uncertainty in Africa, rising tensions in South Asia, and the growing human cost of climate extremes, the challenges shaping today's world continue to cut across borders, testing institutions, governments, and ordinary lives alike. And this is where we draw the curtains on Global News Update. I thank you for your time with us.
Out an airborne operation to deliver urgent medical support for a suspected hantavirus patient on a South Atlantic island, minister said on Sunday. Now, an army specialist team parachuted onto the island in Tristan da Cunha, Britain's most remote overseas territory, a defense military statement said. One of 3 British nationals diagnosed with suspected hantavirus linked to the outbreak on the MV Honduras cruise ship is on the island. The team of 6 paratroopers and 2 military clinicians, all from the 16th Air Assault Brigade, descended from a Royal Air Force RAF A400M transport aircraft in a daring parachute drop, the statement said. Vital oxygen supplies and other medical aid were airdropped almost simultaneously. You're watching the news on NTA International. We'll take a short break now. More news when we return. Please.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, the federal government has tasked telecommunications service providers to resolve network challenges and deliver quality call and data services to Nigerians, informing telecom subscribers to expect improved quality of service and value for paid services going forward. This is as the Minister of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, in a personally signed statement states that the government has made investments in infrastructure that will resolve the country's long-standing connectivity challenges for more reliable high-speed internet access for homes and businesses. Among them are World Bank-backed funding under Project Bridge secured to expand nationwide open access fiber infrastructure, which deployment kicks off before the end of the year, alongside new telecom tower deployment and expanded satellite capabilities. Other reforms such as tariff adjustments, designation of telecom infrastructure as critical national infrastructure, and tax harmonization have created a more stable, transparent and market-driven environment and profitability for these operators. This means operators now have both the capacity and the resources to fix outstanding issues within their networks and improve the quality of service delivered to Nigerians. He emphasizes that the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has been empowered to monitor performance, enforce service standards, ensure compliance, and take appropriate regulatory action across the industry without interference. And to guarantee security and forestall vandalism on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, the Federal Ministry of Works has handed over 3 additional operational vehicles to Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, Lagos, Olondare Jumo, to enhance surveillance on the coastal highway. Joe Popoala reports that the Federal Controller of Works, Engineer Olufemidare, who represented the Minister of Works, David Umahi, assured the police of continued support in protection of public infrastructure.
Vandalism has been a thorny issue that has been affecting the economic gains of public infrastructure, and the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway has also been at the receiving end of the nefarious activities of these vandals. The Federal Ministry of Works is changing this worrisome narrative by intensifying surveillance of the legacy project with the provision of 3 additional Hilux patrol vehicles to Zone 2 Lagos, which comprises Lagos and Ogun State commands, to bring an abrupt end to the economic sabotage. The Federal Controller of Works, who formally handed over the brand new patrol vehicles on behalf of the Minister, is confident that it will no longer be business as usual for those perpetrating unwholesome activities on the coastal road.
We've had several discussions. I also believe you on some of the occurrences we are having. We want to believe that this vehicle will be used appropriately to monitor the coastal road and ensure that the activities of funders on the road is brought to a halt.
The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2 says the additional vehicles will consolidate successes so far recorded by the police, assuring the public of safety on the coastal highway.
The need to strengthen the security of the coastal road to all the other states adjoining to Lagos. That is why the Honourable Minister has presented to us 3 patrol vehicles that you are seeing behind us to ensure that we are on top of our game. And we want to send a note of warning to people who want to go out of their way to still want to make any incursion on vandalism on this road, to know that we are ready for them.
For motorists plying the road, the charge for them is to take ownership of the project by guarding it jealously and driving responsibly. In Lagos, Joel Bukwola, NTA News.
Now, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, is supporting public universities in Nigeria by building a facility to enhance research and innovation in various sectors of the economy for sustainable development. Minister of Education Dr. Tunja Lausa inaugurated the edifice at the Nasarawa State University, KEFI, and tasked universities to prioritize research that will address societal challenges. Aliu Tijani reports.
Situated at the National State University Kefi is the Mining Technology and Resource Innovation Pod, also known as Unipod, built and donated to the school by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. The center is to support young engineers, geoscientists, and entrepreneurs to work with researchers and industry players to develop solutions for Nigeria's mining sector. With more than 40 commercially viable solid minerals in the country, many which are deposited in Nasarawa State, the missing link is the domestic innovation infrastructure to convert the resources into industry capability, trained talent, and scalable enterprise, hence the establishment of the center.
It is about ensuring that Nigerian universities become active participants in industrial transformation.
Education is now being positioned as a strategic national investment for economic growth, job creation, technological advancement, and global competitiveness.
By having the Unipod, Honorable Minister, it gives these youngsters the opportunity now to see what they read every day in practice.
From safer and efficient extraction technologies to mineral processing innovation and start-up enterprise development, the center seeks to capture value at every point in the mining chain.
We are commissioning a future where Nasarawa State University Kefi becomes the intellectual engine room of Nasarawa's mining renaissance.
Education should be about developing the human capital, the human person, to stimulate your creative talents, your innovation, your entrepreneurship.
So far, 7 of these centers have been established across public universities in the country, with each anchored on development priorities of its host region. In Kefi, Aliu Tijani, NTA News.
Let's head to Jigawa State, where the government has embarked on sweeping reforms aimed at improving healthcare delivery and addressing administrative challenges in key health institutions across the state. This is when Governor Umar Namadi undertook inspection visits to General Hospital Kiawa and the Jigawa State College of Health Sciences and Technology, Jahun, as part of efforts to ensure quality service delivery and accountability. Muhammad Musa Askira reports.
At the recently renovated General Hospital Kiawa, the governor toured various departments and units of the facility, where he expressed a dissatisfaction with some aspects of the renovation work, describing the finishing as substandard. Governor Umar Namadi directed the Commissioner for Health to ensure immediate correction of all identified defects, stressing that government would not tolerate poor execution of projects in the health sector. At the College of Health Sciences and Technology, Jahun, the governor held an extended closed-door meeting with the institution's management over challenges affecting students and effective running of the school despite huge government investment.
We discussed with the management some of the issues that affects the welfare of the student, and we have addressed them amicably with the management, and we have tried to make sure that the managements become more serious in dealing with the affairs of the college and the student.
Governor Namadi issued a stern warning to the management over what he described as poor handling of the institution's affairs, insisting that urgent reforms must be introduced to improve standard. The challenges highlighted during the visit include inconsistent water and electricity supply, shortage of hostel accommodations following a recent fire incident at the school, and irregular payments of students' monthly stipends.
We are building about 3 different hostels, 1 for female and 2 for males. And also in the last 1 month, the college has a fire incidents. So we also try to see how we can remedy the situations and also take some preventive measures to avoid those things.
The governor also gave the contractor handling the construction and renovation of additional hostels a 1-month ultimatum to complete the project or risk revocation of the contract. In Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
Time to take another break on the news. We will be back shortly. Thanks for staying tuned. Now, a 60-year-old man is among 3 persons with disability arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, for trafficking drugs during interdiction operations in parts of Anambra and Kwara states. Salwa Khalil Ibrahim reports that as part of its weekly interdiction, the NDLEA also dismantled a Scotchers factory.
Based on credible intelligence, the 60-year-old drug dealer was traced to Akpaka Forest, Onitsha, where he was found with 250 grams of skunk in retail sachets. In another part of Anambra State, NDLEA officers arrested another person with disability with cocktail of illicit substances including 160 grams of tramadol, 225 milligrams, 100 milligrams, and 80 pills of diazepam, 38.23 grams of Exol 5, and 176.93 grams of skunk. While in Kwara State, NDLEA operatives on patrol intercepted a commercial vehicle, and in the course of a search, one of the passengers, a PWD, was found with 6.3 kilograms of skunk concealed in a brown school bag. Meanwhile, operatives of the NDLEA raided a Lekki, Lagos mansion used as a stash house where 4,000 parcels of loud, a strong strain of imported cannabis weighing 2,326 kilograms with a street value of over 5 billion naira were recovered. Also seized from the house include 2 Mercedes-Benz buses and different designer sachets used in packaging the illicit substance for retail distribution. In an operation at Ijora Badia in Lagos, NDLEA officers raided a makeshift Skushi production factory where 2 suspects were arrested. They were caught in the act of cooking cannabis and mixing some with other illicit substances. A total of 270 liters of already produced Kushis and 106 grams of tramadol, 225 milligrams were recovered from them. In Abuja, Salwa Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
Right now, as senior officers, your work transcends borders in this contemporary security environment defined by intercontinental threats, multinational operations, and global strategic partnerships, such as understanding cultural diversity is not optional, but essential. Those were the words of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shebu, at the Army War College Nigeria International Day for Course 10 held in Abuja. Olajide Bello reports.
The International Day brought together officers from different countries to showcase their heritage, traditions, and values through artifacts, attires, music, and cuisines. The event strengthens friendship, respect, and collaboration among participants, values essential to contemporary military operations, while encouraging stronger international cooperation and improved operational effectiveness among officers. The importance of cultural diversity cannot be overemphasized, as it is critical to modern military operations, especially amid transnational threats and multinational engagements.
This celebration is significant because it showcases something timeless that connects our shared humanity expressed through culture, identity, and heritage.
As future operational level leaders, your ability to understand cultural nuances and engage constructively with partners will remain critical to the success of joint interagency and multinational operations.
The college reaffirms commitment to producing well-trained, strategically minded leaders capable of addressing contemporary security challenges. Olajide Bello, NTA News.
And still talking security, the Niger Police Force says it has recorded a major breakthrough in the fight against violent extremism with the dismantling of suspected IPOD ESN terrorist enclave in Nguru, Abo Mbaise local government area of Imo State. The intelligence-led operation was carried out by operatives of the Imo State Police Command following actionable intelligence obtained from an IPOB ESN commander Ebube Uchenna Madwokola, also known as Ebube Virus. 3 suspects were arrested during the raid and are currently in police custody, assisting investigators with critical information on the group's operations and logistics network. Recovered items include 2 general-purpose machine guns, over 3,000 rounds of GPMG ammunition, 1 AK-47 rifle, a pump-action shotgun, surveillance drones, and Biafra currency in various denominations. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu commended the operative for their courage, professionalism, and tactical precision in the operation. Now, to further strengthen community policing and boost intelligence gathering in checking criminalities, the Bayelsa State Commissioner of Police, Iyama Daniel, has urged members of the public to be vigilant and report all suspicious movement around their localities to the security agencies for prompt action. The Commissioner of Police made the call at one of the town hall meetings in Yenagwa, the state capital. Samuel Numonengi reports.
The initiative is part of the command's zero-tolerance approach to organized crime like kidnapping, armed robbery, and youth-related disturbances. The Commissioner of Police, Iyama, who assumed office earlier this year, emphasized that the security of lives and property in the state capital remains a top priority for the 2026 operational year. The town hall interactive sessions are designed to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the public through intelligence sharing, encouraging community leadership and youth groups to provide timely information on suspicious activities. It is also aimed at addressing intercommunal tensions and land disputes before they escalate into violence, as well as tailoring police responses to the specific needs of Yenagwa's urban and peri-urban settlements.
It is not far-fetched. It's for us to seek collaboration with the member of the community, directed by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Disu, that we should synergize with members of the community, be closer to them, and ensure that we work together.
Paramount ruler of Okaka community, His Royal Highness Morrison Itelimo Odede Ogbibo Kiti, the fifth of Beniken of Okaka Autonomous Federated Community in the Pie Kingdom, commended the police commissioner for initiating the visits to communities and making them understand that the police is there to help and not to victimize anyone.
The visit is the most accomplishing effort by the command, and it is what we needed most at this time.
The police command plans to extend these town hall engagements to other local government areas, including riverine communities, to ensure a comprehensive security network across Bayelsa State. In Yenagwa, Samuel Numonengi, NTA News.
Chief Executive of the Niger Social Insurance Trust Fund, Oluwaseun Faleye, has underscored the role of employees' compensation scheme in restoring hope and dignity to Nigerian workers who suffer injuries in the line of duty. He made the remarks in Abuja during the presentation of prosthetic limbs to 10 beneficiaries of the scheme. Represented by the General Manager, Claims and Compensation, Nkiru Ogunike, the MD said the initiative continues to put smiles on the faces of injured workers by supporting their rehabilitation and reintegration into the society. The ECS goes beyond statutory compensation, reflecting a humane commitment to restoring confidence and preserving the dignity of workers affected by occupational hazards. He noted that workplace accidents often result not only in physical injuries, but also emotional trauma and uncertainty about the future. Faleye explained that for many Nigerian workers, a single-place incident can permanently alter the course of their lives. The 10 beneficiaries were among the 78 who recently got fitted with artificial limbs in the ongoing rehabilitation and reintegration program of the NSITF. And here we take our last break.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, every community has a story that shapes it. For the people of Odi, settled along the Non River in Bayelsa State, that story begins with fear and ends with freedom. It's the legend of Ogori, the mysterious buffalo that held that community hostage for nearly 5 years until it was eventually killed. Ebinimi Zitimiola visited Odi community 69 years after the terror report. That victory is still being celebrated till date.
It was in the year 1953 that a strange buffalo first appeared near Mission Primary School in Odi. To the people, this was no ordinary animal. The buffalo was supernatural. It was vicious, targeting indigents alone, and no hunter was able to spare or gun it down. For 5 years, the beast stalked farmers on their way to the farmland and women on their way to the river.
The sculpture you see here is in Russia and the buffalo trampling on the farmer. In Russia is among many farmers that were killed in the 50s by the dreaded buffalo.
Fear overtook the community. Farms were abandoned. The forest became silent. Hunger in the land. The economy of Odi was crippled.
We go pack our community people there. Pack before then go bush, go collect food when they go shop. Now so when then they do. No peace for anybody, no way to a person to enter inside bush to go do food.
So the community was left in panic, and people began going about looking for a solution to the problem. And people say the goal itself was mysterious. It was believed to have some supernatural powers, whereby if it is seen attacking somebody here and they raise alarm, before hunters will go to that place, it will vanish. They will not even know where it entered. It was so much that even the Eastern Nigeria government sent some professional hunters to come and track it.
Desperation led to the people to seek help beyond their borders. A man named Ageda traveled to Tara in what is now Niger Republic to obtain charms strong enough to spellbound the beast.
And met one Malam known as Mala de Tara, who said he is capable of bringing the Ogori to town for people to kill. And he gave him a sham. And he came home and met the king at that time and buried the sham at the outskirts of the town in all the compounds at that time. When he did that, within the space of 4 days, the Ogori itself was seen at the back of primary school.
Hunters, led by a man named Akara, raised their guns, and this time, the shot hit the target. The buffalo fell. Odi erupted in jubilation.
The sculpture is Kemowe Akara Edike, who encountered the dreaded buffalo and brought its terror to an end, marking the beginning of the liberation of the people of Odi community, which celebrates its liberation every 27th of July, called the Ogori Barbecue.
As in, it's an opportunity to meet our brothers and sisters, and most especially our friends who have not seen for a very long time.
What began as a tale of terror has become a testament of triumph, a story passed from grandparents to grandchildren. Ebinimi Zitimiola, NTA News.
All right. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed joy to witness Pa Ruben Fashoranti, father, elder, statesman, administrator, pro-democracy activist, prominent politician, and foremost Ani Ferre leader, attained the milestone age of 100. The president said Baba Fashoranti deserves all the encomiums that comes his way on this occasion for his uncommon life of service and immense contributions to the country. Baba Fashoranti has distinguished himself in all respects in his disciplined, Spartan way of life, his belief in principles, and his commitment to noble causes. His life is a metaphor for integrity, honesty, dedicated service to the nation, and true leadership. In a statement signed by the president, he thanked the elder statesman for his prayers, his belief in his vision, and his continued support for the Renewed Hope administration. Above all, the president appreciated Pa Fashoranti for his service to Nigeria. And President Bola Tinubu's reforms and strategic reset of the Nigerian sports sector are beginning to yield positive results, with increased job creation, growing private sector investment, and unprecedented rise in the number of medals won by Nigerian athletes on the global stage. Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, stated this during a courtesy visit to the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Murtala Sulegaru, at the Government House in Kano. Abdullahi Mustafa has the details.
The Northwest Veterans All-Stars Renewed Hope football match in Kano is part of a grassroots sports development initiative aimed at appreciating President Bola Tinubu's commitment to the growth of sports in Nigeria. During a visit to the Government House in Kano, the Chairman National Sports Commission, Shehu Diko, informed the State Deputy Governor Murtala Sulegaru that the ongoing reforms in the sports sector are already yielding positive results. Diko explained that the President's decision to reposition the sector by ensuring that sports administration is handled by professionals is helping to unlock the full potential of the industry. The NSC chairman disclosed that Nigeria won 373 medals across different international competitions in 2025, a feat he described as unprecedented.
The last quarter was over 240,000 jobs, over 50 billion of private sector investment coming into sport at the national level in 2025. So with all this achievement, that's why Mr. President put sports as the national asset. And we felt every sub-national need to align with what you are doing.
We sincerely appreciate your leadership, guidance, and continuous support for grassroots sport development and youth empowerment across the country.
The Deputy Governor reaffirmed Governor Yusuf's commitment to sports development and the success of the Renewed Hope agenda, assuring of stronger collaboration with the National Sports Commission. In Kano, Abdullahi Mustafa, NTA News.
And now, sports update.
Club in Abuja, where the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo Zubero, was honored with a polo match in commemoration of his 60th birthday celebration. The event featured a keenly contested match which saw Framazaz beat Amtrak 6-3 to emerge champions. The celebrant shared his admiration for polo sport and made tributes from contemporaries, friends and associates.
Enterprise in polo. Polo game, when properly harnessed, can fund itself and can also generate revenue. That was what I was thinking for the Nigerian Navy when I established, the Nigerian Polo Association. It's a good form of tourism. You can invite people from all over the world to come and play.
So I'm using this opportunity to wish him the very best of health, the very best of sound mind, and the very best that life has to offer.
Someone who has distinguished himself serving the nation, very patriotic.
Moving on to football now, and straight to the Nigeria Premier Football League, where Enugu Rangers are one game away from claiming the league title as they beat Bendel Insurance 2-1 in Enugu. Rivals Rivers United fought back twice to secure a 3-2 win over Wiki Tourist as they breathed down on the league leaders in the title race. In Ibadan, Shooting Stars beat Barawa FC to boost their top 4 hopes, while Uricadu Sete suffered a setback with a 4-1 demolition in the hands of Katsina United in the relegation battle. Reigning champions Remo Stars are off the drop zone after a crucial 2-1 victory over Bayelsa United, while Bayelsa and Wiki Tourist are already relegated with a game to spare. And to the English Premier League, where Arsenal are closing in on their first league title in over 20 years after surviving an incredible late VAR drama as they held on to a 1-0 victory over West Ham United. Leandro Trossard's late winner secured the Gunners the vital 3 points and opened a 5-point lead over Manchester City with 2 games to go. Elsewhere, Elliot Anderson's late leveller against his former club, Newcastle, ensured that Nottingham Forest are guaranteed Premier League survival. In other results, Aston Villa were held to a 2-2 draw by relegated Burnley, while John Philip Mateta salvaged a point for Crystal Palace and put a dent on Everton's European hopes with a late strike against the Toffees.
Let's now take a look at the prospects for Monday's weather. And this is where we end the news. Thanks for being a part of it. My name is Frama Pani.
What is up, everyone? My name is Ricky Smith, and I am the writer and producer of the Sesame Street Friends theme song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share.
It's been so cool working with Biko and Mana on this project. They've been incredibly professional, and obviously they're so talented. We could not have found better people to sing this song.
Hey, it's time to play. We're glad you came because we love to share. We can laugh and sing, do brand new things with new friends everywhere. Come, let's have some fun. Let's have some fun with everyone. Because we love to learn together, making new friends forever. We Sesame Street Friends.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Perched on a mountain ridge in Ondo State, Nigeria, lies Igbaraoke, a town steeped in legacy, pride and power. Founded in the 15th century by Prince Adeiba, son of Olowa Arajaka of Ile-Ife, Igbaraoke emerged from the dense Aigbara forests, a warrior outpost and a bustling trade corridor between Benin, Oyo and Ilesha. From the drums of war to the rhythms of culture, Igbaraoke has held tightly to the values of its ancestors: honor, unity, and heritage. Today, that heritage lives on through festivals like Uricadu, Uricadu is more than a festival. It is a spiritual homecoming, a time when Igbaraoke remembers its roots, renews its bonds, and rejoices in its identity. As the first light of the day touches the ancient town of Igbaraoke, a new chapter unfolds. In the heart of this historic land, the people gather at the sacred grounds of Oduoja, drawn by a tradition as old as time. Their purpose is clear: to receive the royal blessings of His Royal Majesty, Oba Dr. Francis Adefarakomi Agbede III, OFR, the Olowa of Igbaraoke.
Everybody shit.
This is the Uricadu Festival, a celebration that beats with the pulse of life itself, a declaration of survival, gratitude, and renewal. More than just a festival, Uricadu transcends religion and ethnicity, uniting indigenes and visitors alike in a shared cultural experience. For centuries, the people of Igbaraoke have preserved their rich traditions, and none shines brighter than Uricadu, a festival of unity, peace, and thanksgiving. It brings the entire community together in a vibrant display of heritage and identity. As the day progresses, the town moves on as one. Businesses, markets, and shops remain closed. The streets stand still, but for one single purpose: the gathering at the Olowa's palace, where the people come together in reverence after the morning prayers. It is a congregation steeped in history. The Oloris from the 3 ruling houses, the Omowas, the revered chiefs, the Otu, Baales from the 16 satellite towns, and villagers from across the kingdom, all present to pay homage to the Olowa, the paramount ruler of Igbarauke.
Uricadu festival is every year, every first week of September. And that signifies our end of year and equally a new year. As customs demand, it is my duty to continue to propel that tradition.
Uricadu, well, is a Yoruba word that interpret as I survive through the year, I complete a whole year. Then depends on what has transpired within the year. That now determines the type of celebration you do. So if God has protected you all through the year, you've been working, you've been doing your businesses, like farming, for instance, or whatever you've been involved in, you've been alive all through the year round, then it's time to actually come round based on our own tradition, to actually come to give glory to the God Almighty.
Uricadu is a national ceremony in Igbarauke. So before now, farmers have gone to their farms, they've harvested their farms, yams and so on. And then today's climax is the end of the first farm season. Anytime from now, we go back to the farm to start a fresh farming season. The significance of it is that we do it in a way that our children will come from diaspora. Most of them are here coming and witness this.
Uricadu is all about celebrating your existence in the new year. And it's also an opportunity for the community, for us to appraise where we are coming from, what we have achieved during the past year, and what is the target for the incoming year. This is where we discuss all those things. And we also pay homage to the Kabiesi of the town, all the Oloyes, all the chiefs, pay homage to His Royal Majesty.
But this is more than a ritual of homage. It is the moment of deep reflection. Uricadu offers the people a chance to acknowledge past achievements and set forth new aspirations for the year ahead. Uricadu is more than a local festival. It is a cultural beacon. Dignitaries from across Nigeria and beyond have come to witness the celebration, underscoring its significance in the nation's cultural landscape.
the Uricadu festival brings all the citizens, from abroad and outside Nigeria. Coming home, we are able to see what is on ground and what we need to improve upon and what we need to bring into the community.
It's just once in a year, just to appreciate God, nothing more. It's not a spiritual something, no, just to appreciate God, to thank God and dance. You see us dancing. So we still continue to dance before we leave this place again. So that is it.
The people in Igbaroke, they are, they like visitors, and from now on, I'll be coming here to do some business. Yeah. Because I've been living in America for over 42 years. And we are planning to retire now. And we see that if we can contribute to our people, we can make it great. Like Igbaroke now, I saw some development, farming, and everything.
The presence of government officials and distinguished guests highlights the festival's growing importance, not only as a cultural touchstone, but also as a driver of tourism and economic development.
Thank God Almighty, I've been in this town for the past 33 years. And the first time I heard about Uricadu, I didn't understand it. But thank God, immediately our king came up, he invited with the Urobos that he wants to see us. On getting to his palace, he welcomes us. The first thing he told us, he said, there is a festival in Igbaroke here called Uricadu. And I said, Dad, what is the meaning? He said, it's an end of the year and the beginning of a New Year's festival. And he said, like today, Igbaroke called today as the last days of the year, whereby they used to celebrate by bringing out new things like harvesting yams and some other things. For the past 1 week, they have been dashing out yams and things that they brought from the farm for this festival. And he told us that by tomorrow will be the first day of another new year. And the Igbaroke will start the counting from tomorrow till another day before another Uricadu. So it was there that I understand what Uricadu means in Igbaroke.
At the beginning of the year, we have various kind of festival. We have the Odun Ogun, we have Airegbe, we have Odun Oshun, we have Ijeshu, and so on and so forth. From the beginning, that's how the calendar goes. But Uricadu is the total grand finale of all those festivals. And the importance of it is to give thanks and praise to the Creator, to show and to appreciate that for the fact that He allows us to see the previous year and be part and parcel of this present festival, all the festival that has happened. That is the significance of it.
I'm the first Oba in my kingdom there, and just 1 year. By the grace of God, next year, I will celebrate this type of thing in my kingdom. Yeah.
We women in Igbaroke were very peaceful,
were mother to the mothers. So they are very good people. They are very accommodating. So immediately I called them that the new year is coming. All of them turned up. And the event went so beautiful.
Yearly, we project for more development within the Ibaroke community. We have a lot of things in stock, like our federal university. We are hoping that by this time next year, that school is supposed to have taken off. Because we are not asking federal government to come and build infrastructure for us. We have infrastructure already. All we want from the government, from the federal government, is for approval.
As we celebrate Uricadu, we embrace the promise of a new beginning, a future filled with hope, unity, and gratitude. Another year awaits, and with it, the anticipation of yet another Uricadu festival, where the people of Igbaraoke will gather once more to honor their past, celebrate their present, and shape the promise of the future. This is Uricadu, a festival where life is celebrated, unity is cherished, and the indomitable spirit of Igbaraoke continues to shine. As the echoes of Uricadu fade into memory, another sacred flame begins to rise. In the stillness of the night, the fire of Alayere comes alive. The Alayere Festival, also known as the Festival of Fire, is one of Igbaraoke's oldest spiritual traditions. Rooted in the town's ancient migration from Ile-Ife, it is a festival led by young adults, yet embraced by all. Though once an annual ritual, Alayere is now celebrated every 3 years due to limited resources. Yet, its power and presence have never dimmed. 3 days of preparation precede the ceremony. For the priest, the journey begins even earlier, 9 days indoors, in solitude, preparing for the sacred rites. This fire does not burn, it cleanses. For generations, it has been believed that the Alayere fire cannot harm those who walk through it, young or old. The fire makes its way through the town, through sacred sites like Ojuwa, Iloro, Ojaimu, Oduode, and Idiroko, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of the Abembe drum and the sharp cry of Akokoro. Alayere is more than spectacle. It is spiritual renewal. It is covenant. It is the fire that protects, the ritual that binds. Together, Culinary and Uricadu tell the story of a people rooted in tradition, united in purpose, and guided by the wisdom of the past.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Nigeria means a lot to me.
And Nigeria means peaceful cohesion.
My country.
We continue to pray, and then hopefully we will come to understand that unity of purpose, unity of living together.
Our ethnic beliefs and background and culture is our strength.
Ever since the amalgamation period of 1914 to date, about 109 years ago, the people of Nigeria live very peacefully with one another.
I think diversity helps a lot to enhance robust
development in Nigeria.
All over the country, you have so many ethnic groups, over 250. That is enough to tell you that this is a blessed country, and God has kept together as one indivisible entity.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Simple. Great ingredients make great food. You also don't have to cook fancy or elaborate masterpieces to be a good chef. Just good food from fresh ingredients will do the magic. Thanks for keeping a date with me on another fresh edition of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. Like always, I'm your humble host, Saratu Seichu. I'm glad to have you. Thanks for being there. Let's quickly take a glance at my guest chef's profile. Thank you very much. So I hope that profile you saw of Chef Helen has given you an insight of what to expect on today's episode of Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. We are going to be featuring a cuisine from the Igala part of Kogi State. And to do that, unveiling Chef Helen. Utenwojo Shaibu.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad to have you on set of the program.
Welcome, ma'am.
So, what do we expect?
Okay, today we are going to be preparing Ojabasha. Some call it fufu. It's swallow, but it's made of corn flour and cassava flour. Then we'll be having our soup, orodudu, but the English name is sesame leaf.
Oh.
Okay, but in Hausa people call it perikashi.
Oh. Okay, so my esteemed viewer, Chef Helen today will be preparing Ojabasha served with orodudu.
Yes,
let's see how she does it.
Okay. We have iru. It's a local spice. In Igala, we call it ubayaga.
In Hausa, it's the dawang halwa.
Dadawa in Hausa. Then we have our crayfish here. We have local spice, okpiye in Igala language.
The aroma has taken over this environment.
We have our seasoning here. And this is the powder of the sesame leaf. We have the leaf here in case you want to prepare it by yourself.
So this is how it is purchased?
Yes.
From fresh, it's dried, the sesame leaves now.
Yes. This is the powdered
and that's
form.
the powdered form.
Yes. And we have our cassava flour here.
In Igala, this is called...
Omwabasha. Then we have our salt here.
To taste?
Yeah. Then this is the corn flour. Masara in Hausa.
In Igala?
In Igala, Omwakpa. Then we have our mushroom here. Yes. In Igala land, you cannot prepare this type of soup without mushroom.
Wow.
It's one of the condiments.
Wow. Mushrooms?
Yes.
So the Igalas grow this?
Yes, we have it in our farm.
Wow.
So...
This is parboiled already?
Yeah, it is parboiled.
And shredded?
And shredded, yes. Then this is our scotch pepper.
This is organic, fresh?
Yes.
Not the type we buy in cans?
No. Everything here is fresh and produced in Igala land. Okay, let's get started.
Okay.
I have to light the on the gas. First of all, add water to the pot.
Okay, you preheated the water?
Yes.
Okay. What are we beginning with, Chef?
We are making the soup now, yes, orodudu. So I have to wash the fish now.
That's
salt. Yes.
What does Utenwojo mean?
I live for God.
Oh my God. So my amiable chef lives for God.
Yes, ma'am.
Beautiful. Igalas have some really nice
beautiful names.
Yeah. Even your attire.
Yes.
Is carrying the
Igala cultural attires.
I see you're really proud of your culture.
Very, very proud of it. I teach Igala too.
You do?
Yes. Okay. I am done washing.
Won't you debone it, Chef?
You know, some people, they don't like if their fish is scattered in the pot.
Okay, so traditionally, this is how...
Yes.
Let's do it.
Because at the end of the day, I'm going to remove it.
Okay.
Yes.
So there goes our fish.
Yes. To position it well. Okay, ma'am.
So tell me what you want.
All right. All right.
Yeah. What next?
The next thing now is to add pinch of salt to it.
Okay.
Okay. Here. For the taste of fish to come out, you don't add anything. You cover the pot, let it steam before you start adding other condiments.
And for how long is that going to steam?
Just 3 minutes.
Okay, so you cover the pot?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll start boiling water.
What are you going to use the water for?
I'm going to use to prepare the swallow oje.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. At least with water that is already very hot, it will cook faster.
Very fast. Okay, the next thing is to add mushroom. It's fresh. I want to add seasoning to it. Please help me with the local seasoning. Okpehe.
Okpehe.
Yes. So I'll be adding the seasoning, Okpehe local seasoning. This is one of the best seasoning Igala has. There's no dish that will cook that will not add this.
The taste is distinct.
Seriously.
I testify to that.
Yes. So I've already pounded it. That is why it's in powdered form.
Okay. Otherwise,
it was molded. Then after preparing it, they will mold it and dry it. So I have to pound it to make my work easier.
This is one secret ingredient that a typical Igala woman uses to keep her husband at home.
Seriously?
Because the taste it gives in a delicacy.
Okay, I want to add the dawa dawa. We call it ubayaga. This is fresh, as you can see.
It's also called kalwa, the dong kalwa in house.
Okay.
Yeah. So you add it?
I'll add it.
As much as
you can. Some people like to eat it raw.
Wow.
Yes. It's very fine.
I know the Yorubas use it too. The iru.
Okay.
Yeah. They use it too.
So that's all. Pepper will be the last thing I'll add.
So that will simmer for how long again?
For 5 minutes.
On low heat, or you're going to increase it?
I'm going to increase it a bit.
So let's clean up a bit while that simmers.
Yes.
We'll be right back.
Thank you.
The aroma is fantastic. Oh my God.
So you can see it. And we call this one in Igala omiakele. Yes. It's called omiakele. So now it is ready.
This is beautiful.
Yes. So I want to get a pot and scoop it inside. Because the stock, I want to scoop it inside another pot. Because I don't want the fish to get scattered.
Oh, okay.
Because I will be adding the powder.
Okay.
And to mix it. So I need a pot. We are doing this to avoid scattering of fish. Because some people, if they are eating, they want to see the fish inside.
How about you? How do you like it?
Even me, I like it. I want to be seeing my fish whole.
And then aside that...
So you can see the mushroom. Very sweet and it's highly proteinous.
Wow.
Yes.
I know it's recommended for people with high blood pressure.
Okay.
And diabetes too.
Okay.
Here.
Okay. So that is the powdered sesame leaf. Orodudu omoro in Igala.
Wow.
So you'll be adding it gently. It has its own natural flavor too.
There's a lot of euphoria surrounding this whole thing. Honestly.
If you want it to be more thicker, you add. You can see it now. Had it been we added the fish to it, it will scatter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And even if you cannot afford to buy fish or meat, the mushroom in this, since
it
you
has
said
served as
protein.
Meat, yes.
Wow.
So to tell you that Igala people, they have a lot of food.
They don't know. You're going to serve it to them hot.
Yes.
Beautiful. Seasoning? Correct.
Everything. To cover it. So I have to cover it to start preparing Ojiabasha.
Okay. Okay. So at what point are you going to now move the
fish? If I want to serve, I can add the fish. But there's no point of leaving it. Let me quickly add to it.
Okay. How about adding this to that? Would it make any difference?
There is a stock remaining in the pot. If I add to it, it will not be thick again.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. You know, some persons would love to prepare big portion of a stock to keep it so that in subsequent time, if they need to eat it, they'll just fetch it and use it.
I know. Okay. It's how you chefs do things. You portion everything. We know it. But it's good anyway.
Okay. So let me remove the fish and put inside. You can see.
Wow. Now, chef, that you have finished preparing our orodudu. Nice, and you know, it's smelling really, it's taken over.
Yes, everywhere.
Yes. You know, and it looks really sumptuous. I can't wait to taste it. Let's clean up.
Okay.
And after that, what would you be doing?
I will be preparing oje fufu, swallow, ojakpa.
Ojakpa.
Yes.
With
omabasha. That is cassava flour.
Mixed with
corn flour. Yes.
Fufu. I can't wait to see that.
So let me quickly
clear my viewer is also eager to see that. Yes. Let's clear up.
Okay. Like we said, now we are going to prepare ojeakpa, which is the swallow that is made of cassava flour and corn flour. Okay.
Let me bring them close.
Now my water is boiled. I want to pour it inside the pot to prepare the ojeabasha. Okay. Okay, this is the corn flour, omakpa in Igala language. So I'm going to pour it inside this bowl of water. Okay.
You want this?
Oh, yes.
The big one or the small?
The big one. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Welcome.
So I want to mix the corn flour with the water. I will stir it.
Why are you doing this?
Okay, so that the swallow will not have lumps.
Okay. And that's a turn off for many people.
Yes, ma'am.
Once they see lumps in their
they won't
food,
eat.
They don't want to eat it.
Yes, ma'am. I'm stirring it. Then I want to add it to the boiling water. We call this one Owu.
Of course. And in Hausa, it's called Talge.
Okay. I'm learning languages today. So I have to cover it for it to boil small.
Won't it froth?
No, ma'am. It's thick already. Okay.
Well done, chef.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's really thick.
Very thick. So you add small cassava flour to it. It's enough.
But this has to cook.
Yes, I have to allow it to cook for like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So Owo is ready now. I want to add the cassava flour now.
Okay. Abasha.
Abasha, abasha.
I see you are dodging for your life before it gets to your face. It can be very painful.
Very painful. So
women are warriors. I can help you with that, you know. Yeah. Well done.
Thank you, ma. Can be helping me to add small.
Okay.
You have to be very fast about it. If not, it will start having lumps. It will not be smooth again and you will not like it.
Wow. At what age did you start cooking, Chef?
Age 7.
Are you serious?
Yes, because my grandma, she's a very disciplined woman.
You grew up with her?
I grew up with my grandmother in the village. Please help me add small.
Which village now? Dekina?
Oduogboyaga in Dekina local government.
Oduogboyaga?
Oduogboyaga in Dekina local government, Kogi State. So when you are turning it, you have to check the texture. Some people like it very strong. Some like it soft. But this one is not soft, it's not strong, it's averagely. People that love strong one can eat it. People that love soft one can eat it.
And make it the way they want.
Yes.
To the consistency they want.
Yes.
Wow. By and large, Ojabasha is characterized by its stretchy nature.
Yes. Okay. So we can put the gas off.
So
now.
This is okay?
Yes, it's okay.
Well done.
Thank you, ma.
Is it ready to serve or
yes,
to simmer again?
No, it's ready. It's ready. Okay. So you help me bring water. Okay.
Should I keep it here?
Yes, help me keep it here so that it will be closer to me. Okay. And then a serving dish. Okay. So in Igala, we call this one ukoje. Paka. This is what we use to portion the oje when oje is ready. Okay.
Cleaning the sides of a pot is another act.
Yes.
That not every woman knows how to do.
Yes. I want to, since it's an Igala kitchen, I want to use a serving dish. I don't want to pack it inside cellophane.
You don't want to go with the flow. You want to be traditional.
Yes, I want to be traditional, yes.
Let's see you do it.
So you add water so that the oje will not stick to it. You add, then you turn it this way. Then pour it. You can see how smooth it is.
Yeah, it is. Very smooth indeed.
Very smooth. Then you pack it. If you want it fuller, you add little portion to it. Then you use hand. You can turn it.
Hey.
This is how it's been done.
Well done, chef. Well done. So is it normally covered immediately?
Yes.
Nothing happens.
So that the face will not get dried. The surface.
So oje is also ready.
Yes.
All right, my esteemed viewer, we are approaching my most favorite aspect of the program, Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. And what time is it? Your guess is as good as mine. The tasting time. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this time out. My esteemed viewers, it is tasting time on Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. So, Oje Abacha is ready, and right beside it is our Oro Dudu. Chef Helen is going to take the honors of serving it so we get to taste and give you feedback. about what exactly it tastes like. So, Chef Helen.
Okay, ma.
Let's see you do it. I can't wait to dig in. Can I open your pot?
Yes, you can open.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Can you cut it out a bit?
Okay.
Reduce it. I'm going to eat it the traditional way.
It's all right. You use your bare hand.
Of course.
Please let me keep it.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you can see the mushroom inside. Very delicious.
This soup is really thick.
Yes.
If you don't know how to, cut it now?
Yes.
It's going to be a Herculean task for you. My mom is Igala.
Yes.
I'm going to teach you how to cut it. Beautiful. Thank you, Chef.
You're welcome,
Helen. I'm salivating already. Won't you join me?
Okay.
You know what I'm going to taste first? The mushroom.
The mushroom. How is it?
It tastes like meat.
Meat, yes.
Wow. There's no exaggeration here. It tastes like meat. Okay. So watch me. If you don't know how to cut
it, you are in trouble.
Did I get that? I did?
Yes, you got it right.
Whoa, the taste is fantastic. You all should try this in your homes. If you followed closely from beginning to end, she prepared it effortlessly and it doesn't take much.
Doesn't take much time.
Chef Helen.
Yes, ma'am.
Can they use every other protein they like?
Yes.
So
you
just
can use meat to prepare it. You can add leaf to it. I forgot. Ugu leaf.
This?
Yes, you can add to the stock.
Even with the mushroom?
Yes, you can add to it.
We'll be right back. The program continues after this time. My esteemed viewer, I believe that through this episode of the program today, you have been able to decipher that a chef is an individual who's trained to understand flavors, cooking techniques, create recipes from scratch with fresh ingredients, and have a high level of responsibility within a kitchen space, while a cook, on the other hand, is also an individual who follows established recipes to prepare food. Our guest chef today has made it clear to you and I that she has acquired the knowledge and skills needed to become a certified chef from an institution of repute. Please keep your comments and your observations coming through our social media handles that are showing right now on your TV screens. Thanks for watching the episode of the program. Kindly join me same time next week for another beautiful package. Have a fulfilling day. Bye-bye.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back those harrowing days. So those who experienced it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa. Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa. Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secret, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Damat.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today. Thank you for spending your time with us.
This is the network service of the NTA. The 15th to 19th century was a watershed moment in African history. This historical period marked the massive displacement of Africans from their homelands to foreign lands through the coast, from Elmina, Ghana, to Badagry, Nigeria, down to Gorée Island, Senegal, and Ouidah in Benin Republic. These ports and many others bear historical relics of this global past. However, in a reverse of fate in recent times, these landmarks have become a bastion of reconnection, earning for countries and communities economic advantage through tourism. This historical period, despite centuries of its birth, has today sprouted the birth of diverse tourism events, destinations and development in communities along the coast. The quest for reconnection to homeland and affirmation of identity has fueled this development. One of such tourism events is the Ikpada Carnival. Literally translated to homecoming, aims to connect Africans in the diaspora to their homeland. According to the World Economic Forum report, Africans in diaspora population boast an incredible 200 million, with their desire to explore homeland, understand cultural practices, reconnect with their history, foster development and knowledge transfer. The Ikpada Carnival is one that facilitates all in a destination. The visionary of the Ikpada Carnival, Otumba Wanle Akimboboye, shares his thoughts on the initiative.
Before colonialism, we didn't have Nigeria, Ghana, we just had the kingdoms of Africa. Right. So I said to myself, when we are abroad, when they see you, what they see is an African.
Absolutely.
We can't really blame them.
Yeah.
What have we done as Africans?
That's right.
To show and to educate them. It is our role as those in the continent to create a platform for them to come. I had a lady that came it's an Ipadian. We call the returnees Ipadians.
Right.
Yeah. And she said that all the cultures they were learning in Trinidad and Tobago was all Yoruba culture.
Awesome.
And that it was when she got to Nigeria that she knew that Yoruba is in Nigeria.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
that she was shocked that, oh, Yoruba is in Nigeria.
So it's a learning curve.
A learning curve. So what you find is, I basically felt that we need to take advantage of that.
That's right.
We need to stop Ghana for Ghana, Togo for Togo, Nigeria for Nigeria. If we combine all the cultures of the continent of Africa, what are we, 55 countries?
Yeah.
We are on about 30.3 million square kilometers of area. We have 1.5 billion people in the continent.
Wow.
I mean, if you combine all those cultures, Nigeria alone, almost 400 cultures.
That's right.
If you combine all those cultures and all the attractions in the continent of Africa, all the other 6 continents put together,
they can't
compete with us.
That's
It's
right.
impossible.
Welcome to Ibadan Carnival, together for Africa. Held at the scenic Lacampine Tropicana Beach Forest and River Resort, this carnival was a journey for cultural exploration for attendees. The beachfront destination was a reminder of the migratory route, the sea, and the symbolism for return. Delighted to identify with attendees, the event graced by traditional rulers, tourists, and many others across different spheres of endeavor was a platform for Africans and African diaspora networking.
Hi guys, we're hanging out with some really good people. I'm not going to say much, but these guys are from Lupus, as you can see. But the fact is, we're here at Lacampine Tropicana, but you are watching us on
Some of the African diasporan attendees expressed delight at the Pada Carnival initiative.
This festival has been tier 1, and the entertainment, everything has been beautiful. And to know that this is a kickoff, not only just of entertainment and a festivity, but also a beckoning, motherland beckoning from Africa for the diaspora to come home. And this is the beginning of the return of those that had been taken some 400 or 500 years ago and to return along with those that have traveled throughout the continent so that we can begin to work together to come up with strategic ways to empower, impact the generation to come.
The Apollo Carnival is a carnival like no other carnival before. Within Brazil, we have wonderful carnivals. Within Louisiana, the U.S., we know Carnival. Within Jamaica, within Trinidad, we know Carnival. And all those carnivals tend to occur under the auspices of the national framework. But what's happened here at the Apollo is you have a carnival that brings together the continent and the diaspora. So it actually becomes a celebration.
Queen Arok also shares her experience.
Going to Houston in Texas, for instance, I get laid well before I was a queen. People, Black Americans, wanted to return. They would do anything. At that time, they would have tried visa applications, failed, but now that the door has been opened for them. And I can tell you, this is a maiden Ipada. By next year, if you don't look early, you will not get space.
Also experienced was a night of cultural immersion, as attendees were feted to a fictional African-themed stage play produced by the enigmatic Otumba Wanle Akimbeboye under the glare of the moonlight.
With caution, and remember, the victory belongs to the God.
Dances, celebrations, all over the kingdoms of Africa. As we celebrate, we don't know from the north, south, east, west.
Also aimed at instilling cultural pride and capacity building for youths, the event debuted the Nefertiti Queen of Africa pageantry. The pageantry was a showcase of African costumes, dance, and intellect by the competitors on the runway. The winners of the pageantry spoke to our team.
Well, I feel overjoyed, deeply humbled, and really grateful for this wonderful opportunity. My main role is to promote what Nefertiti herself stands for, which is the resilience, empowerment, beauty, influence, and leadership. And I intend to do so many things, from promoting our rich African culture, collaborations, empowerment, reaching out to more audience like Africa globally through media, educational program, and all.
I'm grateful to the Ipada Carnival for making this opportunity come to reality for me. As Queen Nefertiti herself represented resilience, she was a woman of vision and she was a wise woman. I am going to promote woman empowerment. I'm going to lead good initiatives. I'm going to promote a lot of tourist centers, and I'm going to sell Africa as a whole to the global world.
One of the facilitators of the pageantry also spoke with our crew.
My experience in Igbala Carnival has literally been amazing because we've got to see our brothers who have actually been lost in the diaspora, who have come back to actually reconcile with nature and Mother Earth here in Nigeria. Now, I've seen people from Rwanda, Ghana, we've seen from Jamaica, we've seen from South Africa, and we're actually having more connections to come. And Igbala has actually, a carnival has been something very wonderful. And when you talk about carnival, you know what it means.
With increasing need to uncover historical affinity is the rise of heritage and genealogy tourism. An attendee who successfully traced his origin to Alimosho in Lagos speaks on this segment of tourism which has enabled individuals to identify their roots.
So what Uricadu is doing is, through the carnival, they're bringing thousands and thousands of diaspora back to Africa through Nigeria as a port. But once you get here, you can take DNA tests from tribal tapestry to discover the tribes that you're from. Then we can go a step further, right? We can take you on a tour, and you can go and tour your ancestral homeland. And so these are some of the ways that tribal tapestry and Uricadu comes together. We kind of fit hand in glove in terms of what the diaspora needs in order to come home, identify their roots, and then integrate into the lands that you come from.
Attendees were also taking on a musical exploration from the deck of the disc jockey and live performances from a female talking drummer and the veteran saxophonist, Dede Mabiaku.
Is day one. Day one for you to give 100. 100 on the tracks, on the road, At work. Because it's your job to give your all. 100 with the gang. And on the dance floor. Truth is, you're not wired to give less. Your future is now. So live it real, loud, full and free. You live it 100.
Festivals are cultural iconic moments for kinship reconnection in many African societies. Historically linked to their pre-colonial ancestry, the Ebira ethnic group predominantly occupying about 5 local governments in the mineral-rich hills of Kogi State and also scattered across 6 other states of Nigeria, namely Nasarawa, Edo, Benue, Ondo, Oyo and Osun. The Ohueje Ohinoi Festival is a homecoming of sort, celebrated annually at Okene, the administrative center of the Ebira-speaking people. The Ebira Festival draws huge attendance from indigenes for its historical significance and non-indigenes attracted by the ravishing showcase of Ebira culture and hospitality. In its 6th edition, our lens captured this heritage ceremony packed with exhibition of the rich history and unending cultural heritage of the Ebira people, displayed through the entertaining cultural performances, depicting the economy of the people, agrarian, accompanied by reverberating sounds emanating from the locally crafted musical instruments.
I am Oiza Daba. It's a privilege to be joining Ohuje Hinoi again. The theme this year was a 100 Loom March, and it focused primarily on our weaving culture as Ibira people. And as a partnership this year, Itai Our Cloth, which deals primarily in community-focused projects that has to do with weaving, took the initiative to work with Ohuje Hinoi to achieve some of the milestones that we have this year.
Heading for a journey? Here are some packing tips that will change your life. Pack your clothes inside out to avoid stains. Pack 2 tops for every 1 bottom wear. Pack the heaviest items closest to the base of your bag. Put breakables in sacks. Capitalize on empty space. To cap it up, choose a practical suitcase with standout details. Now that you're set, we say bon voyage. Travel Tips has been brought to you in conjunction with Goge Africa Travel Club. Goge Africa, 25 years and counting. It's tourism, it's culture, it's adventure, it's Afrocentric. For 25 years, Goge Africa has been taking you to unforgettable journeys across the continent, celebrating our heritage, showcasing our beauty, and spotlighting investment opportunities. From vibrant festivals to breathtaking landscapes, from rich traditions to bold innovations, Goge Africa is your window into Africa's soul. Tune in every Wednesday, 6 to 6:30 p.m. on the largest TV network in Africa, the NTA. Come with us, explore, experience, elevate Africa. Goge Africa, a window into Africa's culture, tourism, and investment opportunities.
I've got a willingness to contribute positively to the well-being of my fellow citizen. As a Nigerian, I'm a provider, helper, listen to me. As I listen to you, I'm a born winner and I cherish security. As a Nigerian, I'm a real Nigerian. Oh, Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian, accountable Nigerian, a caring Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code.
green, white, green. Oh, I pledge my dear country. I'm embodied with observance and courtesy. There is nothing in this world above me, if no be God. Pushing against all odds till my goals are attained. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. Nigerian spirit, Nigerian dream. I know if you forget Nigerian promise to me.
I am reliable. Oh, I know I'm responsible for my actions. I am strong, healthy. Can't you see I am blessed? I'm a real Nigerian, born Nigerian, a resilient Nigerian. I live by the citizens' code. I'm a real Nigerian.
Lord Supreme and leader of the 30BG gang, Davido, gave his faves and indeed Nigerians as a whole quite a bit to celebrate this past week as he bagged yet another award as the best international act at the Liberian Entertainment Awards.
But while Davido continues to ride his Nakupenda train around the globe, evangelist turned to DK's husband Olakule Churchill has been the subject of dragging on the timeline as he denied ever being married to his estranged partner Rosemary.
Absolutely, and the dragging has not been small, like we're talking basketball level kind of dragging. Aura for aura, a kind of thing. But just in case you don't know, this is Click Like, where we serve you nothing but absolutely pure fun and undiluted entertainment right here on the network service of the NTA. I am Daniel Adiri.
And I am in your job.
So without further ado, let's get the show on the road. Next up, E-News.
Nigerian Afrobeat superstar Davido has emerged winner of the Best International Act category at the 2026 Liberian Entertainment Awards. He defeated a competitive field that included fellow Nigerian star Rema, American rapper Gunna, and South African singer Tyler. The award was presented at the Listener Auditorium over the weekend, further solidifying Davido's reputation as one of Africa's leading global music exports. The latest recognition adds to Davido's growing list of international honors and underscores his continued influence in expanding the global reach of Afrobeats.
I'm Rosie Mira. They say time away can either make you or break you. I mean, as for me, it built me.
Nigerian businessman Olakule Churchill has pushed back strongly against viral claims that he and Nollywood actress Rosie Mira are going through a divorce, calling the reports false and misleading. The rumours, which have been circulating across blogs and social media, suggested that the couple had quietly ended their marriage. But Churchill says that the narrative doesn't even hold up from the start. Taking to Instagram, he wrote, "The reports circulating online about a supposed divorce between myself and Rosie Mira are completely false. There is no truth to them, and they should be treated as such." Churchill shared what appeared to be a court document and enrollment of judgment with both their names listed. Still, he insisted the document has been misinterpreted and does not prove any divorce.
Yes. Mommy can't even talk. Mommy can't even walk. Mommy can't even move her body.
Veteran Nollywood actor Solomon Akiesi has passed away, with the news confirmed by the Actors Guild of Niger President Abubakar Yakubu. According to him, the actor died in his sleep on Sunday in Abuja, while the family is expected to release more details. Akiesi was a respected face in Nollywood, with a career that began in the late 90s and included appearances in over 100 films such as Marry Who You Love, Kiss My Pain, and Desperate Ladies. Fans and colleagues have since paid tributes, remembering his talent, consistency, and lasting impact on the Nigerian film industry.
Okay, first of all, I want to say shout out to Tiwa Savage. You may or may not have heard of the Berkeley School Scholarship Music thingy.
I did hear
About 250 something students got scholarship worth about, I think, is it $3,000. The entire thing was about $120,000 plus dollars, and that's from her foundation, the Tiwa Savage Music School Foundation, in collaboration with her own. That's old school because she was a product of Berkeley School Music in the USA. So the collaboration brought about 250 something plus music creatives, producers, songwriters, and all of that would help. Actually, no artist, and that's why for me I think it's a big deal, and this needs to be talked about. This needs to be celebrated because I mean the narrative about our celebs is to just spend money, buy cars, buy art, but Tiwa Savage is like, okay, I want to go a different route. You know, I've made a bit of money in my lifetime. Music has helped me become who I am, so it's time to give back. You know, especially to the younger generation and the next generation, especially of music in Nigeria. So shout out to Tiwa Savage for that, and it's you know, it's a major thing. We see you, and we're definitely rooting for you. But to the major talking point, Mr. Olakule Churchill, Olofofo, it's the work. It's our work. Soft talk. But seriously, what's with this issue of Churchill? And I mean, the Glasgow has been plenty.
This is what I want to say as regards Rosie, right? I think one of the biggest mistakes she made when this whole brouhaha started was when she went and granted an interview. I don't think she should have pulled that card. You know, in times like this, I feel like she should have been a bit silent and thought about her moves right before she made it, because this is a boy that this guy has not seen for years.
True.
Right? So you could tell the excitement, the happiness, you know. So I feel like what she may have done that would have worked in her favor was essentially just being happy with the fact that there was a
reunion.
Exactly. Because now with the whole antagonism, she's being very antagonistic.
Which is why I am saying,
you know,
if I were her, I would focus more on myself, build my brand, build more like just reincarnate myself, rediscover myself, and become a better version of Rosie Mura, rather than just, you shouldn't know, cry foul. There
was a post I saw on Facebook where someone was advising Churchill not to take Tonto DK back, and not to beg Rosie Mura. So this person was
just should just stay on your own. Avoid Tonto, avoid Rosie. That's a very difficult thing to do, by the way. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Who says legends fade and some only shine brighter with time? It was all shades of glamour as veteran journalist and media icon Chief Moji Makandrola turned 70 and trusts the NTA to show up for one of its finest. Jamila Abubakar is our guide.
As the saying goes, a golden fish has no hiding place. And for a voice that once graced the airwaves and screens some decades ago, the limelight still comes naturally. Styled in golden outfits that depicts her status, she walked into the venue of her surprise 70th birthday straight into the arms of her old schoolmates from St. Faith's College, now GSS Kawu.
Happy birthday. And what you did.
As such, it was a moment for tributes and admiration for a woman many described as a media icon and beacon of humanity who has mentored, empowered, and inspired many people, regardless of religion, status, or tribe.
You have been there for us all over the years. In times of trouble, in times of joy,
You have always been there.
She's an amazing human being. She has so much love to give, and she's brought us up in love, to love people, to respect people.
She's a mentor. She has done so well. Even at 70, she works late.
Auntie Moji, no matter how she feels or she's feeling, if you give her an assignment, go to bed with it. She will deliver.
Periods I had to work with her, she'll tell me, Tope, this event is in the hand of God. Because of God, we will succeed.
We are here as a team to support her, to congratulate her, Auntie Mojima Konjola.
I have learned a lot through her. Today, I'm a strong advocate for better health services in Nigeria.
She's one in a million. Honestly, Auntie Moji is something else.
Even in retirement from NTA, she still maintains a bond through her contributions to health journalism.
Still reporting health, you're given. I go to communities, to some communities, they don't have the basic things you're able to provide. I go to some places, I find out that, I have started up women with less than $5,000. We're also thinking seriously of having a Mojima Konjola Center for specialized reporting.
At 70, Chief Mojima Konjola hits the dance floor, gracefully surrounded by loved ones, proving once again that age is truly just a number.
In a beautiful blend of elegance and love, the families of late Alhaji Muhammad Baba Makanta, Wawagi Bida, and that of late Malam Ndanusa Idris Abdullahi celebrated their children, Umar Sani Muhammad and engineer Bilkis Idris Abdullahi, as they exchanged vows in a joyous wedding ceremony. Nura Ibrahim now brings us the sights and, of course, the sounds.
It was a day filled with joy, elegance, and heartfelt emotion as the families of the late Alhaji Muhammad Baba Makanta Wawagi Obida and the late Malam Muhammad Ndanusa Idris Abdullahi gathered to witness the union of their children, Umar Sani Muhammad and engineer Bilkis Idris Abdullahi, in a beautiful wedding ceremony that will be remembered for years to come. The ceremony brought together loved ones, friends, and well-wishers from near and far in a vibrant celebration of love and commitment. The wedding began with the traditional Nupe Day celebration at a venue adorned with stunning decorations that blended traditional and modern styles, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. The groom, Umar, looked dashing in his finely tailored attire, while the bride, Bilkis, with her graceful presence and exquisite outfit, as they showcased their dancing steps alongside family and friends.
In fact, I cannot hide my love and what I feel so much about the way it went and the way it is still going on. And inshallah, we are praying by the grace of God that they will have a blissful home and a blissful union.
The celebration continued with a colorful walima, which featured recitations of the glorious Quran, prayers, and admonitions for the couple. Love has now brought Umar and Bilkis together, marking the beginning of their forever, as they were pronounced husband and wife by the Chief Imam of Boso Estate Mujumat Mosque, Sheikh Umar Farouk, after the payment of 200,000 naira as bride price. Prayers for peaceful and blissful home, encomiums, and well wishes were showered on the new couple after the wedding, which was graced by distinguished personalities.
We give glory to God for everything, and we praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for making us to be part of today's event. The only advice we give them is to be patient with each other, to always put Allah ahead of them in everything, and we pray for success in their marriage and for Allah's blessing.
Today is a very joyful day. When you
God has blessed you. First with marriage, second with children, and you see those children grow. They also have their own family too. It's the most happy days of our lives. And I wish them a big, beautiful beginning. And wish them the fruit of the womb. And we wish them all the best they'll ever wish for in their life. Both the one they want and the one they don't want, God knows, and God will provide for them.
Life is all about being patient, hard work, togetherness. Don't allow third party into your homes. Whatever it is, try to resolve as couple. Because whatever you say to somebody else will also be somebody else's information.
Following the solemn exchange of vows, the celebration continued with a reception where guests enjoyed a variety of delicious dishes, while music and dances continued at the bride's home.
Almighty Allah guide them, bless them. I'm very happy. I wish them the best of marriage life. That I have for them is prayer, because marriage is not easy. It's prayer with endurance.
Everything fell into place for Umar and Bilkis, as both could not hide their feelings with their dream come true. They felt blessed and excited for what lies ahead.
It is a day of joy, and I won't say anything other than Alhamdulillah. From the advices our parents have given us and from the kind of lifestyle we've seen them live, I think patience has been the driving force, and we hope and believe that God will see us through and give us the strength to be able to replicate what they've done, inshallah. It's quite an amusing one. I met with her through a classmate, a female classmate, secondary school mate, and she proposed the lady to me, and alhamdulillah, today is a bygone.
I feel excited and I'm happy. A very charming person and lovable. No words can express what I feel today, and I'm very happy to everyone that made it out today because it shows the love they have for us. We really appreciate it. I can't say I now because it's the two of us, so we are happy and we really appreciate the effort. May the Almighty take everyone back home safely and give us the happy ever after life.
The wedding not only marked the joining of two lovebirds, but also the coming together of families, strengthening bonds and creating lasting memories.
Whatever class or society you belong to, I'm pretty sure you'll agree when I say Nigeria is not for the weak. But even while we soldier on day after day, we definitely make time to have a good laugh. And so we put together some of the best skits of the month.
680. I expected that she's gonna.
Lively.
Oh wow! Hi, Jenny.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You smell nice.
You smell nice too.
You look much better in person.
I look more better in person.
Yes.
Thank you. That's such a sweet compliment.
I like that. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Oh wow!
How long have you been here?
Not too long, like
Not
30
too long.
minutes.
So this is 30 minutes. Nice. You must really like it.
This is my second bottle. I'm not gonna lie.
Interesting.
I see you're wearing a jersey.
I mean,
Jinx.
I like jerseys. I just.
Do you watch football?
Not exactly, but like I like buying jerseys of handsome players.
Are you serious?
If there's a very handsome player playing for a football club, I like buy their jersey.
Which handsome player do you?
So for Man United, it was Benjamin Sesko for me. He's so handsome. When you see him, he has like this model look.
But does Man you have a black jersey? I don't know.
This black was Onana's back it from last
Okay, you like it because it's handsome.
No, Onana is not handsome. I just like black.
And I say it's handsome, it means that I'm Prince Charming.
No, how will Onana be handsome? Have you seen like Visha Varashkelia?
Who's that?
That's handsome. Visha Varashkelia.
Who's that?
Visha Varashkelia.
Yeah. Kwaraskelia.
It's not. Are you going to Kwara? I wonder. Varashkelia.
How do you know that name like that?
You don't know him.
I know him now, but that's not his name.
So what's his name?
I don't know, but that's not his name.
What he go tell you?
A few moments later.
Waiter! You've been on your phone, oh. Hope nothing.
I just said sleep. Weekend now.
You get it? Oh, betting.
Yeah. Check my. You have code. Should I give you betting code? You don't get code for this weekend.
No, I don't use code.
What are you doing with that code? What are you doing with the code again? were not.
Yesterday, I
One
said
night
my
we carry
book yesterday.
I carry yesterday. I did everything. Why? 10 years. Oh, no.
Sorry. Don't cry.
I encourage your child.
She's too young for a phone.
Encourage her. She might back phone low.
Me phone. I won't give it to her.
Are you whining yourself?
Like that. I don't hinder her. I bought her phone. I bought her a laptop. I bought her everything. Now like this, you know the kind of people that she's dealing with?
Who, please?
Rihanna, Jay-Z, all of them. Daddy B.
Okay,
even
calm down now.
Sometime like that, I went to store. I bought something, just almost something. Somebody said, I'm a fan, so I'm a fan. They pay for me. That they are fans of my daughter.
But she's not singing. Let's obey.
And you're going to encourage her. Don't tell them to stop. Sorry, you see, Arasta's mom is calling me.
Really?
Even last week, Tem's mommy called me. I could not pick up.
So how do you guys communicate or something?
You have a group chat now.
What's what do for you?
Mothers. Mama Bona, she's the group admin.
Burner boy.
She won't coordinate everybody.
1,000 inside now. Okay, give me 500, man, give you 200. So that the change go complete. Take. You don't.
Okay, I don't understand. Like, how do you? I give you 1,000 in the first place, and I'll give you another 500. Now
yeah,
you give me only 200.
Yeah, now your change be this. You don't complete.
No.
Okay. You get 500. You get another 500. Man, give you 200. Give me 500. Man, give you 200 so that it go balance. Take. You don't complete now. You understand?
What's the meaning of this? Oh, do you want to scam me? I give you this. It's 2,000 that I've now give you, and I'm holding 400 now.
It's your change now. Which
it's
one
my change down now.
Okay,
please
now,
give me my money now.
Give me 200. Man, give me 200. Man, give you 500. So that you understand now. You understand now.
Okay, stop this nonsense now. Stop this nonsense. This is not the easy thing that we do.
What did they talk now?
Give me back my money now. You give me all the money that I give you based on what?
Okay, collect 400. Give me 500. You get 15 naira. Make I balance you up.
Now you give you 15 naira.
Yeah,
and you balance me up.
I go balance you. You go complete. You don't complete. You delay people now. You don't complete now.
I don't. Please stop that nonsense.
What did I do now? Let's go.
Let's
go. Now you give me 200 now. I will can't give you 250.
I don't understand. So where is that my 500? Where did my 500 now go to now?
It's complete now. You gave me 1,000.
This is the money that I first give you now.
Okay, give me this one now. No, give me 400. You don't balance now. Your change don't complete.
Okay, take me back to where I'm coming from. Take me back. Just take me back to where I'm coming from. Give me my 1,000, please.
Okay, Annie. I mean, it's been a great. April's already over. We're in May.
Yeah, happy New Month, people.
Pretty much. I forgot to actually say that. But I think this is my own admonition. Dear citizens of the timeline, we've had enough basbos for the last, January, February, March, April, 4 months. But please let's start the month of May.
Don't worry.
On a very not so basboish mode.
It's coming in hot.
Dragons are allowed, but let them come in little by. Don't just. I mean, let's have a breather, okay? Let the citizens
Nigerians
breathe.
Cannot.
Don't choke us. Don't suffocate us.
They can't promise that. It's 1 week, one trouble. Have you read that book?
I know.
1 week, one trouble.
But at least try. Even do. Try. Because honestly, this last month, it was
bumper to bumper.
Kai. Bonner Boy today, Davido tomorrow, Churchill today. It was all kilo. Please.
In fact, sometimes we can even have 2 dragons in 1 week.
You said 2?
Or 3.
Talk about 5. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. By Saturday, you've literally, in fact, you can't remember what they were dragging about on Monday. Because like 4 other things have happened in between. It's like, what's going on?
Imagine if you were the subject, the topic of that dragon, and then they move on to another one. You're like, okay.
No, that's actually what happens. No, really, that's what happens.
Have forgotten about
because
it for the moment.
Right now, nothing lasts beyond 48 hours on the timeline. Except if it's something as serious as grape, which was like the biggest topic for February, March.
Yes.
Or something that involves, police brutality, which also trended all through, the whole story of the police guy who, except something that major. But if it's like a regular topic of, he cheats, he broke up with his wife, he slapped my girlfriend, or Churches broke up with Mura to go and stay with Tonto, and Tonto was saying that she'd not. But seriously, guys, please let me be less bass-boyish. That's my own admonition. All right, anyway, we gotta go, right?
We gotta go.
Guys, it's never enough time having fun with you, but definitely we've most certainly had fun. And I'd like to think you over there also certainly have had fun. Please do make it a day with us next week for another wonderful, scintillating, and obviously wonderfully captivating episode of the show. Until next time, I remain sincerely Daniel Adiriv. Until then, salute.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you. In your living room, office, and everywhere, anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. And to what?
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Nigeria means a lot.
Hello, and this is the news on NTA International. I am Frama Panyi. Let's see the headlines. As Nigeria marks World Lupus Day, correspondent examines challenges of diagnosis and care. Nigeria and Morocco to deepen cooperation in energy, agriculture, and trade. The present administration's reforms and strategic reset of sports sector yields positive results. President Bola has arrived in Nairobi for the Africa-France Summit 2026. The president, who departed Niger for France on Sunday, May 3rd, landed in the capital of Kenya at about 12:15 this Monday morning. President Tinubu will join 29 other heads of state and government scheduled to attend the first edition of the summit holding in an English-speaking country in Africa. Co-chaired by President Emmanuel Macron and President William Ruto, the summit focuses on energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, restructuring of global financing architecture, and climate action. The summit, with the theme Africa Forward, Africa-France Partnerships for Innovation and Growth, will provide a high-level platform for African leaders and their French counterparts to deliberate on critical issues affecting the continent, including economic transformation, climate resilience, infrastructure development, youth empowerment, technological advancement, and peace-building initiatives. President Tinubu's participation at the summit is expected to underscore Nigeria's unwavering commitment to strengthening strategic partnership with African nations and French Republic. Now, Nigeria and Morocco have agreed to deepen cooperation in energy, agriculture, and trade following a high-level phone conversation between Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister Bianca Ojukwu and Morocco's Minister of Foreign Affairs Nasser Bourita. The statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed that their conversation focused on the Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, also known as the African Atlantic Gas Pipeline Project, a significant infrastructure project along West Africa's Atlantic coast. Ministers described the project as a game changer for regional energy security and economic integration along West Africa's Atlantic coast. The ministry indicated that technical studies by the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and Morocco's National Office of Hydrocarbons and Mines have been completed. An intergovernmental agreement is now set or being expected to be signed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and King Mohammed in the last quarter of this year. Beyond energy, the two sides discussed collaboration on fertilizer production and distribution, now highlighting its importance to food security across Africa. On the diplomatic front, Nigeria is considering hosting the second session of Nigeria-Morocco Bilateral Joint Commission with the aim to revive agreements signed during former President Muhammadu Buhari's visit to Morocco in 2018. The ministers also stressed the need to re-establish the Morocco Business Council. They noted the African Continental Free Trade Area and bilateral double taxation treaty now offers new opportunities for economic cooperation. Bianca Ojukwu also accepted an invitation from Morocco's minister for an official visit to Morocco at a mutually convenient time. Officials say the visit is expected to further strengthen ties and advance a shared vision for Africa's development. The federal government has tasked telecommunications service providers to resolve network challenges and deliver quality call and data services to Nigerians, informing Telecom subscribers to expect improved quality of service and value for paid services going forward. This is as the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Boson Tijani, a personally signed statement states that the government has made investments in infrastructure that will resolve the country's long-standing connectivity challenges for more reliable speed internet access for homes and businesses. Among them are World Bank funding under Project Bridge secured to expand nationwide open access fiber infrastructure, which deployment kicks off before the end of the year, alongside new telecom tower deployment and expanded capabilities. Other reforms such as tariff adjustment designation and telecom infrastructure as critical national infrastructure and tax harmonization have created a more stable, transparent and market-driven environment and profitability for operators. This means operators now have both the capacity and the resources to fix outstanding issues within their network and improve the quality of service delivered to Nigerians. He emphasizes that the Communications Commission has been empowered to monitor performance, enforce service standards, ensure compliance, and take appropriate regulatory action across the industry without interference. Now, to guarantee security and foster vandalism on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road, the Federal Ministry of Works has handed over 3 additional operational vehicles to the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, Lagos, Olundare Jimo, to enhance surveillance on the coastal highway. Joe Popola reports that the Federal Controller of Works, Engineer Olufemi Dare, who represented the Minister of Works, David Umahi, assured the police of continued support in protection of public infrastructure.
Vandalism has been a thorny issue that has been affecting the economic gains of public infrastructure, and the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway has also been at the receiving end of the nefarious activities of these vandals. The Federal Ministry of Works is changing this worrisome narrative by intensifying surveillance of the legacy project with the provision of 3 additional Hilux patrol vehicles to Zone 2 Lagos, which comprises Lagos and Ogun State commands, to bring an abrupt end to the economic sabotage. The Federal Controller of Works, who formally handed over the brand new patrol vehicles on behalf of the Minister, is confident that it will no longer be business as usual for those perpetrating unwholesome activities on the coastal road.
We've had several discussions. I also brief you on some of the occurrences we're having. We want to believe that this vehicle will be used appropriately to monitor the coastal road and ensure that the activities of funders on the road is brought to a halt.
The Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2 says the additional vehicles will consolidate successes so far recorded by the police, assuring the public of safety on the coastal highway.
The need to strengthen the security of the coastal road to all the other states adjoining to Lagos. That is why the Honourable Minister has presented to us 3 patrol vehicles that you are seeing behind us to ensure that we are on top of our game. And we want to send a note of warning to people who want to go out of their way to still want to make any incursion on vandalism on this road, to know that we are ready for them.
For motorists plying the road, the charge for them is to take ownership of the project by guarding it jealously and driving responsibly. In Lagos, Joel Bukbola, NTA News.
The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, is supporting public universities in Nigeria by building facilities to enhance research and innovation in various sectors for the economy for sustainable development. Ministers of Education Dr. Tunji Alausa inaugurated the edifice at the National State University, Kefi, and tasked universities to prioritize research that will address societal challenges. Ali Tijani reports.
Situated
at the National State University Kefi is the Mining Technology and Resource Innovation Pod, also known as UNIPOD, built and donated to the school by the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. The center is to support young engineers, geoscientists, and entrepreneurs to work with researchers and industry players to develop solutions for Nigeria's mining sector. With more than 40 commercially viable solid minerals in the country, many which are deposited in Nasarawa State, the missing link is the domestic innovation infrastructure to convert the resources into industry capability, trained talent, and scalable enterprise, hence the establishment of the center.
It is about ensuring that Nigerian universities become active participants in industrial transformation.
Education is now being positioned as a strategic national investment for economic growth, job creation, technological advancement, and global competitiveness.
By having the UNIPOD, Honorable Minister, it gives these youngsters the opportunity now to see what they read every day in practice.
From safer and efficient extraction technologies to mineral processing innovation and start-up enterprise development, the center seeks to capture value at every point in the mining chain.
We are commissioning a future where Nasarawa State University Kefi becomes the intellectual engine room of Nasarawa's mining renaissance.
Education should be about developing the human capital, the human person, to stimulate your creative talent, your innovation, your entrepreneurship.
So far, 7 of these centers have been established across public universities in the country, with each anchored on development priorities of its host region. In Kefi, Aliu Tijani, NTA News.
And they often hear the phrase, "but you look okay," while their bodies wage a silent war internally. This is a reality for people living with lupus, an autoimmune disease that is often missed or misdiagnosed, and with less than 30% specialists for Nigeria's population, the oversight is fast becoming a public health crisis. In this special report, Uche Ugochukwu examines struggles for diagnosis and care, the burden of stigma, and why experts say lupus can no longer remain in the shadows.
When the body's defense system, designed to protect against diseases, suddenly turns against healthy tissues and organs, that condition is known as lupus, an autoimmune disease that attacks every part of the body. Symptoms vary from person to person, often mimicking other common illnesses, making diagnosis difficult and delayed.
The costs for this particular disease most times is the issues around immune modulation. And what do I mean immune modulation? The body is supposed to modulate its own immunity. The thing that links to it essentially, generally, is vitamin D deficiency. But individuals must also have genetic predisposition for this to happen. They're so difficult to treat because you want to reduce the immune response that is now against the body. So you now have to use drugs that decline immunity, reduces the immune system.
For many Nigerians living with lupus, the journey is long, exhausting and expensive. Sharon and Vivian are among countless Nigerians living with lupus.
Most of the symptoms, I had them, but they were diagnosed as malaria, typhoid, and you're mostly constantly in pain and you are fatigued, you get tired easily. So someone looking at me will not know I'm sick. They'll say, madam, why are you sitting and your mother is standing? But you don't understand that what I'm going through, you can't see it.
Life with lupus is unpredictable. If the NHIS and even private HMOs too can even get involved, recognize that lupus is something that needs support.
In Nigeria, the challenge is worse. There are just about 30 trained rheumatologists nationwide.
Education to bridge the knowledge gap, both for the general public as well as the health professionals, and also support framework for those who care for those with lupus. Those are the things I'm asking for.
Experts say lupus can affect anyone at any age and social class, but it is most common in women. They advised, if you are experiencing unexplained fatigue, joint pain, or skin rashes that worsens in sunlight, seek medical attention. Ask about lupus screening. Early detection distress can save lives and prevent irreversible organ damage. As awareness grows, patients and advocates hope lupus will no longer remain a hidden disease, but one that receives the attention, research and healthcare response it urgently deserves. Uche Ugochukwu, NTA News.
Now, in our earlier bulletin, my colleague Mina Daniels engaged a lupus advocate, Dr. Lovett Ononuga, to talk more on the disease. Let's take a listen.
Lupus is an autoimmune disease that has the body cells attacking its own healthy tissues. It's like your body is fighting itself. And this happens to almost all the organs of the body, including the heart, the lungs, the kidneys, the liver, the skin, and even your brain. So it's referred to as an invisible disease because most people that suffer from it do not show any visible signs of the symptoms. But constant fatigue, they are very sick. They just can't function because they are constantly fatigued and sick, in and out of hospital. But if you see them, you would not see immediately that they are sick. So that's why it's referred to as an invisible disease. It sometimes looks like the person is pretending to be sick in order maybe to get off work or responsibilities, but that's not the case. They really go through a lot.
So where is awareness and early diagnosis of lupus still a challenge in Nigeria?
It's still a challenge because not many people know about the disease, and therefore it is often missed or misdiagnosed. And also because the disease mimics so many other different conditions, such as cancer, HIV, arthritis, and the patient would often present with constant fever, maybe constantly having fever and all that. So they would think it's just malaria because in our climate we have malaria and typhoid are very common. So when a patient keeps coming back with the same symptoms that like you would see in someone with malaria, and they keep getting misdiagnosed as malaria, this can go on for years. In fact, the average time for diagnosis to actually happen in Nigeria is about 5 to 6 years if you're lucky. I had a sister who took 15 years before she was finally diagnosed with lupus. So it's a very terrible condition, gets the patients suffering for many years, and it misses the diagnosis, so they can't receive the right treatment.
All right, I know you did mention a few of the symptoms, but can you elaborate on some of the symptoms people should actually look out for?
So if you are constantly tired for no reason, low energy, headaches, photosensitivity, and sometimes difficulty breathing, or you break out in lesions for no reason all over your body, including your scalp and your face and your body, and and you keep going in and out of hospital, ask your healthcare provider to test you, to run the necessary tests to see if you might have lupus. One of the classic symptoms is a butterfly rash that comes out in the shape of a butterfly on their face, around the nose and the cheeks, and that's where it gets this butterfly sign as one of the signs for lupus. Then the other very common symptom is the purple eyelids. So they break out, so their skin becomes discolored and it's purple. The eyelids go purple, which is where lupus gets its purple color from, which is what I'm wearing today in commemoration of World Lupus Day.
All right, Lovett, on this World Lupus Day, in just a sentence, what key message would you like Nigerians to take away about lupus? In just a sentence.
Okay, so I would like Nigerians to be aware that this disease exists, to look out for it. If you have any relative or friend who is suffering from this disease, please support them. If you have someone around you who you suspect, based on the symptoms we have discussed today, may be suffering from it, ask them to go through the testing. For the government, I'd like to see a Nigeria where lupus patients are supported financially, because even when diagnosed, eventually it's very expensive to treat, and some of them still die because they do not have the medical, the financial wherewithal to actually buy the medication and go for the expensive tests that are required. So I would like the government to consider making lupus one of the diseases that they support through the NHS or the HMOs, just like HIV, sickle cells, and tuberculosis. I also like to see in Nigeria where we have an actual resource center for lupus, like a lupus center. So I'm appealing to the government to please support the efforts of advocates to ensure that people with lupus have this support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I actually asked for a sentence, but you gave me 10. But that's that's. So on a final note, lupus, is it a death sentence? Yes or no? Is it treatable? Yeah.
It's treatable, but it is a death sentence when not diagnosed on time.
Right. You're watching the news on NTA International. Time to take a short break. More reports right after.
You have no better friend and partner than Nigeria. Let this unveiling today be a call to conscience. Let our practitioners hold the line of truth. To the media, please inform with integrity and with a deep sense of patriotism. To our public officers, communicate with transparency. To citizens, please let us speak with empathy. Let us come together to become the voice of responsibility, the voice of the world that heals division, that inspires hope and drives development.
Welcome back. Now, a deadly virus aboard a cruise ship triggers an international health response off the coast of Spain as authorities move to contain fears of further spread. Meanwhile, political tensions, insecurity, and extreme weather conditions continue to test communities across Africa, Asia, and Europe, with Hungary entering a new political era after 16 years under nationalist rule. From public health concerns to growing democratic and humanitarian challenges, the world continues to navigate a period of global uncertainty. Standing by to read out these details on stories for us is Justin Bemunye with Global News Update.
An international medical evacuation is underway in Spain's Canary Islands after a deadly hantavirus outbreak aboard the cruise ship MV Honduras triggered a major public health response. Spanish authorities launched a tightly coordinated operation to evacuate nearly 150 passengers and crew from the Dutch-flagged vessel anchored off Tenerife. Convoys of police and emergency vehicles escorted evacuees from the port of Granadilla to Tenerife South Airport, where repatriation flights to several countries, including the Netherlands, Belgium, Greece, Australia, and the United States, are continuing. Health officials insist that all remaining passengers are asymptomatic, even as concerns persist following multiple deaths linked to the outbreak. According to the World Health Organization, 8 cases have so far been identified, including 6 confirmed infections and 3 deaths. The outbreak is believed to have originated during the ship's South American voyage before departing Argentina in April. Authorities in South Africa and St. Helena have also launched contact tracing efforts after infected passengers traveled through both locations before the outbreak was confirmed. Despite growing international concern, the WHO says the overall public risk remains low, stressing that hantavirus is not easily transmitted between humans.
This is not another COVID, and the risk to the public is low. So they shouldn't be scared and they shouldn't panic. This is based on how the virus is behaving now, because this virus is well known, and there are assessments that have been done.
And while health authorities work to contain one crisis, political tensions are intensifying elsewhere on the African continent. In Togo, a newly formed coalition of opposition parties and civil society groups has staged its first major rally against controversial constitutional reforms they say could allow President Faure Gnassingbé to extend his grip on power indefinitely. Hundreds gathered in the capital Lomé in a rare public demonstration after years of limited political mobilization. Opposition leaders accuse the government of weakening democratic structures by replacing direct presidential elections with a parliamentary system that critics say favors the ruling establishment. The reforms have remained deeply divisive since their approval last year, with previous protests reportedly leaving several people dead. The government, however, insists the new constitution promotes broader representation and institutional stability. Elsewhere on the continent, concerns over governance are also being overshadowed by insecurity. In the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, residents of Beni are questioning the feasibility of planned elections and a possible constitutional referendum amid escalating violence linked to M23 rebels and ADF attacks. Communities already displaced by years of armed conflict say restoring peace should take priority over political exercises. Many residents argue that ongoing insecurity makes meaningful participation impossible as humanitarian conditions continue to deteriorate across parts of North Kivu and Ituri provinces. Despite the concerns, authorities in Kinshasa insist electoral processes will proceed according to constitutional timelines. From Africa's political and security challenges, attention turns to one of the world's most volatile rivalries. Pakistan has marked the first anniversary of last year's military confrontation with India, commemorating soldiers killed during the worst escalation between the two nuclear-armed neighbors in decades. The conflict erupted after a deadly attack in Indian-administered Kashmir killed 26 people, prompting retaliatory strikes, drone attacks, and cross-border shelling. At a ceremony in Rawalpindi, Pakistan's military leadership described the confrontation as more than a territorial dispute, calling it a battle of competing ideologies. And in Europe, a major political transition is reshaping Hungary's future. Large crowds gathered outside Parliament in Budapest as Peter Magyar was officially sworn in as the country's new prime minister, ending the 16-year rule of nationalist leader Viktor Orbán. Magyar's landslide election victory has been widely viewed as a turning point for Hungary's relationship with the European Union after years of political tension with Brussels. The symbolic return of the European Union flag to Parliament, removed during Orbán's administration, underscored expectations of a new political direction under the incoming government. European leaders have welcomed the transition, describing it as an opportunity for renewal at a critical moment for the continent. And while politics dominate global headlines, millions continue to battle the growing realities of climate extremes. In India's western Gujarat region, thousands of salt workers are enduring punishing temperatures across the vast desert salt pans, where summer heat can climb beyond 47 degrees Celsius. Without electricity, healthcare, or reliable access to water, workers rely on makeshift shelters, staggered work hours, and improvised cooling methods to survive. For many families, the harsh conditions are the price of sustaining one of India's most important salt-producing regions. Workers say the extreme heat causes skin injuries, dehydration, and exhaustion, yet economic hardship leaves them with little choice but to continue. From global health scares in Europe to political uncertainty in Africa, rising tensions in South Asia, and the growing human cost of climate extremes, the challenges shaping today's world continue to cut across borders, testing institutions, governments, and ordinary lives alike. And this is where we draw the curtains on Global News Update. I thank you for your time with us.
Very well. Now, meanwhile, British military personnel carried out an airborne operation to deliver urgent medical support for a suspected hantavirus patient on South Atlantic Island. Ministers said on Sunday an Army specialist team parachuted onto the island of Tristan da Cunha, Britain's most remote overseas territory, a defense military statement said. One of 3 British nationals diagnosed with suspected hantavirus linked to the outbreak on the MV Honduras cruise ship is on the island. The team of 6 paratroopers and 2 military clinicians, all from the 16th Air Assault Brigade, descended from a Royal Air Force RAF A400M transport aircraft in a daring parachute drop, the statement said. Vital supplies and other medical supplies were airdropped almost simultaneously. In Jigawa State, the government has embarked on sweeping reforms aimed at improving healthcare delivery and addressing the administrative challenges in key health institutions across the state. This is when Governor Umar Namadi undertook inspection visits to General Hospital Kiawa and the Jigawa State College of Health Sciences and Technology, Jahun, as part of efforts to ensure quality service delivery and accountability. Muhammad Musa Askira reports.
At the recently renovated General Hospital Kiawa, the governor toured various departments and units of the facility where he expressed a dissatisfaction with some aspects of the renovation work, describing the finishing as substandard. Governor Umar Namadi directed the Commissioner for Health to ensure immediate correction of all identified defects, stressing that government would not tolerate poor execution of projects in the health sector. At the College of Health Sciences and Technology, Jahun, the governor held an extended closed-door meeting with the institution's management over challenges affecting students and effective running of the school despite huge government investment.
We discussed with the management some of the issues that affects the welfare of the student, and we have addressed them amicably with the management, and we have tried to make sure that the management become more serious in dealing with the affairs of the college and the student.
Governor Namadi issued a stern warning to the management over what he described as poor handling of the institution's affairs, insisting that urgent reforms must be introduced to improve standard. The challenges highlighted during the visit include inconsistent water and electricity supply, shortage of hostel accommodations following a recent fire incident at the school, and irregular payments of students' monthly stipends.
We are building about 3 different hostels, 1 for female and 2 for males. And also in the last 1 month, the college has a fire incidents to also try to see how we can remedy the situations and also take some preventive measures to avoid those things.
The governor also gave the contractor handling the construction and renovation of additional hostels a 1-month ultimatum to complete the project or risk revocation of the contract. In Dutse, Muhammad Musa Askira, NTA News.
Right now, a 60-year-old man is among 3 persons with disability arrested by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency for trafficking drugs. during interdiction operations in part of Anambra and Kwara states. Khalil Ibrahim reports that as part of its interdiction, the NDLEA also dismantled a Scotches factory.
Based on credible intelligence, the 60-year-old drug dealer was traced to Akpaka Forest, Onitsha, where he was found with 250 grams of skunk in retail sachets. In another part of Anambra State, NDLEA officers arrested another person with disability with cocktail of illicit substances including 160 grams of tramadol, 225 milligrams, 100 milligrams and 80 pills of diazepam, 38.23 grams of Exol 5 and 176.93 grams of skunk. While in Kwara State, NDLEA operatives on patrol intercepted a commercial vehicle and in the course of a search, one of the passengers, a PWD, was found with 6.3 kilograms of skunk concealed in a brown school bag. Meanwhile, operatives of the NDLEA raided a Lekki, Lagos mansion used as a stash house where 4,000 parcels of loud, a strong strain of imported cannabis weighing 2,326 kilograms with a street value of over 5 billion naira were recovered. Also seized from the house include 2 Mercedes-Benz buses and different designer sachets used in packaging the illicit substance for retail distribution. In an operation at Ijora Badia in Lagos, NDLEA officers raided a makeshift Skushi production factory where 2 suspects were arrested. They were caught in the act of cooking cannabis and mixing some with other illicit substances. A total of 270 liters of already produced Kushis and 106 grams of tramadol, 225 milligrams were recovered from them. In Abuja, Khalil Ibrahim, NTA News.
Right, let's take another break on the news. Please stay. Thanks for staying with us. Now, as senior officers, your work transcends borders in this contemporary security environment defined by intercontinental threats, multinational operations, and global strategic partnerships, such as understanding cultural diversity is not optional but essential. Those were the words of the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, to the Army War College Nigeria International Day for Course 10 held in Abuja. Defense correspondent Alajide Bello reports.
The International Day brought together officers from different countries to showcase their heritage, traditions, and values through artifacts, attires, music, and cuisines. The event strengthens friendship, respect, and collaboration among participants, values essential to contemporary military operations, while encouraging stronger international cooperation and improved operational effectiveness among officers. The importance of cultural diversity cannot be overemphasized, as it is critical to modern military operations, especially amid transnational threats and multinational engagements.
This celebration is significant because it showcases something timeless that connects our shared humanity expressed through culture, identity, and heritage.
As future operational level leaders, your ability to understand cultural nuances and engage constructively with partners will remain critical to the success of joint interagency and multinational operations.
The college reaffirms commitment to producing well-trained, strategically minded leaders capable of addressing contemporary security challenges. Olajide Bello, NTA News.
Still talking security, the Niger Police Force says it has recorded a major breakthrough in the fight against violent extremism with the dismantling of a suspected IPOB ESN terrorist enclave in Unguru, Abombase, local government area of Imo State. The intelligence-led operation was carried out by operatives of the Imo State Police Command following actionable intelligence obtained from the top airport ESN commander Ebube Uchenna Madwokalom, also known as Ebube virus. 3 suspects were arrested during the raid and are currently in police custody, assisting investigators with critical information on the group's operations and logistics network. Recovered items include 2 general-purpose machine guns, over 3,000 rounds of GPMG ammunition, 1 AK-47 rifle, a pump-action shotgun, surveillance drones, and Biafra currency in various denominations. Inspector General of Police Olatunji Dusu commended the operative for their courage, professionalism, and tactical precision in the operation. Now, to further strengthen community policing and boost intelligence gathering in checking criminalities, the Bayelsa State Commissioner of Police, Iyama Daniel, has urged members of the public to be vigilant and report all suspicious movements around their localities to the security agencies for prompt actions. The Commissioner of Police made the call at one of the town hall meetings in Yenagoa, the state's capital. Samuel Numonenge reports.
The initiative is part of the command's zero-tolerance approach to organized crime like kidnapping, armed robbery, and youth-related disturbances. The Commissioner of Police, Iyama, who assumed office earlier this year, emphasized that the security of lives and property in the state capital remains a top priority for the 2026 operational year. The town hall interactive sessions are designed to bridge the gap between law enforcement and the public through intelligence sharing, encouraging community leadership and youth groups to provide timely information on suspicious activities. It is also aimed at addressing intercommunal tensions and land disputes before they escalate into violence, as well as tailoring police responses to the specific needs of Yenagoa's urban and peri-urban settlements.
It is not far-fetched. It's for us to seek collaboration with the member of the community, as directed by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Disu, that we should synergize with members of the community, be closer to them, and ensure that we work together.
Paramount ruler of Okaka community, His Royal Highness Morrison Itelimo Odede Ogbibo Kiti Kiti, the 5th of Beniken of Okaka Autonomous Federated Community in the Pie Kingdom, commended the police commissioner for initiating the visits to communities and making them understand that the police is there to help and not to victimize anyone.
The visit is the most accomplishing effort by the command, and it is what we needed most at this time.
The police command plans to extend these town hall engagements to other local government areas, including riverine communities, to ensure a comprehensive security network across Bayelsa State. In Yenagoa, Samuel Numonengi, NTA News.
Now, the Managing Director and Chief Executive of the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, Oluwaseun Faleye, has underscored the role of the Employees' Compensation Scheme in restoring hope and dignity to the Nigerian workers who suffer injuries in the line of duty. He made the remarks in Abuja during the presentation of prosthetic limbs to 10 beneficiaries of the scheme. Represented by the General Manager, Claims and Compensation, Nkiru Ogunike, the MD said the initiative continues to put smiles on the faces of injured workers by supporting their rehabilitation and reintegration into the society. The ECS goes beyond statutory compensation, reflecting a humane commitment to restoring confidence and preserving the dignity of workers affected by occupational hazards. He noted that workplace accidents often result not only in physical injuries but also emotional trauma and uncertainty about the future. Faleye explained that for many Nigerian workers, a single workplace incident can permanently alter the course of their lives. The 10 beneficiaries were among the 78 who recently got fitted with artificial limbs in the ongoing rehabilitation and reintegration program of the NSITF. And here we take our last break.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
Thanks for staying tuned. Now, every community has a story that shapes it. For the people of Odi, settled along the non-river of Bayelsa State, that story begins with fear and ends with freedom. It's the legend of Ogori, the mysterious buffalo that held the community hostage for nearly 5 years until it was eventually killed. Ebinimi Ziti Miola visited Odi community 69 years after the terror report. That victory is still being celebrated till date.
It was in the year 1953 that a strange buffalo first appeared near Mission Primary School in Odi. To the people, this was no ordinary animal. The buffalo was supernatural. It was vicious, targeting indigents alone, and no hunter was able to spare or gun it down. For 5 years, the beast stalked farmers on their way to the farmland and women on their way to the river.
The sculpture you see here is in Russia and the buffalo trampling on the farmer. In Russia is among many farmers that were killed in the 50s by the dreaded buffalo.
Fear overtook the community. Farms were abandoned. The forest became silent. Hunger in the land. The economy of Udi was crippled.
We go pack our community people there. Pack before then go bush, go collect food when they go shop. Now so when then they do. Have no peace for anybody, no way to a person to enter inside bush to go do food.
So the community was left in panic, and people began going about looking for a solution to the problem. And people say the goal itself was mysterious. It was believed to have some supernatural powers, whereby if it is seen attacking somebody here and they raise alarm, before hunters will go to that place, it will vanish. They will not even know where it entered. It was so much that even the Eastern Nigeria government sent some professional hunters to come and track it.
Desperation led to the people to seek help beyond their borders. A man named Ageda traveled to Tara in what is now Niger Republic to obtain charms strong enough to spellbound the beast.
And met one Malam known as Mala de Tara, who said he is capable of bringing the Ogori to town for people to kill. And he gave him a sham. And he came home and met the king at that time and buried the sham at the outskirts of the town in all the compounds at that time. When he did that, within the space of 4 days, the Ogori itself was seen at the back of primary school.
Hunters, led by a man named Akara, raised their guns, and this time, the shot hit the target. The buffalo fell. Odi erupted in jubilation.
The sculpture is Kemowe Akara Edike, who encountered the dreaded buffalo and brought its terror to an end, marking the beginning of the liberation of the people of Udi community, which celebrates its liberation every 27th of July, called the Ogori Barbecue.
As in, it's an opportunity to meet our brothers and sisters, and most especially our friends who have not seen for a very long time.
What began as a tale of terror has become a testament of triumph, a story passed from grandparents to grandchildren. Ebinimi Zitemiola, NTA News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed joy to witness Pa Ruben Fashoranti, father, elder statesman, administrator, pro-democracy activist, prominent politician and foremost Afenifere leader attain the milestone age of 100. The president said Baba Fashoranti deserves all the encomiums that comes his way on the occasion for his uncommon life and service of immense contributions to his country. Pa Fashoranti has distinguished himself in all respects in his disciplined, Spartan way of life, his belief in principles, his commitment to noble causes. His life is a metaphor for integrity, honesty, dedicated service to the nation, and true leadership. In a statement signed by the president, he thanked the elder statesman for his prayers, his belief in his vision, and his continued support for the Renewed Hope administration. Above all, the president appreciated Pa Fashoranti for his service to Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu's reforms and strategic reset for the Nigerian sports sector are beginning to yield positive results, with increased job creation, growing private sector investment, and an unprecedented rise in the number of medals won by Nigerian athletes on the global stage. Chairman of the National Sports Commission, Uricadu, stated this during a courtesy visit to the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Murtala Sulegaru, at the Government House in Kano. Abdullahi Mustafa has details.
The Northwest Veterans All-Stars Renewed Hope football match in Kano is part of a grassroots sports development initiative aimed at appreciating President Bola Tinubu's commitment to the growth of sports in Nigeria. During a visit to the Government House in Kano, the Chairman National Sports Commission, Uricadu, informed the State Deputy Governor Murtala Sulegaru that the ongoing reforms in the sports sector are already yielding positive results. Diko explained that the President's decision to reposition the sector by ensuring that sports administration is handled by professionals is helping to unlock the full potential of the industry. The NSC chairman disclosed that Nigeria won 373 medals across different international competitions in 2025, a feat he described as unprecedented.
The last quarter was over 240,000 jobs, over 50 billion of private sector investment coming into sport at the national level in 2025. So with all these achievements, that's why Mr. President put sports as the national asset. And we felt every subnational need to align with what you are doing.
We sincerely appreciate your leadership, guidance, and continuous support for grassroots sport development and youth empowerment across the country.
The Deputy Governor reaffirmed Governor Yusuf's commitment to sports development and the success of the Renewed Hope agenda, assuring of stronger collaboration with the National Sports Commission. In Kano, Abdullahi Mustafa, NTA News.
Up next is Sports Update.
Club in Abuja, where the former Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo Zubero, was honored with a polo match in commemoration of his 60th birthday celebration. The event featured a keenly contested match which saw Framazaz beat Amtrak 6-3 to emerge champions. The celebrant shared his admiration for polo sport and made tributes from contemporaries, friends and associates.
Enterprise in polo. Polo game, when properly harnessed, can fund itself and can also generate revenue. That was what I was thinking for the Nigerian Navy when I established, the Nigerian Polo Association. It's a good form of tourism. You can invite people from all over the world to come and play.
So I'm using this opportunity to wish him the very best of health, the very best of sound mind, and the very best that life has to offer.
Someone who has distinguished himself serving the nation, very patriotic.
Moving on to football now, and straight to the Nigeria Premier Football League, where Enugu Rangers are one game away from claiming the league title as they beat Bendel Insurance 2-1 in Enugu. Rivals Rivers United fought back twice to secure a 3-2 win over Wiki Tourist as they breathed down on the league leaders in the title race. In Ibadan, Shooting Stars beat Barawa FC to boost their top 4 hopes, while Uricadu Sete suffered a setback with a 4-1 demolition in the hands of Katsina United in the relegation battle. Reigning champions Remo Stars are off the drop zone after a crucial 2-1 victory over Bayelsa United, while Bayelsa and Wiki Tourist are already relegated with a game to spare. And to the English Premier League, where Arsenal are closing in on their first league title in over 20 years after surviving an incredible late VAR drama as they held on to a 1-0 victory over West Ham United. Leandro Trossard's late winner secured the Gunners the vital 3 points and opened a 5-point lead over Manchester City with 2 games to go. Elsewhere, Elliot Anderson's late leveller against his former club, Newcastle, ensured that Nottingham Forest are guaranteed Premier League survival. In other results, Aston Villa were held to a 2-2 draw by relegated Burnley, while John-Philip Mateta salvaged a point for Crystal Palace and put a dent on Everton's European hopes with a late strike against the Toffees.
And that's where we end the news. Thank you for being a part of it. Have a good day.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Nigeria means a lot to me.
And Nigeria means peaceful cohesion.
My country.
We continue to pray, and then hopefully we will come to understand that unity of purpose, unity of living together.
Our ethnic beliefs and background and culture is our strength.
Ever since the amalgamation period of 1914 to date, about 109 years.
Hello, we're glad to have you join us. This is Platform. I'm Ruth Aguela. As a consumer, I'd like to know, when you feel dissatisfied over poor quality of network or you feel frustrated over unfair charges imposed by service providers, what do? You know, oftentimes, telecom providers deprive consumers unfettered access to free-flow network that meet up with the required standards. Now, the Nigerian Communications Act 2003 ensures that telecom operators maintain high-quality communication services while protecting consumers from unfair activities. And Section 4 of the Act empowers the Commission to carry out some designated functions, which include the protection and promotion of the interest of consumers against unfair practices, including but not limited to matters relating to tariffs and charges for and the availability and quality of communications, services, equipment and facilities. The Nigerian Communications Commission in 2001 established the Consumer Affairs Bureau with the mandate to protect, inform and educate the PIE, telecom consumers on their rights and privileges. And recently, the Nigerian Communications Commission mandated telecos to compensate consumers over unsatisfactory services. Now, this is based on increase in tariffs since last year and the inconsistency by service providers despite consumers paying more for services. NCC warns against non-compliance, ready to sanction erring operator. But the question lies, how is the Commission ensuring compliance of quality service, also compensation by service providers for consumers? What measures have been taken to provide relief for consumers? So on Platform, our focus is on telecommunications and consumer protection. And our guest is Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett. Actually, she's my namesake. Director, Consumer Affairs Bureau from the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you here on Platform.
Thank you very much, Ruth. I'm very happy to be here.
Great. We have a lot to talk about, especially I'm a consumer myself.
Absolutely.
Okay, so before we bring in our panelists, we'll take you through her profile, which is what we do here. Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett is a driven and highly motivated leader with strong passion for national growth, economic development and the empowerment of people. She is committed to excellence, continuous learning and creating opportunities that promote sustainable development, investment attraction and African trade advancement. She possesses strong expertise in policy development, critical analysis, problem solving, diplomacy and strategic communication, with a deep understanding of regional, bilateral and multilateral relations across Africa. Her knowledge of governance, development policies, trade systems and agriculture-driven economic growth reflects her commitment to impactful leadership and national progress. She is a motivational speaker, published novelist and avid writer. She believes strongly in leadership through excellence, giving people a voice and driving meaningful societal change. A team player, if you ask me, and we'll leave the profile there. Thank you for being here once again.
Thank you once again for having me.
Great. Our panelist on Platform is one of our regular. I like to call him the ever-vibrant Ayodeji Makinde. He covers all sides. Sports, he's there, and now he's our ICT correspondent for today. Thank you so much, Ayo, for being here.
Thanks so much, Ruth.
Great. So, Mrs. Bennett.
Yes.
Let's leave Ruth.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, the conversation has been on consumers always complaining.
Yes.
As service providers are expected to provide us quality services, and yet there's been a gap over time. We're seeing interventions play out over time by the Commission, even the ongoing compensation by the Commission. But I'd like to know, I want you to paint a narrative, to lead this conversation. When you say protection of a consumer right, what are we actually talking about? What does the consumer need to know about the protection of their right?
Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. What does the consumer need to know? I think the very first thing is that they need to know that there is a regulator who stands and fights, supports, protects, and promotes their well-being. They need to know that they have access to their mobile network operators, their service provider, should they have any issues. They need to know that there are other redress mechanisms put there by the regulator to ensure their protection. They need to know that they're entitled to quality service. They need to know that they have a right to clear billing, that they have a right to select any service of their choice and that service is provided to them. They need to know that they have a right to their data being protected. They need to know they have a right to be heard. They need to know that if they have a complaint, both the operators and the regulator are mandated to answer them. They need to know that they have a right to be informed. If there are information that are required for them to know, either by the operator, take for example the do not disturb, that they need to know that that function and that service is available. They must be informed by the service providers and by the regulator. But I think the primary thing for me is the clear knowledge that the consumers need to know that there is a regulator standing with them. And whatever they expect in terms of quality delivery of service, they must get it. And if they don't get it, if they complain, they have every right to do. And that complaint will be taken and resolved by the regulator.
Okay, and we're seeing the regulator step in. We're seeing compensation happen, yes. Which we're going to break down. But yes. Ayo, I know you want to come in now.
Okay, let me start from 2024.
Okay.
In the build-up to the increase in tariff that was in 2025, there was this outcry by the public. And I could remember one of the functions we had with the NCC. Now, the EVC stated clearly that since the introduction of mobile network system into the country, it was the first time that we're having this change. Actually, the only system or sector in the country where price goes down doesn't go up.
Absolutely.
And now that we're having this slight increase, the outcry that consumers should take it easy, that they will see the benefits of this increase in terms of return on investment and the rest. Was the decision to increase the tariff, has it been justified in terms of the points that the NCC stated were the reasons for the increase in tariff? Are the consumers getting the desired services that they actually should get based on this? And moving forward, what can the consumer out there expect from the NCC?
Very loaded questions, and I'll try my best to do justice.
Yes, ma'am.
You stated close to 2024, end of 2024. I hope we remember that the quality of service issues that we had, which was as a result of aging network infrastructure. At that time, they had gotten a point where the operators were doing load shedding, being able to just manage the network congestion. And why couldn't they do any more? We obviously had all the economics, the microeconomic situations that happened in Nigeria, and the dollar-naira differentiation. And then, like the EBC had said, and we all know, since 2013, there had not been a tariff increase. Now imagine 2013 and 2024 in Nigeria. Every sector, every one of us, from the markets to everything, had more than quadrupled in price for the telecom sector. And it's a capital-intensive sector. So there was a need, a critical need for a price adjustment. There was a need to bring up pricing, a slight adjustment, to bring it up to the way that the operators are able to maintain, sustain, and upgrade their networks. Because if you have an aging infrastructure, how are you going to be able to offer services? Now, all that took place, and by February, the price adjustment took effect, February 2025. I would like to give us some statistics, because I think statistics paint a picture and tell a story. In January 2025, the Consumer Affairs Bureau, CAB as we call it, we collect weekly statistical data on complaints across all the segments of the telecom sector. We collect it from the operators. We also collect it with live connection from our 622, the secondary complaints line that consumers can call. By that time, we had an average of about 351,000 complaints a month across quality of service voice, quality of service data, quality of experience, billing, value-added services, and the likes. We have 17 key categories. As at March 2026, this number is 76,000. We are at a quarter of the complaints, because the consumers speak with their voice. If you want to know what is happening, the people who are complaining have the same complaints channels. And can I actually be more honest? We have more complaints channels available to the consumers today. For example, the consumers are all aware they can come into any NCC office and lodge a complaint. We take in complaints through the X handle of the Consumer Affairs Bureau, the X handle of the NCC, the Instagram, the LinkedIn, every complaints channel that we were not using before. So even with all these additional complaints channels, we actually have only a quarter of the complaints. Are we there yet? No. But have we seen appreciable decrease in complaints across all the categories? I would say yes. For example, by January 2025, we were averaging about 45,000 complaints for quality of service, voice, and data each. Now we're about 20,000. And obviously, through our technical department, a lot of work is ongoing to ensure that all those ongoing issues that affect and impede successful networks are resolved. And never forget that these issues do not lie strictly with the telecoms operators. When you have fiber cuts, when a road construction company carries out construction and cuts fiber, when activities of a state government cuts fiber, when sabotage causes fiber cuts, all these things affect the networks. When you have communities that prevent the mobile network operators from actually servicing the base stations, from refusing them access to put diesel. So we have a lot of things. You have the one within the sector, and the NCC as a regulator works assiduously every day throughout every waking hour to ensure that, be it the mobile network operators or the co-location service providers, they are working to improve services.
You know, these services you're talking about, it must come as expected, right? Yes. I know that the Section 108 of the Communications Act provides that, you know, it governs tariffs for and charges by the service providers, and they must seek approval from the Commission before it can be implemented. Yes. Now, if the Consumer Affairs Bureau is sectioned around protection, information, and educate, you mentioned some of these challenges. So what channels, aside the ones you've mentioned, are you using to educate the public? Because if you have different means where people can, you know, lend their complaints, what about the aspect of educating them, informing them of their rights? You'll be amazed, Mrs. Bennett, that a lot of Nigerians are still not aware of these rights we're talking about. They're not aware. There's still a huge gap on what I should. They only know where to go complain, but what about enlightening them, educating them on what should and what should not?
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to tell you, first of all, we have the Telecoms Consumer Handbook.
Okay.
We have this handbook in English, in Yoruba, in Hausa, in Pidgin English, and in Braille. Oh yes, we have it in Braille as well.
Okay.
We also have a QR code, so that for the people who are digital, when we do go for events, we put up the code, and they just take a screenshot of it, and they have the Telecoms Handbook in their possession without needing the hard copy. So how do we inform consumers? We go out a lot. We carry out information, because our role is to inform, educate, and protect. We have two key ways. We use the traditional media and the digital media. Take, for example, traditional media. We make sure, or traditional means, we go out for awareness campaigns. And how do we do that? I mentioned earlier that we receive on a weekly basis all the complaints from every mobile network operator and internet service provider. We have something we call the situation room.
Okay.
Every week, we analyze this data. What are we looking for? We're looking for trends. Where is a problem brewing? Which complaints category is increasing? What is going on? Is there an operator that seems to be having a problem? Let's say it's a network problem. Immediately we send that to our technical departments to say, hey, this operator, you need to have a look at what is going on. Obviously, we check the live outage portal. Have they reported any outage? If they've not, technical department needs to carry on because automatically we know that that is going to impact service. That is one. When we have actually already done that, we now look at other categories. Take, for example, data depletion. Data depletion is something that has affected consumers greatly, and for obvious reasons. Everything we do is data-driven.
Yeah.
Our phone calls, our businesses, our banking, our education, our livelihood, everything. Therefore, any impact on data impacts people. We now went back, as usual. What is going on? We talk to the operators. The NCC ensured that there was an independent audit of every mobile operator's billing system. It came back from tier 1 audit firms that there was nothing. So it was like, what is it? Immediately we started looking and drilling further. And we realized that from the regulatory part, there was something missing, which was awareness. Using an advanced phone, the higher your technology, the more data consumption.
Yeah.
And then all the features in the phone with the background, things that go up, apps running in the background, updating the iOS systems on mobile data, all these things and people do not know. So we ensure when we go out for events, we have NYSC events, we go across the camps when NYSC invites us and they are very kind, and we educate the youth. We also have events on campuses where we go. And as you must know, we always are on radio stations across the 6 geopolitical zones multiple times a year. And we educate consumers on whatever burning issue is going on. So we try to use the traditional means of our physical events to educate them. At the same time, the Consumer Affairs Department, the Bureau, we actually have a portal, a consumer portal on the NCC website. If you go to the NCC website, it has consumer portal. A lot of articles on all the issues that people need to know about, we put it on. We also have our X account. Every week, we have up to 3 articles or 3 write-ups. These days, we are using more digital banners, and so that people can see all the key information they need in one fell swoop. And of course, we work in collaboration with our Public Affairs Department. If there are things that go beyond us and we think the media has to be, that they need to bring it out boldly, the Public Affairs will help us amplify our voices, because the idea is that the consumers must always be in the know, either once again by physical events, by digital platforms, through our handbook. And if consumers can tell us every other area that they think we are lagging in, and we are lacking, and that can help them know.
Is there room for that recommendation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, wow. The only room that exists is the room for growth, continuous growth.
Of course.
And we know that we are not perfect. We've done our best, but we'll keep working, because at the end of the day, we want to have informed consumers who know their rights and who are satisfied. Only then are we satisfied.
All right, ma'am. The discussion around quality of service, yes, we can never finish it because it's quite large.
Yes.
But I remember also last year, there were assurances from the NCC that issue around failed mobile top-ups will be addressed.
Yes.
Lately, there was an MOU between the NCC and the CBN.
Yes.
I think our colleague here covered it as well. Then I need you to speak more on the issue of data depletion, because the EVC, at that engagement that we had, and I think you also released an A to Z of...
Yes, we have.
Yes,
it's even on our portal.
So, because we came back and we're trying to speak to some of our colleagues who believe we should know better than the NCC. I know we don't work with the NCC. To tell them, okay, these are some of the things we've learned today that is making your data go down very fast. Because you hear, oh, I just did 5 gig. Imagine. My 5 gig don't finish. Of course it will finish, because you're running multiple platforms,
Yes.
4G system,
Yes.
and it's not like those days of the 2G, 3G, and some are even using 4G, like LTE.
Yeah.
So I think we should
5G.
speak, and 5G now in urban centers. I think you should speak more to this, and how effectively consumers can manage their data properly to have the best satisfaction.
Okay. So I'll say, first of all, in all our consumer outreaches, both digitally and physically. Data depletion is a point we go out of our way to inform consumers on. You mentioned the A to Z. We actually have it as a QR code for consumers to actually download and work with. In addition, on our consumer portal, those codes are there. So now, for our consumers, your phone is a machine. I remember the Director of Technical Standards had said the other day that if we had gone back a few decades, this phone we have will be half a room because of the processing power and speed in it. It consumes a lot.
Yeah.
The higher the generation of phones, 2, 3, 4, and now 5G, the higher the power and the higher the data consumption. Let us take Nigerians' appetite, for example, Netflix. On the Netflix, you can set your phone to standard definition or high definition. Standard definition gives you an average picture quality, but you know, people like to watch the best of the best. If you watch,
do.
Exactly. No, I go down to standard definition because I want my data to
Now
last.
I understand why I should go back.
Exactly.
Okay.
A standard definition, maybe a movie of an hour on Netflix will take you an average of 500 megabytes. Yes. If you are using high definition, it can go up to 2 gigabytes. Then you are talking of your phones. You have all your phones set up where the network upgrades, the system has automatic upgrade on mobile. Now imagine, try and look at some of those times when your phone tries to upgrade. I think there are gigabytes and tens of gigabytes.
Yes.
I mean, the size of the files are humongous.
And it's always advisable, there's always a pop-up notification on, please turn on Wi-Fi.
Please turn on Wi-Fi, because your mobile will consume it. So people say, I didn't touch it. Well, if, for example, it decided at that time to update your iOS system, it can take all your data in one fell swoop. Then you have all this data, all these applications running in the background. As they are running, they are refreshing. They are auto-refreshing, which is why, for example, you open your Instagram. And as soon as you open your Instagram, everything that has been there comes up. All the videos are ready to watch because they are upgrading and downloading and perfecting in the background, the status upgrades. So automatically in the background, it has eaten all your data. You have not opened anything. Then a lot of us have all these WhatsApp groups. Oh, I'm only watching people's status. But you have watched one person with 20 photos and 10 videos, and you have laughed at all of them. But they're all 30 seconds. But those are videos, and those are data intensive. So we use data. Then we have all these, let's say, WhatsApp groups. You are in all these WhatsApp groups. You have all these apps running. And as long as they're running in the background. And some of us also notice you have pop-ups. Sometimes you are watching something, pop-up comes, and unfortunately, sometimes it forces you to keep watching before you can go away.
Yes.
All those are eating your data. And you have ad blockers that you can use to block. So a lot of these things are basically from lack of understanding that there are things inbuilt in your phone to manage these things. You also have data savers. There are phones that you can actually select and say, I want to use lower data. I do it on my phone. Even on my iPhone, I use lower data. When I'm downloading it, will remind me I have lower data. I'm on data saving mode. I will say, yes, keep it on it because I want to manage my data.
But Mrs. Bennett,
yes.
There are concerns on billing transparency,
yes,
and also unauthorized value-added services deductions, yes, which most service providers may hide under the disguise of what you're trying to explain now, of people are not managing their data. That's why they're experiencing data depletion, yes, on the rise. Yes. But how are you also regulating this telecom service providers to ensure that they're not just billing consumers unnecessarily?
You know, I love that question because that is a fact. Every quarter, the Commission goes on verification exercises of the MNO's systems. I mean, this is so thorough. It cuts across various departments in the NCC. And they go and they check everything to authenticate every information that is provided to us. From the consumer affairs, every last thing that is provided to us is authenticated. So in order to make sure that there are no anomalies, and of course, if there are, this is brought up immediately. And of course, NCC is not one that is lax for sanctions and fines, because at the end of the day, if a consumer pays for a service, they must get that service. For the issue, like you mentioned, value-added service being added to anything, that is an ongoing issue that always exists. And we always inform consumers. All you need to do is go to *305#, and it will let you know if you are connected to any VAS services. And if you see you are and you do not recognize them, you exit.
Say it again.
*305#. And it's a short code common to every network operator. You put it, it will show you what you have. If you don't want, you exit. At the same time, we always inform consumers on the do not disturb. Because obviously, part of these issues is where there is if the do not disturb is not there, things can come up to you. And if you do not want any do not disturb, you just press stop to 2442. And if you want to know if you have do not disturb on your system, you type in status in all caps to 2442, and it will let you know your status, and so you can amend accordingly. Yes.
You were about to talk about that, but we dwelt more on data depletion.
Yes.
There's this arrangement with the central bank.
Yes.
I read about it sometime last week.
Yes.
I also know that NCC is working on a particular platform. That's the terms platform for subscriber international number system to ensure that SIM cards are well protected and not used for fraudulent use, etc. Now, how far has the NCC gone with this MOU in terms of implementation and also the terms project, so that we can drastically reduce issues of fraud with the SIM card and also using that for electronic fraud with our interbanking system and etc. Please.
Okay. I think we're talking about two separate parts. For the MOU that was signed last week, which has been, in the pipeline for a long time, because that key reason for that MOU is understanding the linkage between the telecom sector and the banking sector, and the need to ensure that we do not have fraud perpetuated using the mobile network that affects the banking sector. So like the terms you are talking about is to make sure and ensure that all numbers that have been churned, and in the telecom sector, after 1 year of no revenue generating action, you've not made a call. You receive a call, that's not revenue generating. You've sent an SMS, you've made a call. That number is up for churning. So once the operators take it back, it's only a matter of time before that number goes. So if that consumer now has lost that number, but the banking sector is not aware, and the banks keep sending, let's say, bank alerts and information to that number, automatically, if you do not have somebody with integrity and they've had that number, a lot of things can come up. So this thing is to put this deep relationship, this linkage between the two sectors, so that the banking sector is fully aware that that number has been churned, so that they delink it from the consumer account. Now the other one is the failed payment, where consumers buy top-ups, maybe for voice calls or for voice or data, and they do not get value. Understanding this, the challenge we had is that it was a case of the banking sector says, oh, their own end went well. The telecom sector says on their end it went well. And it became
consumer didn't get.
And it became clear that there was no clear linkage from the beginning of the process to the end of the process. And it begins from, one telco, and then you pay to a bank, and then the bank sees the money, and then the intermediary aggregator is able to give you the data, and the MNO pays it, gives it to your account, and everybody was not seeing each other. And this national framework on failed payment and data depletion that has been championed by the NCC through the Consumer Affairs Bureau and the Department of Financial Inclusion and Consumer Protection of the CBN is to understand that no one of us can work independently of the other. We are in the era of multiple regulatory agencies and this linkage together. So we are working, and we are in the final stages of ensuring that that framework is now signed fully by both parties, and the operationalization commences. In the background, we're already having conversations and we're already starting the processes. But until the final process is completed, then we can talk about it. So I would say, just like the terms, all the work has been going on for 2 years with the MOU that was signed, and very soon you're going to see all those solutions and applications up and running, and the same for the framework. So just keep it in view.
Okay, while we put that in view, we'll have to pause through the conversation. We need to take a break. We'll be back. Just stay tuned.
What are we doing as a nation to, first of all, settle our teeming populace, especially the
NTA's political package with a third eye on the nation's political scene. I am Fisa Ogunfuyi. Welcome.
You have to be very careful giving space to people who are obviously sponsored to further the agenda of some other groups.
There's a lot of questions. A lot of questions in a closed-door sessions. Some of these issues, some of the problems bedeviling of their...
In fact, between June 1st and July 17, 19-point-something billion has left the coffers of the NDDC.
I can say my constituency, they need everything because we don't have anything.
MFA for digital literacy is a bot that you can use, you can interact to learn more about digital literacy.
Hello, it's our pleasure to have you join us on platform. I'm Ruth Aguwele.
What is the yardstick for measuring everybody's moral integrity? It's critical at this point in time.
How daunting has that been for the Institute in getting them abreast with all the legislative procedures?
The fact remains that one training workshop is not enough.
Thank you for staying tuned. The conversation is on telecommunications and consumer protection. All you need to know about your right when it comes to you as a consumer. So, Mrs. Bennett, recently we're seeing compensation move by telcos, you know, to compensate consumers for poor services. And are they really complying, talking about the service providers? Because I remember Ayo telling me, oh, I got increase, yes, I got a top up, yes, and I did. He was asking me, did you get? I said, no, I haven't gotten mine. So how is that being regulated and at what pace?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to clarify the reason why we are here with compensation was, like we said earlier, the tariff adjustment that was approved early 2025. And it is not tariff increase. It is tariff adjustment.
Well, for most Nigerians, actually, oh, it's gone up, it was an increase, but it's always good to have the best register for that.
It is an adjustment, you know, just to bring something that can even allow the operators be able to carry on telecoms businesses after over 11 years of no increase, or nearly 12 years. The adjustments now took place. So, having approved that adjustment last year, early last year, the sector and the regulator gave the operators time to obviously ship in those equipment, provision them, and ensure they are fully functional so they can now be deployed to improve network services. So by November, which was nearly 10 months down the line, it was time to actually see and expect this improvement in the networks. This compensation is for network key performance indicator failings by the mobile network operators on their networks. It's not for calls, it's not for failure, it's the network lapses or the failures in the KPIs in the network. And this is why we are here. Now we have it across operators. And I noted your question or your statement. I have not received mine. I think we need to be clear that not every single Nigerian is going to receive this compensation.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
So, like you have local governments that are excluded. There are some local governments that were not even added at all. Maybe in some areas, maybe for security reasons, those sites were closed, or we had extenuating circumstances beyond the operator's control that made those sites not eligible at all. Then you have because this is now across the 774 local governments. You have the local governments that the operators met the KPIs. So those ones are also removed. Now, for the ones where they did not meet the KPIs, take for example, you use your services, network services in 3 different areas, let's say 3 local governments, depending on your work, your home, etc., within a state. And then in those, out of those 3, you have the one where you spend the most time in, where you made the most calls, the most revenue generating activity. If it failed the KPIs, you would get a refund. If, however, out of the 3, you have 2 local governments that it failed the KPI, but you did not spend the most money there. The one where you spend the most money there passed, you would not be eligible for this refund. Now, every operator is going to send you an SMS. Some people have already started receiving. I think I know so many people. Everywhere I go, people tell me, oh, I have been paid by this operator. I have received my own compensation. So compensation is ongoing, but it's not going to be for everybody. And it is for failures of network key performance indicators.
Now, a lot of Nigerians will argue that because it cuts across this failure of KPI, it cuts across all the networks. At one point or the other, people have experienced poor networks. So why are certain people exempted?
Well, at this time, don't forget this is going to be an ongoing thing. What we have done now are for the months of November and December 2025 and January 2026. Obviously, the Commission has has its reasons and its rights to put the criteria for the compensation. Don't remember, it's not a refund.
Yes.
Please, I want us to be very clear about this. These monies are for failures.
Okay.
And the Commission can have this money come back to the sector as a fine. But the Commission said no, because it is actually a sanction for failing to do something, which could have been a monetary fine back to the regulator or to government. But the Commission said no. We want some of these to go back to the same people for which there were service failures. But at this time, it is going to be the place where you spent the most money. If you spend the most money in X local government and the quality of services is wrong, you will not get compensated. And it is also across 3 categories. Those who spend less than 1,000 naira a month, those who spend from 1,000 to 10,000, and those who spend above 10,000. So they are segmented, percentages of refunds, compensation due everybody. It is just the Commission's way of saying, consumers, we know you, we see you, we feel your pain. And these people have failed to meet this network quality of service indicators. Here, have something. And the idea, don't forget, everything in life is not punitive. The Commission's real focus is not that they will keep failing, but that when they have the sanctions, it will force them to carry out as many improvements that they can do internally to ensure that they don't have to have the sanction. And at the end of the day, that is what you and I and every consumer seeks for, quality service.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the plan to capture the whole local governments in the country. At the last engagement that we had, I heard the NCC, EVC and CC making it clear that there's a deliberate attempt by most of these telcos to invest more into the telecommunication sector and also ensure that those who are left behind, people are not left behind, particularly in the underserved areas, and also boosting the capacity of those transiting from 2G, 3G to 4G, while also activating the 5G system. Now, with these on the ground, how do we assure underserved and unserved communities, that the digital penetration, the telecommunication penetration will get to them, and also there could be responsible use of the technology that we're bringing.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, you mentioned that, just like the EBC said, we are moving our 2 and 3G networks and systems to 4G and 5G. Yeah. Well, let's say 4G in most areas. Now, where do we have 2G? 2G coverage is all over the country. And 2G coverage is what you have in the most remote part of the nation. Yeah. So let's talk about where we have coverage, because we have coverage across the vast majority of Nigeria. So by upgrading those sites, as the operators upgrade those sites from 2G to 4G, it means that they are not left in this digital, they are not left, they are not caught up in a digital divide. This is helping digital inclusion, because with the 2G, all you have are voice and SMS. Now with the 4G, those same sites are being upgraded to 4G. So they can now get involved in the digital space, and that is what is being done across Nigeria. In the areas, for the areas where there is no coverage, the Commission is working assiduously. Because this is not something that can be done easily. Let's be clear that the operators traditionally, like any business, will go to places where they have return on investment, which is why the NCC has the Universal Service Provision Fund, which is across every nation of the world that has telecom services. What is the focus of this fund? To ensure that in the areas that are not economically viable for the operators to go, that the government can put its own resources to expand services there. And this is something the NCC has been doing gradually and will keep continuing to do. At the same time, if we want to really improve network services, as the EBC said, and he will always say, and I concur, it is to incentivize the sector, for the operators to be able to put fiber. All these complaints we are having is because we are using a mobile system. If, for example, take data depletion, everything is fiber. I have fiber in my home. For example, when I'm at home, I'm not counting anymore. Before I didn't have fiber. For every second, I am making sure things are off. Nobody's wasting my mobile data, because I will buy it and it will disappear. Not because I don't know how to manage it, but there are people in my house who will overwatch everything. But with fiber, that doesn't happen, so it lasts. So we are working already to upgrade all the different local governments in the nation. And from all the work we are doing, we also encourage our operators. There are key demand areas or drivers for change. Those are hospitals, universities, research institutes, to go there. Because the more they go there, no matter how deep in the hinterlands they are, we know that connectivity is going there. So we're just going to keep working together, working with our parent ministry, working with the operators and as much of the private sector to ensure that there is digital inclusion. But remember, there's connectivity and there's access. Because if you have all that connectivity, which is really, the operators have gone very far, we need to have a huge crop of Nigerians who are able to tap into these digital services available. So that is where we now have training, skills acquisition, and ensuring we have a crop of Nigerians who are the innovators, who are able to also create solutions, locally grown solutions that consumers will be interested in using, and then making sure that the citizens have the digital literacy to manage those. That is when the uptake on the networks will now be sustainable. Majority of these complaints people get to, lay, the end result is for resolution. Yes. That satisfaction this will desire. Yes. I'd like you to tell us how far the Commission has gone in the aspect of resolution, effective complaint resolution, because it's one thing to lay this complaint. You talked about the numbers, you reeled it out, how you're getting the numbers, but resolution, in as much as you're stepping in some areas, are people giving feedback that, okay, yes, I am satisfied now, beyond this compensation aspect we're seeing? Yes. I think I actually love, anyway, I love questions, so I think that's a very good one as well. The consumers write in, and as the Consumer Affairs Bureau, we handle every complaint. Take, for example, somebody walks off the street, they come into the NCC, we'll talk to them, we'll log it on our customer system, and then immediately we contact the service provider. For every complaint, there is an SLA attached, the service level agreement, that they are mandated to meet. We send it to them and we tell them automatically, this is the SLA, commence immediately. On our end, we can see it. At the same time, somebody writes us a letter. We log it in, whether it's from an individual, from a law firm, from based on our MOU with the FCCPC, from the FCCPC or the Public Complaints Commission. We send it to the operators and immediately we start monitoring. People come to our X handle and they say, oh, this is happening with this operator, or they just copy us in a complaint to an operator on social media. Once we see it, we reach out to the operator immediately and say, this your consumer has complained. Commence action. The same time, on our consumer portal, we have an email address for consumers to send in complaints. From that email, we get complaints in hundreds every day. Hundreds. And we send it to the service providers and tell them to treat. Do not forget that on a weekly basis, the service providers send us a comprehensive list of all their complaints. And like I told you, we look at the complaints, we look at the complaint statistics, and based on the issues, we start telling them, we have a problem here, resolve. When consumers are not satisfied, they contact the NCC's 622 number, which is our second level, a toll-free number also, where we have created. You, consumer, you're not happy with the service from your telecoms operator, and please be aware, every consumer should know you called 300 on your mobile phone, your service provider must speak. When you're not satisfied, you call the 622. We take it on board, and that 622 is managed by the NCC, and we can view real time the status of your complaint and whether the operators have handled. This is apart from all the other ones I mentioned, and all these other ones that I mentioned, the email, the walk-ins, the letters, you know, the X, they are all handled by NCC staff in the Consumer Affairs Bureau.
So you will boldly say the Commission is not overwhelmed when it comes to manpower?
The Commission keeps working because our consumer affairs staff are motivated to ensure consumer complaints are dealt with. When that operator says that complaint has been resolved, we contact the consumers. I remember 2 or 3 came to my inbox today where they said, oh, this consumer an operator has confirmed, any operator has confirmed it's been resolved. And then we have called to confirm that it's been resolved. That is what we do. We do not close consumer complaints without verifying ourselves independently from the consumer that it's been resolved. I tell you that the Consumer Affairs Bureau is your best friend. If you want resolution to anything, come to the NCC.
That is why the awareness should be louder.
That is why it should be louder, and I'm glad for a platform like this that everybody knows that no matter what is going on with your network service, no matter the complaints you have, work with the regulator. No matter the complaint, we will see it to the last end. Yesterday, I got a complaint from somebody. He managed to reach my number, my personal number. And I listened, and he was very upset. He had done this. And then, by the time I finished with him, he was calm. And I said, I'm going to call your service provider. And I did. The service provider came to my office today about one consumer out of 180,000 million, because every last consumer matters. I don't know this consumer, but as long as he had complained, 2 of them came, and they are seeing him today, and they are going to report to me. And this is not an isolated case. This is what happens at the Consumer Affairs. This is what happens at the NCC. The consumers must know we are their best friend, and we truly are.
As it is right now, gone are those days when you have to call your service provider and wait for 1 hour before you're responded to.
Yes.
Things are surely are getting better now, and it's also clear that if you do not log in these complaints, the system might not get better, so we need to actually improve the system. But one question, I knew we actually had a good time discussing it at the last hangout we had with the EBC and the management of the NCC, but I think it's instructive that we'll put it out there because this is a larger platform to reach millions of Nigerians. People actually have so much expectations from the NCC, particularly when it comes to social media regulation. And there was a smart answer that the EBC actually gave to that. And I think you should also make it clear here what the NCC can do and what the NCC cannot do concerning social media regulation in terms of content that goes out there and content that should go out there. I knew you actually answered it there, but this is a larger platform to actually set it straight as well.
And I don't know how you can make it concise for pressure time.
Okay, sorry. So let's say, first of all, as parents, we have an obligation to our minors.
Yes.
As a parent, I have parental block. On my children's tablet, I put their ages, and that automatically filters a lot of things that cannot pass through. At the same time, you have this parental monitoring that you are used to monitor, you must monitor. As a regulator, with our Internet Code of Practice, we are able to direct the Internet service providers to take down content that is not appropriate. But we need consumers to complain for us to be aware. But we'll keep working as we do with all other government agencies, like the NBC, the Film and Censors Board, and all the other regulatory bodies, to ensure that the internet space is safe for all consumers.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Frida Ruth Bruce Bennett. Thank you for enlightening the Nigerians, using this platform, and we just hope it gets better, especially for consumers getting the quality service they deserve. Thank you. She is the Director of Consumer Affairs Bureau from the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you once again.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
And Ayodeji Makinde, our ICT correspondent here in NTA. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I hope there won't be any tariff adjustments again.
All right, so the conversation has been on telecommunications and, of course, consumer protection. It is your right to be heard. It is your right to choose. It is your right to fair complaint process. It is your right to timely and responsive, access to what you deserve. Talking about quality service. So go out there and ensure that your right is actually being implemented. And that's Platform. I'm Ruth Aguele. Bye.
Used in the 1890s by the German military on account of its relative high altitude and apparent absence of African horse sickness, as well as subsequent use as a cattle farm in 1970 by Val and Rose Hansen to breed and farm Brahman and Jersey cattle, Okonjima Nature Reserve has today become a major tourist hub in Namibia. The tourism element at Okonjima had humble beginnings, starting in 1986 as an overnight stop for travelers between Etosha and Windhoek, and later growing to offer bird watching experiences, trails, while also demonstrating skills of the bushman and baited leopard viewing. Okonjima Nature Reserve in the heart of Namibia is located in a malaria-free area midway between Windhoek and Etosha National Park. The 20,000-hectare nature reserve is surrounded by the sandstone Omboroko Mountains. This Namibian nature reserve is equally famous for its wildlife sightings as well as its picturesque landscapes that marvel guests, including both first-time visitors and even regular ones. Frequent leopard sightings during game drives is one key thing an African safari is made of here. The nature reserve also boasts an array of indigenous African wildlife, such as zebra, giraffe, eland, kudu, oryx, impala, and springbok, as well as an abundance of bird life, which can be sighted and make for superb wildlife photography opportunities. Okonjima also offers a number of other activities to guests and day visitors, which include hiking, mountain biking, and a fitness retreat. Hence, you will have the chance to experience Namibia at her best on the saddle of a mountain bike and on foot up winding mountain trails amongst wildlife. Visitors to Okonjima can also indulge in smaller pleasures, such as the peaceful atmosphere of the African bush, sporting wildlife at the watering holes situated at each accommodation with ease. These, no doubt, make their African safari one to always remember. A careful executed program to ensure an overall well-being experience, from nutrition, sports, massages to strengthen training sessions at outdoor gym located on the banks of a riverbed are available. At Okonjima, you have a number of accommodation options to suit any budget or traveler, making it the perfect African safari destination in Namibia. The luxury, the affordable family-friendly plains camp, the safari favorite luxury bush camp, the private bush suite, and the Omboroko campsite, as well as the environmental education center are all options found within the 20,000 hectare non-rehabilitated area. Indeed, Okonjima is about appreciating the power nature has to rejuvenate and realign one's life in a healthy and active manner. Once here, you will be introduced to an experience like no other, and you will be glad you visited.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experienced it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences. Let's value dialogue over destruction. Together, we can build a brighter future. Let's choose unity. Let's choose peace. Join us in the Peaceful Future Initiative, because together we can make a difference.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national...
Iran sends a response to a U.S. proposal aimed at ending the war as the U.S. blockade continues. Evacuations continue from a cruise ship hit by the hantavirus as the WHO says the risk of transmission is low. And African leaders and French President Macron arrive in Nairobi for the Africa Forward Summit. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. Welcome to Africa Live. Iran says its response to a U.S. proposal to end their war has been sent through Pakistan. The response, according to Iranian media, focuses on ending the war on all fronts, especially Lebanon, and on the safety of shipping through the Straits of Hormuz and the Gulf. Pakistani sources say Iran's response was immediately relayed to the U.S. side. Meanwhile, the ship tracking platform Marine Traffic says a Qatari tanker carrying liquefied natural gas to Pakistan has safely passed through the Strait of Hormuz, the first such transit since the start of the war. Tehran reportedly approved the move to build confidence with mediators, Qatar and Pakistan. The UK Maritime Trade Operations Centre says a cargo ship has been hit off the coast of Qatar, sparking a small fire. Iran's Tasnim news agency reports that the vessel was sailing under a U.S. flag. Washington says its naval blockade in the strait continues, while Iran accuses all of maritime piracy and has threatened to retaliate against U.S. bases if its ships are attacked. CGTN's Isan Kivani reports from Riyadh.
A bulk carrier was struck near the coast of Qatar. This ship was sailing under a U.S. flag and belongs to the United States. The tanker was targeted off the capital of Qatar, Doha, in the middle of the Persian Gulf, at a distance from the Strait of Hormuz. We've seen these kinds of sporadic clashes in the region during the past week. Meanwhile, the Aerospace Force Command of the IRGC says missiles and armed drones are locked onto the enemy, just waiting for the order to fire. The commander of the IRGC War Operations Center has met with the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei and presented a report on the readiness of Iran's armed forces, including the army, the IRGC, law enforcement, security, and border guard forces. Iranian officials say Iran can't trust the U.S. because America attacked Iran twice right in the middle of negotiations. So in the current talks, Iran says fingers are on the triggers while diplomacy continues. And Iran's Navy's commander says domestically built light submarines tailored to the threats, capabilities and needs of the country are trigger ready and expanding. They are lying on the seabed in the waters of the Strait of Hormuz.
Evacuations from the hantavirus hit MV Hondias cruise ship continue on Spain's Canary Island. The Spanish health minister says the evacuation exercise is expected to continue into Monday afternoon. Authorities say none of the passengers still on board the Dutch-flagged vessel show symptoms of hantavirus. 3 people have died since the start of the outbreak, with a further 5 passengers who previously left the ship currently infected. Ken Brown has more from Tenerife.
As you can see behind me, the ship is not actually docked, it is anchored in the middle of the port. That was part of the protocols agreed between the Spanish government and the World Health Organization, the WHO, and that is where it's going to stay. The first passengers to come off were Spanish nationals. 14 of them came off on 2 small boats. We could see them. They were wearing masks and PPE, protective clothing, and while we were filming them, they were actually taking pictures of us too. It must be quite the sight. There are dozens of media here from all over the world recording this, and when they get over here to the side of me, they go straight onto buses and they're taken straight to the airport, the South Tenerife airport, which is only 10 minutes away from here. And we've just heard that those Spanish nationals have now left the island. They are in the air on their way to a military hospital in Madrid, where they are going to complete a period of isolation, of quarantine of around 42 days. That is what the WHO is advising. So right now we've had 3 boats already. The Spanish nationals are off, and we think that some of the Dutch and Belgian nationals are off too. This ship is actually a Dutch ship. It will go to the Netherlands next. There are still quite a number of crew members on board, 38 Filipinos, for example. So getting everyone home and getting everyone home safe is the aim for now.
A World Health Organization official at the evacuation site in Tenerife says the risk of transmission remains low, with contact tracing now the organization's top priority. WHO also reassured the public that the hantavirus outbreak is not the start of a new global pandemic.
Whether this is all going to be finished tomorrow, my understanding from an operational perspective of the embarkation here is the yes. However, the contact tracing and follow-up of every person who's been in even the lightest contact with the patients will continue until at a maximum incubation period. We're recommending as WHO 32 days, 6 weeks, but we also know that on average the incubation period is actually much shorter than that. And as we review the evidence, we may be able to inform that, for example, after day 25, there's a 95% chance that there will no longer be any additional cases out of those contacts, and that we would, in any case, there are contingency plans should someone become ill. And we know that it doesn't just spread like wildfire, so even if they were to become ill, we don't expect a large outbreak after this.
This is not another COVID. And the risk to the public is low. So they shouldn't be scared and they shouldn't panic. This is based on how the virus is behaving now, because this virus is well known, and there are assessments that have been done. But not only that, this, for several years, there were assessments on the behavior of the virus. So that's why we say the risk is low.
At least 70 people have died after waves of deadly attacks in central Mali. According to local officials, militants linked to the Al-Qaeda-affiliated group Jinim began their attacks on Wednesday and continued the killings on Friday. In the first attack, 2 villages in the Mopti region were targeted, where at least 30 people were killed. The National Human Rights Commission has condemned the attacks and called for immediate action to protect residents. These attacks come after major coordinated offensives by armed groups last month that killed the Defense Minister, Sadio Kamara. Let's now go to the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo, where reports are emerging that at least 69 people were killed in a militia attack in the eastern Ituri province late last month. Locals and security sources told the AFP that armed men affiliated with the Codeco militia carried out the attack. Continued insecurity in the area following the massacre meant the locals could not verify the number of dead until this weekend. It comes as the UN mission in the country warned of a deadly wave of attacks targeting civilians in the restive east, particularly in Ituri, North Kivu and South Kivu, without giving details and told. Moreover, locals and security sources on Thursday said fighters from the Islamic State allied Democratic forces killed at least 36 people in 2 days of attacks in Ituri and North Kivu. The mineral-rich East has been plagued by conflict involving various armed groups, militia and army troops for 3 decades. Leaders from across the continent are gathering here in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, for what will be the first Africa-France summit ever hosted outside a francophone African nation. The 2-day event will be held under the theme Africa-France Partnerships for Innovation and Growth. Among the key issues on the agenda are reforms of international financial institutions, climate change, trade and investment. The summit comes as France seeks to recalibrate its relationship with Africa, especially as relations with several Sahel and West African nations remain frayed. Well, ahead of the summit, Kenya's Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi granted CGT and Africa an exclusive interview.
What is your assessment of the future of the Africa-France relations in the wake of recent geopolitical realignments in some of the former French colonies in Africa?
If we try to look at Africa from a colonial prism, then we'll get lost. All right? Those ties are there, they affected us, but they are gone. It's 60, for us, it's over 60 years since we attained our independence.
Yeah.
And equally so many African countries. So they're trying to define themselves in their own way. All right? So I think the strength of Africa is now going to look at how do we chart the future. And hence, if you listen very carefully, it is called the Africa Forward Summit. Okay? It's forward-looking. And to me, that should be the thrust. How do we harness technology? Okay? How do we grow the GDP on the African continent? How do we resolve our own issues? This is where we should be looking.
We have seen in many cases and across Africa where some of the continent's resources have turned to what people term as a curse, where these resources turn to be the source of their problems, like conflicts. Is it something that is belittling some of these efforts?
We must realize that we are going to be better off as a continent if we can utilize our resources, create the right environment, and then invest with partnerships. They have the technology, sometimes they have the capital, we have the resource here. Let us develop win-win formulas which will enable both of us to benefit. At the same time, we can also enhance trade amongst ourselves on the continent. The level of trade, inter-Africa trade, is so limited. We are trading more with the outside world than we are trading within the African continent. And the data is there to show this. So these are issues that we need to address. But at the same time, for the foreign in the context of outside Africa, they should see Africa as an asset to invest in, not to see Africa as an extraction point.
Would I be correct or wrong if I state that Western influence is declining in Africa? The influence by the Western countries?
It's a very interesting question. But what I would say is this. I think the Africans are negotiating harder and smarter. This is the reality of the day. They're beginning to articulate their position better. They're also bringing out their own innovation. They're spelling out their terms of engagement better than it was in the past. We also have a citizenry on the continent that is not a pushover anymore. All right? The African continent has seen a lot of education, a lot of enlightenment. Communication is real time. What happens here now will be known by anybody else in another part of the continent instantly. And we are improving on this infrastructure. So what the message I would put across is that Africa is simply saying, this time we want to be treated with respect.
For more on what the summit means for Africa, we spoke earlier to Dr. Edgar Gidua, an international relations and diplomacy analyst. Let's listen in.
The timing is basically largely due to geopolitical power play, and France has been losing influence on the African continent. If you recall, they've had a rocky relationship with West Africa, the Sahel states, where they're being Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and other countries in the region. So France just wants to maintain a foothold on the African continent and has decided to try and engage the Eastern African, East Africa, North Africa, to just try and remain relevant on the continent. The African countries participating, number one, can push for, security partnerships with France, which is a powerful country. It's a nuclear weapons-powered country. It's a member of the Security Council. So security partnerships, trade. There'll definitely be a question around immigration. There have been immigration issues with France, and African countries participating could have a voice in that as well. And then ultimately, Africa's quest for a position, a seat at the United Nations Security Council. France is a permanent member, and France could go a long way in pushing Africa's agenda towards getting that seat. So those are some of the discussions that France could have with Africa. And then hopefully we try and see if we can get a win-win position for both the continent and France as a country. France is also a powerful country militarily-wise. So military contracts, buying weapons from France, it's an alternative source. The only other country that sells a lot of weapons to Africa are Russia and China. So France could also want to get into those military security guarantees. Definitely, I'm sure France will be looking to ask some of the African countries on the continent, the ones that attend, if they could have some, bilateral military relations. Remember, in West Africa, France had quite a number of military bases. These ones were closed down. Maybe France is looking to reposition itself in the East African coast. Some of the countries could agree to allow France to have, a semblance of a military base. So those are some of the discussions that I expect would also be held during this conference. Africa needs to speak with one voice. One of the problems that has bedeviled African countries is that instead of rallying behind a common position and let's say maybe having the African Union negotiate for it, many countries, and you cannot fault them because countries are individual, many countries want to pursue individual interests. And sometimes in these individual pursuits of their, interests, they get taken advantage of because they're negotiating with bigger and very powerful countries, much more powerful countries. And two, African countries need to also understand that they have leverage, they have material, they have resources, they have things that these big countries want, and hence learn to negotiate and leverage their position instead of getting taken advantage of.
African nations are urging South Africa to contain rising anti-immigrant violence, with some governments now offering evacuation support to citizens who want to leave. As demonstrations against undocumented immigrants turn violent, President Cyril Ramaphosa is warning against what he calls a climate of prejudice and hatred. CGTN's Julie Shire reports.
Nigerian missionary Stanley Uba has spent more than a decade building a life in South Africa. But that sense of stability is beginning to fracture. As violence against African immigrants in South Africa rises, even those living here legally, of which there are many, say they are becoming increasingly cautious.
For someone like me, I have nothing to fear, but all I would say at this point in time is that as long as this spate of violence is on, I have to avoid gray areas, you understand. But I'm not scared of staying in South Africa. However, there is this fear of being attacked. It's there. I can't deny that.
That fear is not without cause. Since 2008, South Africa has experienced repeated waves of deadly anti-immigrant unrest. Violence, Stanley believes, has deeply damaged the country's image across the continent.
South Africa might not recover from the reputational damage of xenophobic attacks or Afrophobic attacks in many years to come. Because Africans are watching, young kids are watching, people are traumatized. Imagine young kids being chased out of schools just because they are not South Africans.
But for many South Africans, the issue is tied to economic survival. With unemployment above 30%, frustration over jobs, housing, and public services is increasingly being directed at undocumented immigration.
It does affect us as South Africans because I don't really have a problem with them amongst us. But they do affect us in terms of like overpopulation. And then, coming from a far away place, you do settle for less. Yeah, and so in that way, we end up having no jobs as South Africans because they've taken all the jobs.
Research suggests immigrants often fill labor gaps and contribute to local trade and economic activity. But those arguments have done little to calm tensions on the ground.
What the government is supposed to do is to make sure that the law is tight, and everyone who comes in the country comes legally, not illegal.
The tensions are now drawing regional concern. During a recent bilateral meeting, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa and Mozambican President Daniel Chapo agreed that the crisis requires cooperation beyond South Africa's borders.
President Chapo and myself discussed this matter, and we agreed that we should work together. It's not only one country that is affected, and all countries that have foreign nationals in South Africa are also affected as South Africa is affected, so we must all work together, join hands to find solutions to this problem.
In our relation, security and peace is very important. Any country in the world, we don't develop the country without security and peace. That's why we are here to talk about our security, our peace, and the security and peace of our people.
With undocumented immigration estimates running into the millions, pressure on South Africa's government is intensifying. And in communities struggling with poverty, unemployment, and failing services, the line between economic frustration and targeted violence remains dangerously blurred. Julie Shara, CGTN, South Africa.
South Africa has dismissed claims of xenophobia, describing recent incidents involving foreign nationals as isolated. It reaffirmed its commitment to engaging diplomatically with African nations on immigration. The nation's Department of International Relations and Cooperation said the government had swiftly condemned confrontational acts following protests against African foreigners that escalated into violence in various cities. This response follows Ghana's call for the African Union to address the alleged xenophobic attacks during its Media Coordination Summit in June. A quick look now at your sports news. And in Spanish football, conflict and crisis inside Real Madrid's dressing room has largely overshadowed tonight's El Clasico. The Catalans, with a massive 11-point lead, can win La Liga if they avoid defeat. Yet, a training ground fight involving Aurelian Tchouameni and Federico Valverde is grabbing the headlines ahead of kickoff. Real fined the pair more than $500,000 as a result, with the head coach refusing to be drawn into further details. Alvaro Arbeloa defended the two players following their altercation that saw the Uruguay captain end up in hospital.
The
players have already expressed their regret, acknowledged their mistake, accepted the consequences of their actions, and apologized to the fans, the club, the locker room, and to me. And that's enough for me. What I will not do is publicly ban my players at the stake because neither Fede Valverde nor Aurelian Tchouameni deserve it, given what they have done for this club over the years.
Well, a draw would be enough to hand Barcelona the title and go back-to-back for the first time since 2019. It's been a stellar campaign for Hansi Flick's men, who have won their last 10 games and have only dropped 6 points since late October. Real Madrid beat them then to take control of the division, but they were not able to match Barcelona's intensity or consistency over the winter and into the spring. Flick says his team must remain focused until the title is in the bag.
Our goal is clear. We want to win this at home. We play at home. We have a fantastic team, a lot of quality. Also, the fans are supporting us. This is great. But when I'm looking from the opposite side, it's like for them, it's also a Clásico, and everyone will be 100% focused on that, and they want to show and they want to win also. It's normal.
To mixed martial arts, and right here in Kenya, Felista Mugo is breaking barriers as the first female MMA fighter in a country better known for its distance running prowess. CGTN's Mohammed Abubakar has her story.
Declaring your winner by unanimous decision in the red corner, Felista Mugo.
On her Professional Fighters League debut on April 10, 2026, Kenya's Felista Mugo announced herself to the mixed martial arts universe, and with it, made history as Kenya's first female professional MMA fighter.
You know what, for me,
I feel happy, like I presented my country, Kenya. I raised that flag high. It's making me feel good because I needed to make a statement. I needed to say that we are Kenyans and Kenya can do something.
Her journey into mixed martial arts was never planned. From Kenpo Karate to dominating Tongil Mudu in Kenya, Felista steadily carved her path into MMA.
I started from Kenpo Karate just for defense. Actually, I'm 2 times gold medalist of Tongil Mudu, representing Kenya. And after that, I switched in 2023. I switched to MMA, professional.
Currently at 6 wins, 1 draw and 2 losses, with a 90% finish rate, Felista's MMA record speaks for itself. But her road to the PFL was not easy. In 2023, the 26-year-old trained in Lubumbashi, DR Congo, in search of elite preparation. However, in the last few years, Kenya's MMA scene has seen steady growth.
Not all females now have to go through what Felista has been through. You have a lot of facilities are around already available. Now there is a platform to prepare our whether female and male MMA amateur or pro fighters in East Africa before they get unleashed like Felista to go to African level and international level.
Felista now hopes the growing opportunities in Kenya will inspire more young fighters to take up the sport. Felista Mugo's rise is not just a personal breakthrough. It's a signal of how mixed martial arts is growing across Africa. For a region still finding its footing in the sport, she has opened the door for a new generation of fighters in Kenya and East Africa to step onto the global stage. Mohamed Abubakar for CGTN, Nairobi, Kenya.
And we turn to the world of team table tennis championships. There was a thrilling finale to the women's tournament as China twice came from behind to beat Japan. China were the hot favorites on the day, yet they fell into an early deficit as Japanese teenager Miwa Harimoto stunned Wang Manyu in 5 sets. While number 1 Sun Yingsha brought a parity for China, beating Hina Hayata 3-0 in the second match. However, Japan went ahead again as Koa Iman lost to defensive master Honoka Hashimoto in 4 sets. Sun came back to play the 4th match and forced the decider by beating Harimoto 3-0. And so it all came down to a 5th and final set decider, and it was between Wang and Hayata, who had lost their matches earlier in the series. Both had a chance to be the hero. Yet it was the Chinese world number 2 who would prevail, winning the match 11-7, 11-7, 11-5. The victory marked a record extending 24th time that China has lifted the title. That is it for this edition of Africa Live. Remember, you can send your feedback to the contacts on your screen and follow us on our digital media platform. Thank you for watching. I'm Beatrice Marshall in Nairobi. From me and the team here on Africa Live, bye-bye. Take care.
Shughuli hii ilianza tangu mwaka 1994. Hiyo mwanzo tulikuwa tunapanda kama kawaida, unajaza konde lote, unavuna mwani mpaka unakutosha mwenyewe, unauacha hasa. Lakini sasa hivi mnamo kama miaka 15, hiyo hali ilivyokuja kama mnamo mwaka 15, tena ndio imekuja hali kama hiyo, mara ufanyike, mara usifanyike.
Climate change is one of the issues which is being mentioned by many scientists and people who are doing research on seaweed farming, that it is impacting the growth of seaweed.
Wanatuambia itakuja zidi bei, lakini pindipo pa kiwanda cha Manangwe kikimalizika, tena hapo ndo tutakuja tizama hayo yanayokuja. Kwa jina naitwa Fatuma Haji, mzaliwa wa Jambiani, na watoto 4 wote wa kiume. Babangu mimi alikuwa mvuvi, ikisha mkulima maweni shamba. Na mama mshonaji wa kofia. Halafu na mwani anaenda. Mwani, shughuli hii ilianza tangu mwaka 1994 hadi leo. Nilipokuwa mdogo, si wazee watu wananiambia msende kule pwani, mtakuja kwenda zama, nyie mnakwenda Chomwe. Chomwe yenyewe ndo mnajua, hatuijui. Mtakuja kupata jini, mkapiga mbizi, mtalala chini, msije juu. Hamjijui, mtakufa tena, mtakuja chukuliwa tu mkazikwe. Mie naamini yako, naamini kama yako hayo majini ya uko baharini yako, ya kwenda Chomwe usije juu unachukuliwa maiti yako. Naamini hasa. Mahusiano yangu na bahari yako mazuri, kwa sababu ni kwa hapa nikwambia hapo, nikiwa sijaiona bahari, haki ya Mungu akili haifanyi kazi. Naona najisikia faraja hasa nikaona bahari kwa mahitaji yangu nayofanya. Iko inaniletea faida. Nilinunua makabati yangu mawili, nikanunua vitanda, nikanunua vestuli, nguo navaa, kusomesha watoto, hata familia yangu nilikuwa nashughulikia kwa mwani. Jamii hapa, mazingira yetu yako mazuri, tunasaidiana kwa shida, raha, kwa sababu kama nilivyokuambia, mimi nilipounguliwa na nyumba nilikuwa sipo. Huyu bibi mwanaisha mimi mama yangu kwa upande wa kwetu Makunduchi. Na hapa ameolewa na baba yangu. Inabidi mama yangu huko na huko. Tena ndio tukaunda tu saa hizi zote tuko hivi mimi na bibi mwanaisha. Ile siku nilioondoka, kwa sababu nilikuwa nimefiliwa na baba yangu mdogo, nyumba yangu ikaungua moto. Kilichoniasiri sana mimi, hasa kilichoniasiri hasa mimi kwa sababu nilikuwa na pesa zangu 1,200,000. Kisha basi mna picha zangu za familia. Halafu mna nguo za wanangu. Zile nguo hata kwenye mifuko kuzitoa nyingine bado sijazitoa. Nikaanguliwa na nguo zangu kanga mivao 400. Nakuja hapa jengo jeupe, hapana chochote. Changu nilichokuja nacho kilio tu. Tani nilipoanguliwa na hiyo nyumba nakwambia hapo. Washughulikiaji wote huyu Mwanaisha yuko mbele. Mimi mwenyewe sipo hapo na hangaika mwingine. Yeye Mwanaisha ndio ananishughulikia mipango yangu kwa kila hali.
Shughuli hazishi siku hizi.
Hazishi. Kila mmoja ana kijora. Kila kazi na umwani ulivyokuwa haumondo kabisa.
Tutafanikiwa. Utakuja kunipa mbegu?
Nitakuja kupa.
Baba leo nataka nije unipe mbegu.
Nisikupe kwa nini? Nitakupa. Mimi sina ubaya huo.
Manake ndo mambo kama hayo hayeshi ya shule.
Mwanangu yule leo kesho kutwa anakuja.
Anakuja hapa?
Anakuja hapa na
mimi nitakuja nimuone. Manake nakuja na mkewe.
Na mkewe, lakini cha kukipika sijui napika kitu gani.
Usishughulike shoga yangu, nitakuja kupa. Kwa ugeni huo? Usishughulike.
Basi haya.
Nitakuja kuletea chakula kwa wageni na mimi nitakuja.
Mwanamume amejua kuchagua, amechagua kifaa kizuri hicho. Amefika mlango watu. Mwanzo tunakwenda mwituni. Tunakata vijiti vyetu vile. Ikesha tunatafuta mishipi tunachomeka zile tai tunatia. Kutia kule tukisha tunakwenda zetu pwani, tunachukua vijiti vyetu na ile mishipi yetu, tunakwenda pwani, unaufunga ule mwani. Unapanda, unasubiri mabavu wa matatu. Kama hili tunalo sasa hivi, hili la mwezi 11, ikisha linakuja la mwezi 27, ikisha linakuja la mwezi 11. La mwezi 27 ndo mavuno unavuna. Unabidi unakuja mwezi miwili, tutachukua mwezi miwili ndo unavuna. Tukishamaliza kuvuna tunachukua kule, tunakuja kuanika, likatoka jua muda siku 1.5 tu, kama kuna mvua siku 2, ikesha hapo tunatia tena kwenye polo, unasindilia kwa kijiti, unajitwika, unakwenda kupeleka unakonunuliwa. Toga. Wangu mie. Nyatika mimi. Tano na nusu. Au ngapi? 6. Itabidi mpate. Hiyo mwanzo tulikuwa tunapanda kama kawaida. Unajaza konde lote, unavuna mwani mpaka unakutosha mwenyewe, unauacha hasa. Lakini sasa hivi mnamo kama miaka 15. Hiyo hali ilivyokuja kama mnamo mwaka 15. Tena ndio imekuja hali kama hiyo. Mara ufanyike, mara usifanyike. Lakini hiyo mwanzo ulikuwa unafanyika uzuri tu, tunavuna mwani mpaka si wenyewe tunachoka wenyewe. Kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa bavua moja kama hili, bavua hili. Ninakwenda mimi natoa polo 60. Polo 60 natoa na mwingine naubakisha siwezi kuchukua. Lakini sasa hivi ninakwenda pwani ile bavua moja ile polo 2 zinashinda kama zile tulichukua jana.
Baharini urejua huko. Umeharibika nikashuka chini. Ukaharibika tena sasa hivi ndio kila nikiweka unayayuka. Kila nikiweka unayayuka. Eneo la huku kwetu sote eneo hilo hatuna mwani. Ndio kule kwa kina Bi Fatuma kule kaskazi ndio walikuwa wamekoanza ndio ushafanyika. Lakini huku watu wengi sana hatuna mashamba. Tunasikitika sana. Hatujui sababu kitu gani. Umeharibika kiasi kikubwa karibu na mwaka mzima hatuna konde na hatuna kazi basi.
Kwa sababu kipindi cha baridi mwani ndio unavyofanyika kipindi cha baridi. Lakini kikafanyika kipindi cha joto tu mwani unabadilika. Unakuwa mbovu, halafu unakuwa kama na unyoya kidogo. Unaharibika. Lakini kipindi cha baridi unakuwa mzuri tu. Unapanda mwenye buheri, lakini kipindi cha joto na sasa hivi kwa sababu tumeondoka katika kipindi cha baridi. Kweli Mwanaisha mimi amentia huruma kwa sababu hana mwani. Na sababu yenyewe huu mwani tukipanda, hapa mahumo mahoteli na mapoli yanatiririsha maji kule hoteli nao maji yao si kama wanatiririsha yale maji ya chumvi yanakuwa mengi. Ndio tunasema ndio sababu wenyewe. Zamani tulikuwa tunapanda mwani tunatutosha wenyewe kwa hiyo. Mlikuwa hamna poli hata moja humu. Mapoli yamefanyika sasa hivi. Mlikuwa hamna mapoli. Lakini mazingira ya zamani na sasa hivi, ya zamani yalikuwa yamezidi kuwa tabu sana. Kuliko sasa hivi ulipokuja utalii. Afadhali yamenyoka hata kama hatufanyi kazi ya utalii, lakini afadhali kidogo yamenyoka, afadhali sana.
Kuna kama uchafu na ule pale umepauka, ule umepauka. Ule umepauka, ule Kwa karibu naliona zuri. Kwa karibu naonekana vizuri. Kuliko kule mbali. Ulipoanza mwani kuoteshwa hapa. Mwanzo kabisa huyu. Mbona hujafunga?
Usijeniwekata.
Ndo basi na huo. Ndo basi.
Huyu nimekonyua hapa.
Ala usiukate hamna, umefunga kwenye kamba, usiukanyue. Hebu chukua. Vile chenyanyua kamba. Sina kwa mlaini kawaida Huu mgumu naona. Jambiani and Paje were the first areas where seaweed farming started in Zanzibar in end of 1989. And they were selected because at that time it was full of seagrass and it was growing very well on top of the seagrass. It was very, very healthy seaweed growing there. At that time, the first export was about 600 tons. But then historically, it increased from maybe 2 villages along the whole coast of eastern part of Zanzibar and then also in Pemba. In 2016, it reached 16,000 tons, from 600 to 16,000 tons. But then after that, it started to reduce to 9,000 tons, and then it went back to 12,000 in 2021. 2 species of seaweed are cultivated here, Eucuma cottoni and Eucuma spinosum. But from the beginning, Eucuma spinosum was growing well because it can tolerate heat. But cottoni needed cool water. When it started, they used to call it a blessing in disguise because at that time, they couldn't farm on land. The women were very poor. When seaweed farming started, it was meant for everybody. But because of the nature of the activity, that you have to put tie and wait like for 1.5 to 2 months. So the men found it very difficult. But for the women, it was acceptable because in these areas, they had no other job to do and they had no income. But the men, they want money immediately because locally, traditionally, they are the ones who support the families. Hapa kwa nini unahisi wewe unakufa kwa nini? Katika mbali ya mapul, kitu gani kingine? Kwa sababu mapul wenzenu hawana mapul lakini money hamna.
Ndio sijui sababu.
Nyinyi mnafikiria kitu gani kingine?
Joto jingi.
Tunatoka kwenye baridi ndio hafanyiki, ndio tunahangaika hivyo hivyo. Kwenye baridi, baridi ndio kwanza tunatoka.
There is weather and there is climate. The periods have changed. So there is this also change in the weather pattern. All this reduction is due to climate change, increase in temperature, increase in wind speed, and also irregular rains, and so on and so forth. And also there's some kind of algae. This is ulva, but it grows on top of they call it mashava locally, epiphytes. It grows on top of the seaweed. And when it grows on top of the seaweed, then the seaweed cannot grow very well, it dies. This one is covered by the epiphytes. It is covered by like whitish. Some people don't accept, even not here in Zanzibar, even outside in the world. I know friends of mine who are experts, who are scientists, but they don't believe in climate change.
Kombo kombo, kanipema pesa yangu. Kombo, kanipema pesa yangu. Kilichonitoa nyumba wivu wa mke mwenzangu. Kuna watu tu wanatuambia tupande kima cha maji marefu, lakini si kima cha maji marefu tutapanda vipi na hatuna vile viboti vya kuendea kule baharini? Inabidi ndio tumo tusie.
Mimi sijaogolea hata siku moja ndo anza leo. Lakini kwa shani yake Allah, Mungu atampeleka.
Mle kwenye boti ndo tushaingia kwenye boti. Inabidi kule ndo unatakiwa tushuke tukaogelee na hatujui kuogelea sasa. Inabidi watufundishe.
Mafunzo yetu haya kwamba tunakumbana na changamoto nyingi. Sasa moja miongoni mwa changamoto kubwa ambayo inatusumbua ni wanafunzi kutohudhuria katika darasa. Sababu kubwa ambayo inawapelekea kina mama kuweza kukosa kuhudhuria katika darasa ni harakati za kimaisha kwa hapa kwetu. Sababu wengi wao ni wanategemea bahari. Sasa wakati mwingine darasa litakuwa time za kwenda baharini, kwa hivyo zikiwa vile hawezi kuacha ile shughuli yake, lazima ahudhurie kwenye shughuli yake huku hiyo fulani, na wao wana familia, wana watoto.
Uwezo mnao, pole pole tu, jamsini, pumzi tu.
Jamani tutaweza
sana tu. Ni hamuoga tu kuliko wengine. Wengine walikuwa kutoka kule kuingia majini na umoga. Kwa hiyo na huku kama mfano wa mashine iko miguuni, boti iko nyuma mashine huko. Ule utafanya hivi, ili hii miguu ndio ile propeller.
Fanya hivi.
Kwa hiyo maana kila ukipiga hivi kwa nguvu unatembea mbele. Na kifua kinainuka. Kwa hiyo baadaye utakuja kuwa hatuelea kunyanyua hii bado. Tunakuja hii kwanza mpaka uelewe. Baadaye utakuwa uko utakuja kupiga hivi mkono na kuoko huku, ukisema kwa jezi hapo kitapasuka chini. Na ukisema huku kuna kitu kinakuja ukikimbie, lakini chukua wewe yani wewe taratibu unajiachia, sawa. Bora bwana ndio mchupa tunajiachia bwana. Wende maji mengi. Wanajiachia. Bora tuone maji mengi kule, maji makubwa msitutie aibu. Mmejifundisha wapi kuchupa?
Changamoto nyingine kubwa kwamba ni kina mama wa nchi za vijiji vya jirani, kwa sababu masomo yanafanyika huku, sisi hatuwezi kutoka sisi kwenda kule. Kwa hivyo lazima watufuate. Sasa kutufuata kunahitaji kulipa nauli kwenye gari na kuacha zile shughuli zao. Kwa hivyo kinakuwa ni kikwazo kwa wao kushindwa kuja, lakini wanatamani sana.
Raha kabisa, litanzi leo. Raha tu. Wanategelea pesa. Anaangalia freshi. Anaangalia vizuri sana. Anarudi sasa hivi. Ina maana apeleke maji mengi.
Hapo zamani nilikuwa naogelea, lakini sasa hivi sijui. Lakini zamani nilikuwa naogelea sana. Nitajifunza kupitia kuogelea mimi.
Anarudi, anaenda tena vifatu,
Hii sabuni imetengenezwa kwa kitu gani?
Sabuni imetengenezewa kwa mafuta ya nazi na caustic pamoja na mwani.
Hii ndio mafuta haya ndio mafuta nazi?
Hao ndio mafuta ya nazi.
Yametengenezewa kwa nini?
Kamili, hao yametengenezewa nazi tupu pamoja na mwani.
Haya. Umepika vipi?
Nimekuna nazi, nikachuja, baada ya kuchuja nikaweka jikoni nikapika hadi
yakaiva. Huu tena mwani umeingiza vipi?
Mwani umeyayuka wote
kwenye mafuta.
Kwenye mafuta.
Ina maana huu ukatia kwenye mafuta unayayuka?
Unayayuka wote. Wenyewe.
Unamalizika wote?
Wote.
Ndio, hii sabuni tufanye.
Bora kufanya hiyo sabuni kuliko kupanda huo mwani. Haki ya Mungu.
Na mwani tupande. Kama hatujapanda mwani tutapata.
Hatuna nini ya sabuni.
Mwani tupande. Maana yake ukirudi mwanini ukiwanika ukipata wako, si utapata utafanya na biashara ya sabuni. Kupanda mwani tunazalisha, tunapata mazao hayo, tunafanya sabuni. Tafahamu.
Karibu pite.
Karibu pite.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh. Salama za huko?
La mazima.
Lazima za siku.
Nashukuru Mungu.
Amjambo huko?
Na insha Allah.
Karibuni mkae.
Karibuni mkae.
Vipi kuhusu kilimo cha mwanasigia? Mnataka mlime katika sehemu zilizokuwa za mbali na kuogelea vipi mnaweza? Kwa sababu bahari haina mti na kuogelea mtihani kidogo kusema ukweli.
Tutaweza kupanda mwani kwenye maji ya kima kirefu kwa sababu hata hii leo tumeenda Mishavi kufundishwa kuogelea. Na nimefurahia sana, nilikuwa nasema siwezi kuogelea, kumbe ninaweza. Hata wenyeji wangu wale nilipokwenda pale wananiambia, kwani ushawahi kuogelea? Nikamwambia bado sijawahi kuogelea. Akaniambia sio kweli. Mimi nilikwenda pamoja na Bi Aisha. Nilizania Bi Mwana. Nilipoingia mie majini, tumeulizwa aingie nani mwanzo majini. Nikasema bora niingie mie, nikaja kufa nife mie. Nikazania Bi Aisha hawezi kuogelea. Nilipokusha nikamwambia haya nawe njoo ujaribu, akaogelea. Sijui tena ameona vipi katika kuogelea kwake.
Mama, katika kuogelea kwako ulijifunza nini?
Na raha. Mwanzo nilikuwa ninaogopa. Na wimbi anakuja nakwambia ninayaogopa, lakini nilipambwa lalia raba. Nikalala kwenye raba.
Basi
tumechukua
hata namba zao tumechukua.
Tutapiga simu, tutaenda kwenye mazoezi. Ikija tokezea tukapandemane kwa kima kirefu, maji kima kirefu, tutajaribu kupanda.
Ukijua kuogelea utaenda mbali sana.
Hata kwa mimi nitakwenda kuchukua.
Hata tuwale tutakotoka kwa kuogelea. Kwa kindambizi hivi.
Kuogelea vipi, unazipenda wewe?
Ni fomu nzuri. Tumependeza nakwambia. Natamani tushone wenzetu nasia. Nzuri hivyo zile. Maana yake umevaa kuanzia kichwani hadi
mpaka miguuni.
Umependeza.
Mimi nadhani hapa nikaenda jifunza kuoga.
Nilikuwa ninafikiri leo bifatu
wanaume wote hawapata wapita kwa kuogelea. Wote.
Nilikuwa ninafikiri lakini mbona shida? Shida. Sio shida. Raha.
Sio shida.
Mtajua tu kuogelea.
Kujua tutajua.
Usikate tamaa.
Tutakwenda tupande mwani kima cha maji kirefu.
Vizuri.
Inapiga miezi 4, 5, siku nyingine hata mwaka mzima sijaimaliza. Nakuwa nayo kama ni kizungumzo tu, hasa kwa kazi maalum bado sijawa nayo. Kwa kazi maalum sijawa nayo hasa. Sitengenezi kitu cha kujiburudisha tu, usemaji wa watu. Kama ndio hivyo sasa hivi usemaji wa watu kuna vijora, na kipesa changu cha kofia kanipe kijora na mie basi. Haina nini maalum. Haiji kama vile mwanzo. Tutapanda kidogo kidogo, lakini kama vile mwanzo si rahisi. Masponji mimi napenda jikule kwenye masponji kule unachaguliwa sasa, lakini kwa mwanzo anawapa kwa kila mwisho wa mwezi anawalipa. Ami kama mimi nataka niachane na ukulima wa mwani, nataka nije kwenye ukulima wa sponji. Nianzie vipi, nipite njia gani ili na mimi nipate nije kwenye ukulima wa sponji?
Kwanza ukija kwenye ukulima wa sponji, kwanza ujue kuogelea. Kapwani natafuta mbegu, ukimaliza kutafuta mbegu unaenda nayo kwenye shamba lako. Kama shamba lako una shamba lako, unaenda nayo kwenye shamba lako, unaanza kuikata kata kidogo kidogo, ukimaliza unaziweka kwenye mshipi, unaanza kuzinyosha kwenye line.
Ilo sponji hilo linatumia muda wa miezi mingapi hata linapokwenda kwenye mavuno?
Natumia kama muda wa mwaka, inategemea na ukubwa wake. Muda wa mwaka mingine mpaka miezi 9, inategemea na ukubwa wa sponji uchavyoanza kuivuna.
Itabidi mimi nipate mbegu. Hiyo mbegu nitaipataje? Na mimi sasa hivi ndo nataka nipande hayo masponji hapo.
Kwa sababu ndo hanza unaanza, huwezi kupewa, kwa sababu uende pale upewe matayarisho, upewe ufahamishwe vizuri.
Je, nikikosa sasa hivi mtanifikiriaje mimi?
Ndio nakwambia vipi, ukifika kule unapewa matayarisho yote ya sponji nini.
Inauzwa sokoni au kwa mtu maalum au hotelini? Wapi inakouzwa?
Mahotelini inauzwa, unauziwa watalii.
Ukenda hawakufanyi jeuri kama nimekuja leta sponji yangu, wakuzungushe mara huku mara kule au vipi? Au
inategemea, kwa sababu sisi tunasubiri hadi oda ifikie oda.
Zao letu la mwani na lengo la kusarifu, yani kutengeneza bidhaa za mwani, hasa kuongeza thamani ya zao la mwani kutokana na bei iliyokuwepo. Kwa mbichi labda kilo 2 au 2.5, unapokausha nje kunapata kilo 1. Kupitia zao la mwani tunatengeneza mafuta ya kujipaka kwenye mwili na nywele, na tunatengeneza body cream. Kuna kubwa na kuna ndogo, na sabuni pia tunatengeneza kwa aina mbili. Kuna tunazotengeneza kwa mashine na kuna nyingine tunatengeneza kwa mikono. Kwa hiyo na sabuni zetu tunakuwa zaidi inayopendwa zaidi ni lemongrass.
Sasa hivi nimejiandaa kuelekea barabarani kwenda harusini kwa sababu ya harusi ya mtoto wa kakaangu. Kakaangu tuko mjomba kwa shangazi, familia moja. Mtoto wake tunaozesha, anaolewa. Harusi iko saa 10. Na nimemchukulia zawadi huu kakaangu, zawadi ya samaki, ili naye akajisikie raha moyoni mwake. Tutakuwa na sherehe vile vile, dufu kama rusha roho kidogo, kama hakuna mvua tunaenda kuimba na kucheza dufu. Nimejisikia faraja kweli. Nimejisikia niko kwenye faraja kwa sababu najihisi kama ninakwenda kupumzika kidogo kwa pilika zangu. Wa mwani si haba, nashukuru. Mume ya mwanzo aliniacha, sasa hivi nimeolewa na mume. Mimi ndio nilikuwa napata kipato kikubwa zaidi kwa sababu nilikuwa nauza mwani, mimi nafika 200,000. Yeye kama hizo alikuwa haziti mkononi. Ilikuwa inaniletea faida. Ilikuwa vizuri mwanzo. Lakini kwa sasa hivi inabidi anisaidie kwa sababu ndo kama hivyo mwani hau. Wanatuambia itakuja zidi bei, lakini pindipo kiwanda cha Manangwe kikimalizika, tena hapo ndo tutakuja tizama hayo yanayokuja, yanafurahisha.
Thirdly, set goals and prioritize which soft skills to improve on based on the requirements for a job or advancement in your career. Lastly, seek out resources that can enable you to get better. For example, books, blog posts, online classes, and podcasts. A popular quote says, hard skills can get you into the room, but you need soft skills to get and keep you on the job.
President Tinubu arrives Nairobi for Africa Friends Summit 2026.
Nigerian Employers Consultative Association asks federal government to investigate Nigeria's billion-dollar rehabilitation contract for refineries.
Joint Task Force Northeast combats ISWAP terrorist attack on 120 Task Force Battalion Gunnery.
And on Good Morning Nigeria today, we will focus and examine the new policy on textbooks ranking.
Nigeria's educational system has evolved, moving from the traditional community learning to one of the largest formal education systems in Africa.
Indeed, and from the universal primary education of 1976 to the universal basic education of today, the reforms remain continuous but challenging.
Poor funding, shortage of qualified teachers, and lack of infrastructure are some of the bottlenecks impeding sustainable progress in the education sector. However, its ability to prepare students for practical careers is relentless.
And such preparations involves burning the midnight candle with recommended textbooks, either in sciences or arts. Well, my experience as a student readily comes to mind, and I remember the days and nights of vigorous study, Mr. Demola.
You can say that again, Jumai. Well, you can say it's paying off anyway, but this is where it gets interesting, especially with textbooks, where the changes between our time and the ones they use now reflects a shift in curriculum, technology, and teaching style.
Well, that is expected with an evolving society like ours. Nigeria is not lagging behind, as it is taking another step towards reform-oriented policies. This time, it is to implement a new national textbook ranking system for primary, junior, and secondary schools.
The Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, NERDC, is the brain behind this policy. It will rank textbooks with only top-rated materials approved for classrooms to ensure quality and curriculum compliance. From information made available, low-quality books will be banned, and a structured national evaluation process will be put in place to determine the most suitable and highest quality options for each subject and level of education.
So now, what are the reasons behind the federal government's introduction of the national textbook ranking system in Nigeria? How will the new textbook ranking policy improve the quality of education in Nigerian schools?
Good questions, Jemai. Well, these are some of the questions our guest will answer shortly. I'm Ademola Adeoye. Welcome to Good Morning Nigeria, the first for the week.
The first for the week, and the Ministry of Education has set up a standing committee to streamline the textbook approval process. They have their hands till the whole process and approval is made public. But what will be the recommendations? We'll keep our fingers crossed as September draws near. I am Jumma Yusuf. We are reaching you live from the nation's capital on the network service of the NTA. In a moment, we'll bring the highlights of the morning news and much later, newspaper review. Now, let's join Chinyeye for the morning highlights of the news. Good morning.
Hello, Jumai and Ademola. Good morning to the both of you. Good morning, Nigerians. Here is the news. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Nairobi for the Africa-France Summit 2026. The president, who departed Nigeria for France on Sunday, May 3rd, landed in the Kenya capital at about 12:15 this Monday morning. President Tinubu will join 29 other heads of state and government scheduled to attend the first edition of the summit, holding in an English-speaking country in Africa. Co-chaired by President Emmanuel Macron and President William Ruto, the summit focuses on energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, restructuring of global financing architecture, and climate action. The summit, with the theme, Africa Forward, Africa-France Partnerships for Innovation and Growth, will provide a high-level platform for African leaders and their French counterparts to deliberate on critical issues affecting the continent, including economic transformation, climate resilience, infrastructure development, youth empowerment, technological advancement, and peace-building initiatives. President Tinubu's participation at the summit is expected to underscore Nigeria's unwavering commitment to strengthening strategic partnerships with African nations and the French Republic. The Nigeria Employers Consultative Association wants the federal government to investigate the billion-dollar rehabilitation contracts that could get Nigerian refineries working or deliver sustained refining output before it will consider engaging in another deal. Director General of NECA, Adewale Smart Yerinde, expresses this concern while reacting to the recent signing of a Memorandum of Understanding between the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and Chinese firms for the restart, completion, and expansion of the Port Harcourt and Warri refineries. He says, while the nation is desperately in need of functional refineries, it cannot ignore the decade-long pattern of billion-dollar rehabilitation contracts that have delivered zero sustained refining output. It will be unpatriotic to endorse another deal while questions on past spending remain unanswered. The Director General notes that it is on record and apt to say that the nation cannot afford another trail of wasteful spending. Adewale Smart Yerinde emphasizes that while the intention might be right, however, it is important for the NNPC to avail Nigerians sufficient informational explanation on status of past spending and audits carried out on the refineries. And the federal government has tasked telecommunications service providers to resolve network challenges and deliver quality call and data services to Nigerians, informing telecom subscribers to expect improved quality of service and value for paid services going forward. This is as the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani, in a personally signed statement, states that the government has made investments in infrastructure that will resolve the country's long-standing connectivity challenges for more reliable high-speed internet access for homes and businesses. Among them are World Bank-backed funding under Project Bridge secured to expand nationwide open access fiber infrastructure, which deployment kicks off before the end of the year, alongside new telecom tower deployments and expanded satellite capabilities. He emphasizes that the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, has been empowered to monitor performance, enforce service standards, ensure compliance, and take appropriate regulatory action across the industry without interference. Troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hardin K have combated ISWAP terrorist attack on 120 Task Force Battalion, Culinary, in the late hours of Saturday, 9th May 2026. In a statement, the Media Information Officer Headquarters, Joint Task Force Operation Hardin K, Lieutenant Colonel Saniuba, says support from the air component of the theater and the Nigerian Army Aviation synchronized air-land assault that decimated the retreating terrorists. Exploitation of the general area revealed extensive battle damage consistent with scores of terrorist casualties. Several arms and bodies of the invading terrorists were recovered after the operation, while wounded soldiers are stable and receiving medical attention. The Nigeria Police Force says it has recorded a major breakthrough in the fight against violent extremism with the dismantling of a suspected IPOB ESN terrorist enclave in Nguru, Abo, Mbise local government area of Imo State. The intelligence-led operation was carried out by operatives of the Imo State Police Command following actionable intelligence obtained from a top IPOB ESN commander, Ebube Uchenna Madoakolam, also known as Ebube Virus. 3 suspects were arrested during the raid and are currently in police custody, assisting investigators with critical information on the group's operations and logistics network. Inspector General of Police, Olatunji Disu, commended the operatives for their courage, professionalism, and tactical precision in their operation. And those are the news highlights for now. Good Morning Nigeria continues with Jumei and Ademola after this break. To stay.
A new edition of TV Guide is out, featuring an interesting personality with vast experience in the digital ecosystem. Professor Ibrahim Adeyanju, Managing Director and Chief Executive, Galaxy Backbone Limited, takes us through the gamut of revolutionizing the workspace through digitalization.
Galaxy started in 2006. Started with pure research technology, software technology. We've been able to move from 2006 to providing fiber backbone, to having 2 data centers, to improving the bandwidth in terms of internet connectivity that we do to MDS. That is great progress.
Power, privilege and public trust with Comrade Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembus, Director General NTA. Welcome to a world of fun and excitement as we also present an assemblage of professionals in the media space. Some compelling NTA programs, current trends in the fashion world, ICT, sports, entertainment, and lots more. TV Guide, very incisive, very educative, and compelling. Get a copy at the vendor near you or NTA stations nationwide. TV Guide, your indispensable companion.
Kano, are you ready?
The biggest gathering of advertising and marketing professionals in northern Nigeria is here.
The Advertising and Marketing Communications Summit 2026. The summit will now hold from 19th to 21st May 2026, Bristol Palace Hotel, Kano. Powerful conversations, inspiring ideas,
and game-changing opportunities.
Supported by the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria,
the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA,
and the Kano State Government.
Working together to shape the future of communication in our region.
Advertising, media, branding, business.
This is where you need to be. Don't miss out. Be there. Register now. Limited slots available.
Call
Advertising and Marketing Communications Summit 2026.
Shaping the future of communication.
barbecue, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
You make choices every day. Your essential routine shouldn't be one of them. Start with Nivea Men Deep Body Lotion with MaxTech, powered by Black Carbon, that gives you 48 hours moisture. Then, lock in that powerful dark wood scent with Nivea Men Deep Roll-On with MaxTech that gives you 72 hours sweat and odor protection. Skin is for playing it smart. Nivea is for skin. Nivea Men, proud sponsors of Real Madrid.
The world needs moms. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil. Pour pure love.
Godrich Air Pocket? Wow!
With Power Gel technology, keeps the bathroom fresh for up to 30 days. Godrich Air Pocket. Bye-bye bad smell. Hello sweet fragrance.
Once upon a time, there was a land plagued by blandness. Food had lost its flavor and there was nothing left to savor. Just then, the tastemaker arrives to restore taste to this land of blandness. All she did was sprinkle, stir, and serve. And from that day on, they knew one truth. All they need is sprinkle, stir, serve.
Tastemaker. Good, tasty food is worth living for. Worried about your oil? Every time you enjoy your favorite meal? Introducing Smart Balance. Smart Balance Rice Bran Oil is rich in Gamma Original. Golden Terra Smart Balance Oil reduces bad cholesterol.
The prestigious NTA Television College, widely recognized for its professionalism and excellence in media training, has achieved another significant milestone. In addition to its existing affiliation with Ahmadu Bello University Zaria for the award of a degree in mass communication, the college has now received official approval from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, to commence National Diploma, ND programs in mass communication and multimedia. Additional programs are also in progress. Admission requirements: a minimum of 5 O-level credit passes in relevant subjects. For National Diploma ND programs, minimum JAMB admissible score of 100. For degree programs, recommended JAMB score of 180 and above. This is a great opportunity to become part of the college's growing legacy in media and broadcast education. For more information, visit our website at www.ntatvc.edu.ng or call these following numbers: 0803-838-4343, 0806-980-9897. Announcer Management.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria, and up next is Newspaper Review.
Newspaper reviewer Chukwudi Okoli-Ugbaja is here. Chooks, good morning. And it's so obvious that you had a very rough weekend. But it's good for you that you manage.
I'm not here to talk about our no success. It was granted by Providence. Just concentrate on bundling me out of the studios after 2 minutes.
I have to do that because
so that I don't give this cold to you. It's the size of a drum in my chest. You better be careful.
If you give me this cold, there's no work for the next 2 weeks. Let's quickly go to the papers, and I'll begin with the Blueprint newspaper. And above the masthead of the Blueprint newspaper, ACF crisis, but dismisses Dalhato's suspension. blames disgruntled minority. You find the details on page 7. And just below the masthead, Uricadu meets VP Vance Rubio as Nigeria-US expand counter-terrorism cooperation. You find the details on page 6. We have Under 22 World Cup. Falconets no opponents on Friday. You find the details on page 32. And at the side piece of the picture story, FG targets $100 billion GDP boost in major tourism infrastructure PPPs. If you want to know all about it, you go to page 8. And below the picture story, our airstrikes killed 70 terrorists, not civilians. DHQ clarifies. Opens investigation into alleged civilian casualties. And at the bottom plate of the Blueprint newspaper, police rescue 4 kidnapped children. Launch manhunt for famous suspect. Details on page 13. Customs returns stolen exotic cars to Canadian authority. Details on page 6. And Tinubu hails Afenifere leader Fasharati on his 100th birthday. Congratulations. That's on page 18. Jet A1 supply disruptions pose serious risks to flight safety. And AAPE ones. And the headlines, Fubara fate hangs in the balance over Rivers APC ticket. With riders, we will submit our report. That's coming from the screening panel. I will abide by party's decision on consensus on Kwara, Nils DG. Atiku Amechi pick ADC presidential nomination forms. Let's quickly go to the Nigerian pilot newspaper, and above the masthead of the Nigerian pilot, NDLEA nabbed 3 physically challenged suspects in drug trafficking crackdown. Details on page 7. 2026 Hajj, 73-year-old Nigerian pilgrim from Adamawa dies in Saudi Arabia. Find the details on page 8. Ondo, 100-level student dies after allegedly taking sniper. The details are also on page 5. Police rescue 4 kidnapped children in Lagos. Details on page 7. And the headlines, Rivers 2027, Wike dumps EIE. With riders backs Kingsley Chinda, George Kelly for Rivers governorship race. Despite billions of naira spent in political networking to position him for governorship seats, decisions part of Wike's broader political strategy to stop Governor Fubara's second-term bid. Already, Chinda and George Kelly have picked APC governorship nomination forms. You find all the details inside the paper. And Bielsa, Barcelona signed MOU on football academy. As in sports, you find it on page 8. Poor network, Nigerians must get value for money. FG warns telcos. Details on page 6. Death toll rises to 100 in fresh Barrick in Ladi attacks. Details on page 6. Xenophobic attacks, FG to hold talks with South African acting High Commissioner today. Mr. Demola?
Oh, okay. The Guardian newspaper is what I have here. And just the major headline reads, Power Crisis defies 300% tariff hike as consumers pay more for less. Details on page 6. Aviators seek incentives for ground handing firms over 9 billion airline debt. Fubara keeps mum on re-election drama as APC screens candidates. Civilians fear dead in fresh airstrike targeting bandits in Niger. The OB predicts a credible poll as Hashim Ford's INEC timetable ahead of 2027. NBA decries conflicting judgments as threats to rule of law. Chooks.
I like the bit you just read. Positivity from one of the politicians. Obi predicts credible poll as Hashim Ford's INEC timetable. I don't like this never-ending suspicion of INEC and all that. we have to learn to expect goodness, and goodness will happen to our lives. So I liked it when I just heard you.
I think it's part of the tactics to keep them on their toes.
Yeah, no, well, whatever it is.
I think it is.
He has spoken positivity. That's what I'm interested in. Now, the Niger airstrike is really something that, again, leaves a sour taste in one's mouth. The security forces are saying it was 70 terrorists were killed, not civilians. They are saying about 13 civilians died in that airstrike. Verification will be very difficult in this circumstance. The issue, the problem with banditry in Nigeria, insurgency, is that the insurgents are embedded among the people. Even as we speak, there are people who cannot speak up concerning the presence of insurgents in their midst. Because if they speak up, when the security forces leave, then settle matter with them.
That's the thing.
It's a big dilemma.
You don't know who is who.
You don't know who is who, the manner you have put it aptly. So I'm not going to contest, since you have not sent a reporter there to verify, I'm not going to contest that it was 70 bandits they killed and not civilians. But they say that when this kind of allegation is made, it is always good to investigate so that collateral damage is minimized to the barest level. That's the bit I can say about it. It's really unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
Villagers in the theater of war, are really helpless.
Collateral damage.
And helpless.
Collateral damage.
Collateral damage would always happen. But because you want to respect the rules of engagement, you want to minimize the damage, as much as you can. You don't come and wipe me out in the process of coming to save me. You understand? I'm not saying that's what has happened, but it is not totally impossible. Well,
okay, let's quickly go to this one. Poor network. Nigerians must get value from money. The network has been something else. People will call me and say, I called you, your phone is switched off. I never switch off my phone. I just put it on.
You're talking about poor network. Thank God that our code of conduct as journalists, does not permit us to come to the public and speak. About a particular company that you don't, you could be sued for slander. But the point is this: I loaded 14 GB on one of the networks. I couldn't use data till it expired. I loaded another 5,000 just 3 days ago. I've still not been able to use that network. Some of the things that happened here and people get away with it. You can't get away with those things in some climes. You must give me value for the money I gave you. I am not pleading with you. I'm demanding it. It's a contract.
Value for money.
Meet me halfway, I meet you halfway. Let them get their act together.
I think that's
it's not fair.
That's the job of the Consumer Protection Agency.
Yeah, of course I could report and get some, It's just that some of us will say...
But the process, that's why Nigerians...
Exactly. It's the process we do not want to go through. That's why some people tell you, won't go police station. Your farm, we'd go carry a mow, So let them also make
And that process is frustrating.
It is frustrating sometimes. You begin to ask what game.
You go over and over and several times and come back. But let's look at the power crisis also defies 300% tariff hike. That is, the consumers are complaining. We're paying more, but the services are not improving.
I didn't come here to get you to remind me that I live in a village. But I have to still say that
village life is the sweetest,
But Juma, they don't understand anything. Village life, it is sweet. You just blend. Nobody notices anybody.
And stop saying you live in Abuja now.
But it's okay. Go and tell my mom that I'm not in Abuja. That woman, when he face you, even at 97 or so. Okay. The point I'm making now is that I've not seen power in the past 5 days.
Wow.
It showed, they flashed it for about 5 minutes. In case my daughter hissed after 5 minutes. when the thing disappeared again.
They flashed it.
Yes. The good thing is that an area manager actually came. They came to check my meter for light one they get. You know, look at the audacity.
To see if you did bypass.
Exactly. No problem. I will call them. They gave me their numbers. My people say only we work kanjo. If you carry vet journal, hypertension go join your problem. So we'll keep dialoguing.
Your meter, is it pay as you go or?
It's go as you pay. A kitty band boy. It's go as you pay.
This sad story of 100-level students.
Sniper.
Yes, sniper.
It's really unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate. I don't know what would make a man want to take his life. But you see, what I tell people is that it's not, you don't make the mistake of thinking that when people dress so resplendently like Demola here, that they are completely sane. There are some well-dressed madmen on our streets. It depends on the trauma they are living through. I did a piece on one of this thing yesterday, when I was talking about Arsenal's win, and I was talking about how being a Chelsea fan can suddenly make you feel so lonely in a crowd. Many people are lonely in a crowd.
I like the way you just the way you put it. Like, you know,
so you don't know what led to him taking sniper. Yes. Many people are miserable.
It's
not
a Chelsea. A young.
No, it's not a Chelsea. No.
What I'm saying is, you don't count your chicken yet. All right?
It's okay. No problem. But we're getting there. I wonder the kind of penalty they said they were checking yesterday.
Don't count your chicken yet.
That would have been gross injustice.
You know, it is not over until it is over.
Yes.
Yeah. So
yes.
Don't count it yet.
It's okay, my dear.
Because some people look at cup like this and they fumble and wumble until they lose it.
Yes.
It's
continue talking. People will continue listening.
And they will fumble and wumble.
So near, yet so far.
Yes.
How far? No problem now.
While some people will see the cup and they will pick it.
We are going for a brace. A brace.
Mr. Chukudi, NDLA physically challenged suspects in drug trafficking crackdown.
Physically?
Physically challenged suspects.
Well, you're permitted to use, minimum physicality to arrest people. So we don't know whether they crossed the line, I mean, there are people who don't want to be arrested. Are you going to let them go? You have to get them arrested. So I don't know the extent of the physicality.
Yeah.
You know that Babagana Zulum and the NDLA man, they are my stars.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that bias is already in my analysis.
He was our governor to Borno State.
Marwa is a man I respect a lot. But he does not like any shenanigans. If he finds out that these men have crossed the line, he's going to rein them in. He's that kind of person. Okay. The man has integrity at the duty post.
Let me let you go before I get infected.
No. Juma,
thank you so much for coming.
I know where the infection will go. I know where, and deliberately.
I appreciate you for coming.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll take a break now. When we return, Good Morning Nigeria will continue. Don't go away.
Milo 3-in-1 Milky and Creamy is truly milky and contains calcium. So, no need to add milk for that rich, creamy cup, which helps to nourish your kids.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Ina fata wannan kulawan da kake bani za ta ci gaba bayan mun haihu.
Kin ga Lami, bayan kin haihu zan ƙara dagewa da ƙwazo wajen nema don kula da mu.
Za mu jima ba, za mu ƙara tara yawan yaya.
Me gida a shirye kake kenan? To ni kuma fa?
To mu tattauna mana na samun mafita.
Tattaunawa tsakanin ma'aurata yana da muhimmanci. Mu tattauna.
Yanzu mun san abin da kowa ke so.
The world needs moms. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil. Pour pure love.
Darling natural twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twists get better every day, just like you.
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. 1 cube, endless possibilities.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
Terra Cube. Unwrap joy. Unleash taste.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still watching Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. Just before we bring in our guest for new policy on textbooks ranking, let's take this banger report put together by Timothy Yusuf.
The federal government of Nigeria has introduced new school textbooks ranking system. This is as announced by the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa. The policy is aimed at sanitizing Nigeria's education sector. The introduction of the national textbook ranking system is for primary, junior and senior secondary schools, setting the stage for a major shakeup in the selection and use of learning materials nationwide. The initiative is designed to halt the unchecked proliferation of textbooks in schools and ensures that only high-quality curriculum-compliant materials make it into classrooms. Under the new framework, the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council, NREDC, will retain its statutory role of approving textbooks, but will now go a step further by ranking them through a rigorous national evaluation process. This ranking, officials say, will determine the most suitable and highest quality textbooks for each subject and level of education. To drive the process, NERDC has constituted standing subject committees made up of experts across various disciplines. These committees will subject submitted textbooks to strict academic and pedagogical scrutiny, assessing their relevance, clarity, and alignment with national standards before assigning rankings. In a decisive move to enforce quality control, only a select number of top-ranked textbooks will be approved for use in schools per subject, effectively eliminating glut of materials that has long plagued the system and confused teachers, students, and parents alike. The government further declared that any textbook not ranked under the new system will be barred from classrooms, regardless of its previous licensing status, signaling a firm commitment to raising standards and restoring order in the education sector. Set to take effect from September 2026 academic session, the policy will be backed by nationwide sensitization efforts targeting educators and key stakeholders to ensure compliance. Government said the reform aligns Nigeria with global best practices in instructional material standardization and forms part of broader efforts to boost learning outcomes, strengthen quality assurance, and equip students with reliable, high-standard educational resources. For more, over now to our guests in the studio.
Thank you, Timothy Yusuf, for the background report. Now joining us here in the studio is Professor Salisu Shehu. He's the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Education Research and Development Council. Thank you so much for joining us. It's good to see you again.
Good morning.
And also here with us in the studio is Mrs. Olushola Bankole. She's Director of the Bankers Private School in Abuja. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
Thank you, and good morning, Nigerians.
Good morning.
Good morning to you, madam. We also have joining us this morning Dr. Philip Hayab, an educationist, a regular on the program. Dr. Hayab, it's good to see you. Good morning.
Everyone in the studio, and good morning to all of us Nigerians.
He's joining us from Yola.
Yes, Ayola, Adamawa State.
Okay. All right.
Okay, let's quickly begin now with this conversation with the with Professor Salisu Shehu, who is seated here in the studio. Can you tell us why is government moving from, textbook approval to textbook ranking? Because when I was reading up for it, I tried to understand what the process is and what exactly failed in the old system that this new textbook ranking is being implemented.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me. Good morning, Nigerians. In the first place, I think we need to situate the entire issue within the bigger picture of the educational reform policies and activities that have been going on since the coming of the present leadership in the Federal Ministry of Education. I mean the Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, and his colleague, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad. And this is also factored in the overall transformation agenda of the government of the Federation under His Excellency President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Now, since the two ministers came on board, they instituted a new initiative for reform, and that is what is called the Nigeria Education Sector Renewal Initiative. Under this initiative, there are 6 focal areas or 6 areas of emphasis that the renewal agenda, intends to address. There is the issue of TVET, technical and vocational education and teaching, and then there is the issue of STEM, science, technology, English, mathematics, and medicine. Then there is the issue of out-of-school children and reintegration of the Almajiri education system, the crisis in girl child education, and then the 5th area of focus is about data and digitization. And again, the 6th, which is no less important than all the 5, or we can say which affects or has direct bearing on all the 5, is the issue of quality assurance. These are the 6 focal areas. Now, the issue of the book ranking, like you said, was, brought up, or the idea came up for the purposes of addressing the issue of quality in the education system. A multi-sector choice cluster survey that was undertaken, was carried out in 2022, had it that about 70% of Nigerian children that go to school don't actually learn. This is an evidence-based, fact that came out of that survey. 70%, over 70% of our children that go to school don't actually learn. That is to say, there is learning poverty. There is crisis of learning in our school system. And all the factors that contribute to the poor quality of learning must be addressed. The issue of textbooks may not necessarily be the only factor that ensures quality in teaching and learning, but it's a critical factor.
It is.
There are other factors that are really very fundamental. The question of the teacher. Do you have qualified teachers? Teachers that are really qualified and professional to teach in the schools? There is dearth of that, actually. That cannot be dismissed. But then, if you have professional teachers or qualified teachers, as the case may be, they would be handicapped if they don't have the kind of textbooks that are good, actually, with which to teach in the classes. So you need to make sure that the textbooks that are going to be used must be quality textbooks. So when you have a combination of a good teacher...
What about the method?
That comes with the teacher. That comes with the teacher. You cannot separate the teaching method with the teacher. It is the teacher that deploys the teaching method. I hope that is very clear.
Yes.
So in actual fact, when you have a combination of a qualified professional teacher with a quality textbook, then you are guaranteed, you're sure of having quality teaching and learning. So what we have in the old tradition is that the NERDC, as it were, the Nigerian Education Research and Development Council, where I work, is the one agency in the education system that is mandated to assess and recommend textbooks for our schools, either for use in the primary schools, you can say even the pre-primary schools, the primary schools, and at the secondary school level. Now, the NERDC, through its book development center, one of the academic centers within the council, receives books that are written by authors and published by publishers. Any publisher or any author that intends to have his or her book used in our schools must submit it to the NERDC for the NERDC to review it, assess it, and to recommend. And after that is done, then the state governments, through their various institutions, either the Ministry of Education or the State Universal Basic Education Board, as the case may be, would now choose out of the books recommended by the NERDC, would now approve the books that would be used in the state, either in the secondary school or in the primary school. However, the NERDC in its assessment only ensures that books submitted to it meet the minimum basic standards that are supposed to get it recommended. In the first instance, and very importantly, or most importantly, is that does the book align with the curriculum? Because it is the curriculum that is supposed to be implemented in teaching and learning. So books that must be recommended must align with the curriculum. And then it now looks at the content, the stuff. Is it actually qualitative? The facts presented, are they accurate? And so on and so forth.
And is it also world standards? Because we really need to look at the standards.
Yes. And then you look at issues of values. Nigeria, as a nation, we have our own national values. We have our own values that we cherish. These must be reflected in the book. And any deviation from that should not be accepted. And another thing is that you should also make sure that the book would not precipitate any kind of, crisis in the country, because we are a country that is diverse in a number of ways. We have our sensibilities and sensitivities. All this must be, safeguarded. And then the issue of the language, the fluency and proficiency of language in the book, whether it is in English or in any other language for that matter, all these are taken into consideration in the assessment of the books. Now, when a book meets the basic minimum standard, the benchmark, for it to be recommended, it will be recommended. But that doesn't mean that when a book is recommended, it is the best.
Okay, you're not doing it alone. We heard that there's a committee. So
Yeah.
who exactly sits on this committee, and how transparent will their decisions be? Because like earlier before we started the program, publishers are complaining, schools are complaining. So how will the decision be?
Yeah, there is a committee that is, you can say, an inclusive committee, as it were. It is being headed by the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad. She is the chairman of the book ranking committee. Let me make it very clear that this issue of book ranking is not usurping the mandates of the NERDC. The NERDC does this basic assessment and recommendation, as I have explained. All books now must be submitted to the NERDC. A book will only qualify to go for ranking if it goes through the assessment and recommendation of the NERDC. That assures that the NERDC's mandate is not taken away. And at the same time, even for the purposes of the book ranking, the NERDC is the secretariat of the book ranking. But there is a committee headed by the Honorable Minister of State for Education, and I'm a member. The director of the Book Development Center in the NERDC is a member. The director of the Curriculum Development Center is a member. And then all other stakeholders, the State Universal Basic Education Board is a member. The Executive Secretary of UBEC, that is it. The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Senior Secondary School Education Commission is a member. And then the State Universal Basic Education Board has membership in the committee. And then even private school owners have membership in the committee. So you can see it's a robust committee. And the committee, because of its broad-based nature, would definitely be very difficult to be compromised in a way. So this is how it's going to be. When the book is assessed and recommended by the NERDC, they are submitted to the committee. And the committee has its own template, which are just some form of additional, conditions or criteria over and above the template that is being used in the NERDC for assessment. And on the basis of the template that is a little bit more stringent, and looking at some other things, when you look at all the criteria or the template of the NERDC, and then you try to see which among the books even, satisfies all these qualities more than other books.
All right.
And then you rank it. When this is ranked and the ranked books are presented to the country, to the nation, the Federal Ministry of Education will ensure that state ministries of education, state universal basic education boards comply with these books that have been ranked. And the Federal Ministry of Education would ensure that only the books that have been ranked would be used for teaching and learning in our schools.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Salisu. We'll get back to you. At least you've told us the policy intent, you've told us the criteria and the transparency involved in this ranking. We'll get back to you, but let's bring in Mrs. Bankole, who is the director of Banki's private school in Abuja. Now, madam, how would you describe this national ranking? How does it affect the autonomy of private schools, especially in choosing textbooks, for private schools?
All right, thank you so much. And, I listened intently to what Prof was saying when he was talking. While personally, and I think for a lot of school leaders, we may not even know that NERDC is even having anything to do with recommendation of books. I am not aware. And I think I'm quite involved with that. In FCT, let me just share experience. it's ERC, Education Resource Center, that is in charge of that. In fact, they give us a list of recommended books. And sort of, they seem to even rank it somehow. But I know way back, you know, I've been a part of that committee. But what we noticed, sincerely, is that, you know, like you were asking, how do we ensure that, you know, the quality, and then that there is no influence. And the truth is, there was a lot of influence.
Okay.
To the point that at some point, in fact, for private schools, when they invite us, they just take us to the nursery section, because they know that, okay, private schools deal a lot with nursery schools. And then, you know, so we select books that, you know, there is even a list of what to use. And I think one of the challenges in the whole of this, because some of us have started thinking of the issues that may arise from this ranking, and then government giving us, we looked at other countries whose education system we try to peep into. Oh, are they doing, we think they are doing, we believe they are doing well, and all of that. UK, US, Finland, maybe Singapore, and maybe China and co. We realize that they don't have specific, oh, we recommend these books. There are a lot of books. But I think the issue is the teachers, the school, the educators have been efficiently and effectively trained to be able to select, these books are good for my school, I'm going to use it. And like Prof said, of course, it's the teachers that are going to deploy these textbooks. For instance, for a while, before this outburst about the woman who complained and all that, and I listened even to the publisher who was ranting and saying, I mean, it's terrible that people don't even understand what is education supposed to do for us. What are we supposed to be doing in the education space? I think that's one of, so going, I think we need to also go to the foundation of teacher education, because I believe a teacher should be able to pick up the curriculum, look at various textbooks and decide. And I'm concerned, we are concerned, not only me, a lot of school leaders, school owners, that if government says use this, I don't want to mention publishers, use this ADC publisher for this particular subject as the recommended text. How about schools that can afford it? How about, okay, public schools will want to get books maybe which are cheaper. Private schools may not mind some more expensive books. How about, you know, those dynamics? But if we are told these are the books, if you don't, at a point, ERC would also sort of hammer schools. And some schools actually have better books. Maybe some of them, you know, that they get from local authors or from international authors.
If they have books like that, why don't they submit it to NERC-DC for ranking?
On the long run, what it means is that we have processed that. Okay, say for English language, say for primary school. There may therefore now, if there's going to be objectivity, there may therefore now be like up to 30 books available, and you choose anyone. But if it is going to be that you're going to say, out of only these 3, pick, there will be problems. There will be schools that may not be able to meet up, and then we don't want a situation where that will now be used as like something to deal with schools. Because some schools may actually choose what is okay for them. So I'm thinking the major thing is still teacher education. If a teacher is able to look at the book, like the textbook that the mother was complaining about particularly, I mean, any reasonable, well-taught, well-trained teacher should know the problems in that book. I mean, a parent was the one that was discovering it, and I learned that, you know, that publisher has been existing for, the man was even bragging that his book has been out for years and years and years, and nobody complained. And that why did the woman go to social media instead of reaching out to him? His phone number is there. So it's important that we also, you know, train teachers in, maybe the criteria should be made public, so that after, you know, ranking the books, maybe based on cost, based on the quality of paper.
What the policy is trying to do, is it not to streamline the number of books that are being used in schools so that they all can align with the national curriculum.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying that on the long run, if it's going to be like that, there's now going to be like a wide spectrum for schools to choose. If that is available, I think it's fine. But if it is that, oh, out of only these 2-3 textbooks, there'll be issues. Because there are schools that are already used to, you know, maybe teachers have tested and have used some very quality books, and it may not be in the recommended list, but if you look at it, it meets all the necessary things. But like you said, maybe all those, we should ask those publishers to also meet up with whatever. But you know, like I said, during the days, maybe I'm talking about like 15 years ago, when some of us used to be part of ERC in, you know, selecting books, they gave us a list. Look at color, the content, the paper, even the paper quality. You know, there are so many, you know, criteria, rubrics that we are supposed to use, and then there may be like 50 books for one subject.
But the executive secretary, when he was speaking, said that members of the private schools are also part of the committee set up to look into this issue. Yeah. Yeah, you know. So that all these fears that you have, you know, expressed now, they can be addressed.
Yeah, I understand. But you know that private schools also have different grades. There are local schools, there are the high-end schools, there are the middle-level schools, and all of that. So, and there are the schools that are actually just running as NGOs, supporting, you know. So those ones, I know one, for instance, in FCT, they actually produce their own textbooks. And what they do, because they know the children can't afford the books, so I'm a part of the board of that school, for instance. And then what they do is we produce the book and put, you know, spaces where the students are just going. It's the textbook that is also their notebooks. So it is actually generated internally because they couldn't actually afford to give the students, you know, all the expensive textbooks. So I'm thinking that it's important. Let it not be that this now becomes an hammer on schools. If maybe inspections are done and a school says, see, I'm choosing this, look at it, does it meet the criteria? If it does, I think it shouldn't become a problem. Because even the ones, for instance, some of the recommended texts, especially in literature, some of us are having issues. In fact, recently, a parent from another school reached out to me and said, oh, Mrs. Bankole, can you please help look at these textbooks? I saw the content. She's an English expert. And then she said, and then I read, there are some that I already have in my list. For instance, NECO will give us for junior JS3, NECO will give their list of literature text, plenty. ERC will give their list of literature text, plenty. And we expect the students to read all of it and all of that. So this ranking is great. I'm not, you know, saying it's not okay. It's great, but we are appealing that consideration should be put in place for different levels of schools, because if the book is expensive, and some publishers may be glad that, okay, now my book is the one you are supposed to use. If you don't use it, there is a problem.
Okay, let me pause you there, and let's go to Dr. Philip Hayab.
Those issues will be addressed
by him. Let's go to Dr. Philip Hayab in Yola now. You've been listening to our two guests in the studio, you know, breaking it down, and Mrs. Bankole has raised some issues, and we would like to know your opinion, you know, on the textbook ranking. Will it improve? Will the outcome of learning sort of improve? And is that, some people say this is merely another policy on paper, implementation will be a problem. And what do you think?
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Professor Salisu, Mrs. Bankole. It's great to be reconnected again. Incidentally, today is my 51st birthday. So I'm glad to be talking about what needs to be done in this country as it does relate to the quality of books. Yes, as we had discussed that I welcome the idea assuring the books and ranking them, because some of the publishers, with all fairness to a few, do not assemble the right kind of people in terms of bringing together a book. The quality of a book is not in the print alone, is not in the paper alone, but it has to do with who worked on the book. So for the NERDC to succeed and the Federal Ministry of Education on this, we would have to look at who are the people that are looking at these books that are submitted for reviewing. As an academic with some benefit of having studied abroad, I would say that what distinguishes between the academic excellence abroad and what we have in Nigeria, it's the mediocrity that we have allowed to become the norm. Out there, if you are going to publish an article, sometimes it might take a whole year. The article has not been published. And it's not because your article, it is the process of review. One person reviews, then it is brought back to flesh it, then it is sent also to another person to review, it sends back to you to flesh it out. And then a copy editor is going to work on it before finish. Of excellence, check your work. My professor in Germany said something, that it is better not to have a book than to publish a bad book. I think the problem that the NERDC and the Federal Ministry of Education will be dealing with is how do we stem the tide of having bad product into the books that are recommended or that are available for learners to use in school. Let me make reference to what Mrs. Bankole said, about teacher training. I think another level that we will have to actually pay attention is the teacher training. I come from a college of education, and I can say that one of the basic problems is that we have not actually even reviewed, to my mind, the minimum standards that we actually get from the NCCE to meet the 21st century challenges. So if you take the lesson plan, for instance, in Nigeria, you ask 3, 4, 5 teachers, they have different opinions. Now, it's not supposed to be like that. We are supposed to have a national sense of what a lesson plan is. So whether I'm in Oyo, or I am in Adamawa, or I am in Borno, once you talk about the Nigerian lesson plan, it should be the same, maybe then with peculiarities. So I can say that the plan that is on ground to quality assure books is the best thing that we can that can happen. But we need to be very conscientious. We need to be very meticulous and be sincere about it. I believe that with the likes of Professor Salisu there, if they assemble the right people, right set of people who are interested in the quality of the books that go to the learner and go to the teacher, I am more than sure that the quality, the learning outcomes will actually improve. Let me say this, that in my teaching career, I used to say that the difference between a public school and a private school is the textbook. The textbook is the magic one for the children who go to private schools, where the school insists that a child will not be registered until they have textbooks. And that is with the blemishes, with the shortcomings. Now, when we have a ranking system and we have a tested quality assurance process, and these textbooks get to the learners, I am nearly sure in a number of years, the universities in Nigeria will not have enough space to take in the learners that would have been prepared to join. So it is a welcome development, but I would actually join my voice with the voice of Mrs. Bankole and the professor there to say that we need to be intentional about it. My thinking is that the teachers who taught us, they were more intentional than the teachers of today. And then the process at that time in the 80s was also very intentional. Let us be intentional and not bother about scoring the political cards, scorecards. I just believe that any system that is not quality assured, the system that is not all about excellence, it's a system that will not last. Making reference to the textbook, which the woman, that woman that came on social media to complain, the quality, the content of that story, as I said the last time I was on the NTA, was not checked by anybody who might have studied literature, because, or at least African literature. In African literature, we don't have any story like a person killing a dog as a revenge. Our stories in African literature actually stem from our oral tradition. And our oral tradition is that you are not just responsible to yourself, but you are responsible to the community. But for such a story to have been in the air, in the, in books for so many years, according to what I'm hearing that the publisher said the book has been there, it means that we didn't have a process. If we had a process of gatekeeping it, that gatekeeping, which is what the federal ministry is doing now through the NRDC, would have seen the error in that story right from the start. The book would not have come out to the public. Now we have a system that is going to check. Let's be intentional about this system. Let's select the right set of people who have the basic experience, because sometimes when we assemble experts in Nigeria, experts in code, we tend to bring people who have little or nothing to do with the level of education that they are supposed to be quality assuring. So I would appeal to Professor Salisu and to the federal ministry ministers that teacher educators from the colleges of education should form more than 60% of, at least should form a huge percentage, let me not place a mark, on this quality assurance. The reason is that at the college of education level, we know the quality of learners who are coming from home to come and be trained as teachers. So we see their discrepancies and we try to polish them, sometimes not polish them enough. And then we go to the basic education. We supervise teachers during teaching practice supervision in primary schools. And so we also see the problem there. So an average teacher educator that is committed would have a fair knowledge of what issues are there to deal with, and then might give a very good, to my mind, addition to the work that is there for us. So I congratulate the NRDC boss, ES, and then all the other people that are in, and we commend the Minister of Education with all fairness. If as much as we may have some issues, I do think that they have come with some evidential commitment to doing something about the education system. We cannot just do things by guesswork. Nobody should write a book by guesswork. The book must go through the fire. If it passes, fine, it comes to the schools. If it does not, let them go and rework it and submit it again. After all, you can submit your work as many times as possible before.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hayab, for that, your opening contribution there. And let's say congratulations to you once again. Today is your birthday.
It's my star meet. It's my birthday meet. Mine was on Saturday.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Surprise, yes.
In arrears. So, thank you, at least for making time to be here, despite that today is a celebration day for you. Now, let's come back to the Executive Secretary now, Professor Salisu Shehu. You've listened to the two contributors, the guest here, and the issue we are talking about now is implementation reality. She talked about some schools may not be able to afford some of these textbooks. And there is emphasis also on the training of teachers. So what is government doing about this issue when it comes to implementation reality? With some of the schools that will not be able to, afford these textbooks, what would you do? What would government do?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think the issues that have been raised by Bankis are very germane and very valid too. But let me just try to address a few of the issues before I answer these fundamental questions.
Okay.
In the first instance, this idea of book ranking is not just something that just came out of a spur of a moment without putting any thought to it and without also learning from others. We're in a world that is globalized, and learning, peer learning, sharing knowledge and experience, aligning with global best practices are all the order of the day. So therefore, before we even embarked upon this, the Federal Ministry of Education undertook a survey of some countries where this issue of book ranking is being done within the African context and within other, contexts out there. In Africa, we have studied the practice in Kenya. In Kenya, book ranking is being done. In Japan, book ranking is being done. And in several other countries, we took a study of all their experiences before this policy was actually formulated. So in a way, you can say that the idea of the book ranking is also about aligning with global best practices. That is number one. Number two, in the educational enterprise, we must negotiate between two things. We must negotiate between quality and quantity. None should be promoted at the expense of the other. When we try to say that we should allow many to come in, we are answering the question of quantity, but that shouldn't be at the expense of quality. But then, even when we try to ensure quality, we should not stifle, efforts. The whole idea about authorship and publishing is about promoting knowledge, producing knowledge and promoting knowledge. But then knowledge must be produced and must be promoted on the basis of quality. So it is very essential to negotiate quality versus quantity. And therefore, the whole idea about book ranking is about ensuring quality. And for the purposes of ensuring that, this thing is not terribly narrowed down. Now, it is not about 1 or 2, 3 books. In English and mathematics, for example, which are core subjects that must be offered by each and every child that goes to school, there is bigger latitude regarding the ranking, because it's going to be between 1 to 10. 1 to 10. In other subjects that are not necessarily being subscribed by all students, it ranges between 1 to 7 and 1 to 6, and not less than that. Okay. So it's not about 1 or 2 books. It's about up to 10. And within 10, a serious school should be able to choose from these 10 and should be able to afford also. Now, private schools, as she said, most of them, and as Hayab also says, you get books. The children must come with textbooks to schools. But there is no reason why in the private schools also there should be no textbooks, because funding through SUBEP is being done.
We're talking about public schools now.
Yeah, in public schools.
Yes.
There is always an allocation for that. And the allocation should be sufficient enough to ensure that our children get books in schools. Now, talking about ERC and other state educational resource centers, yeah, they do what they do according to their own context. But as far as the Nigerian education system is concerned, they must also align with the NERDC. They must streamline their practices, with what the NERDC produces, because the NERDC takes the lead at the national level. So I think this is another issue for discussion. Now, coming to address the two fundamental questions about training teachers and what else?
And the implementation reality, that is schools, especially public schools. Okay.
You see, this new renewal initiative has come with very robust. I have identified all the 6 areas, and teaching is one of them, especially in relation to issues of vocational and vocational and technology education. Yeah. But then, this leadership in the Federal Ministry of Education has come with a number of initiatives to ensure quality in training. As it were, the pre-service teacher training are being, improved. NCCE is going through a lot of, changes and renewal in terms of the teacher training at the NCE and even also at the degree level. The same thing applies to the faculties of education, as it were. But then, you know that out there are a lot of teachers that are either unqualified or non-professional. And this administration has come with another initiative for ensuring that the teachers we have in our schools, whether private or public schools, must be teachers that are really qualified and also professional. And hence, as I'm talking to you now, there is the accelerated teacher training program that is going to be, implemented very soon through the NTI, that will ensure that all unqualified teachers or non-professional teachers go through some rigorous teacher training within a span of 1 year to get them qualified. And after the training, they will be made to sit for an examination to be certified by the Teachers Registration Council. So from next year, when this thing would roll out and also finish, the Federal Ministry of Education will not allow any unqualified teacher to be teaching in our schools. Teachers must be qualified and must be professional to be allowed, because you have to present your public schools and private schools would be made to comply with this condition that you as a private school, and as it were, the public school is given, because the public school are government-owned schools, and government institutions are supposed to comply with government policies more than anyone.
Shouldn't that be done first before the ranking comes into play? Because shouldn't teachers have greater input in determining what textbook is more important? Because they are teaching.
You see, there are certain things that don't have to wait for others. You don't have luxury of time. Certain things have to be undertaken simultaneously. And when you talk about teachers making input, teachers are in millions in Nigeria, you can say, isn't it? You cannot subject the choice of to every single teacher. You do it through representation.
Yes.
Isn't it? So when you have the representatives of the teachers in the committee, and you can say, just for the sake of it, isn't it, all of us that are involved in a way are teachers. I'm a teacher. Professor Sueba is a teacher. Are you following?
She's a teacher.
She's a teacher. The proprietor of schools may be teachers, private schools. Subeb representative is a teacher. UBEC representative, all teachers throughout are involved.
But then when you have
NUT, for example,
do they have a stake in determining which textbook is effective? Do the teachers have a stake? Those that are on the committee,
like I said,
do they have a stake?
Teachers have representative, isn't it? When you say teachers, or you say principals, or you say headmasters,
they were all teachers before they
what I'm saying, if you say principal should have a stake, for example, you are not bringing all the principals in Nigeria. When you have a representative principal, isn't it? The principals are represented. When you have a representative teacher on the committee, the teachers are represented. So the teachers really have a stake in the choice of the book. And like I said, one thing doesn't have to wait for another, because we don't have the luxury of time. So that is why these things are being taken simultaneously. Robust teacher training programs and robust teacher certification pathways have been provided in such a way that really, within a short span of time, we would be assured of having qualified teachers in our schools. But then, of course, there is the crisis of even the death of teachers. In the public schools, for example, especially in some parts of this country, you'll find situations whereby the schools are almost virtually empty. And that boils down to the issues that the state governments have to address, because education is in the concurrent list. So you can see, while the federal government is doing what it is supposed to do, state governments are also supposed to do what they are supposed to do in terms of...
Are you involving the state's Ministry of Education?
Of course, like I said, the states are involved. Subabes are involved. So the states are definitely involved. That is it. And then, as for the implementation, we have stated that there is a committee. And this committee is headed by the Honorable Minister of State for Education. And I have mentioned the membership of the committee, which is actually robust, representative, and inclusive. And then at the basic level, no publisher is prevented from, subscribing for the ranking. Once you give out your book to the NARDC and is assessed by the NARDC primarily, then once it is recommended by the NARDC, your book is qualified to go in for the competition at the next level, that is the ranking level.
There's going to be a competition.
Of course, the ranking is competition.
Okay.
Ranking is competition. So your book will be submitted, and then it goes through the process. The committee considers it, and like Dr. Philip has said and has emphasized, the committee would ensure that the right caliber of people are brought in.
What happens if the ranked books are not available, especially in the rural areas? What happens?
Of course.
Where the bulk of the schools are, the state, the subnationals.
So what happens when the
books that are ranked, in the first instance, you see, part of the criteria is that the publisher must be a reputable, reliable, and dependable publisher whose book, if ranked, would be guaranteed of the fact that such publisher has the capacity to deliver books to all parts of the country when that is required. That is very important.
Are the publishers part of this committee that,
Of course, the Nigerian Publishers Association are direct stakeholders as far as anything regarding books are concerned in the education system. For example, they have membership in the board of the NERDC. They are a member of the NERDC board. And then, whatever the NERDC does in relation to publishing, it engages the Nigerian Publisher Association. Only recently, that was in the month of April, the NERDC organized what it called stakeholder engagement with the Nigerian Publisher Association in Lagos. Through the Nigerian Publisher Association, dozens of publishers and publishing companies were invited in Lagos, and we had a 2-day engagement meeting with them on the new curriculum, trying to get them acquainted with the contents and the structure of the new curriculum, the philosophy of the new curriculum, as it were, and so that when they come to publish books, they must make sure that the books align with the curriculum. So we work hand in hand with the Nigerian Publishers Association. The Nigerian Publishers Association are so important. I was even expected that they are going to be part of this discussion, honestly speaking. But then whatever we do, even as I'm speaking to you now, the only organization in the country to which the NERDC has written about this policy is the Nigerian Publishers Association. We wrote them purposely.
What was their response?
Of course, they have taken exception to that. But I'm trying to tell you how we take them in great importance.
Okay, can you please break it down for us? Because before we
I'm not their own spokesperson.
Okay.
Isn't it?
They must have written to you now.
No, they have not written to us. They have published in the papers.
Maybe we'll have them maybe in a subsequent discussion.
Yeah, I will be glad even to sit there.
So that they will come and state their own side of the story. We have a lot of comments and questions from our viewers that they would like you to respond to. But because of time now, we have to go on a break. When we return, these comments and questions will be read out so that you can respond to them. Stay with us.
Thank you so much.
Unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Give more strength to your hair with Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener. It's infused with nourishing oils and conditioning proteins so you can say goodbye to hair breakage. Wow! Mega Growth Leave-In Strengthener.
Confidence is important in life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get her into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath.
Get whiter teeth with a new Pepsodent Natural Charcoal Toothpaste.
The world needs moms. With a splash of golden Terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra oil, pour pure love.
Oh, remember how mom used to wake up before everybody to make breakfast, iron our uniform? Let's surprise that woman with something special.
Treasure Mom this 2026 with a trip to Zanzibar in the 3 Crowns Mom of the Year competition. Write a note using each letter in your mom's name and upload with a photo of 5,000 Naira worth of 3 Crowns products on our website or at any of our collection centers. T's and C's apply. 3 Crowns Milk. Healthy moms, happy families.
Guys, food is ready.
Cook to impress.
Thanks for staying with us. You're still on to Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the NTA. And we are still discussing about the textbooks ranking policy of the government. And our guests are still here. And before we took that break, we said we already received comments and questions from our viewers. So let me read out some before my colleague will also read out the ones she has. This one is no name in particular. Okay, this one is from Ahmed Baba Dikwa from Maiduguri, as our regular. This is he says, this is highly commendable initiative to streamline the textbooks racketeering menace. This problem does not only confuse the students, but also the teachers and the parents alike. It is also hoped that this does not further make these textbooks more expensive. Yeah, because it's important. Don't make these textbooks more expensive as we upgrade the quality. Okay, thank you for that comment. And I think the Executive Secretary has noted. Good morning to you, no name. The way the schools are changing textbooks is causing parents a lot of problems. Maybe government should look into it. That's another one. Yes. Then this is from Professor Babagana Mohammed from Faculty of Engineering, University of Maiduguri. Now, he said, many thanks to NTA for bringing up this sensitive and important subject for discussion. I thank Professor Salisu Shehu for the wonderful explanation. It is great that government is regulating and ensuring that there is uniformity in the books our children are using in schools. Due diligence is absolutely essential. Even in developed countries, there are uniformities. This is called global best practice. As good citizens and stakeholders, we must key in to good policies and push aside our personal interest. Our concern should be to our children, communities, and country. Now, the last one from here, it's a long one, but it's from Nandom Wuye, who is also a regular. All right. So, Nandom says, primary school textbooks are particularly designed as workbooks. where pupils write answers, making them non-transferable between siblings and forcing new purchases yearly, which is financially burdensome to parents. Parents should regularly review their children's textbooks to ensure understanding of the curriculum, monitor for age-appropriate content, and identify areas where extra support is needed. So let me just go straight to his question. Say, what can the relevant authority do about this? To the guest, I thank you for the dedication. Have a good morning. God bless Nigeria.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe Prof,
yes, Prof, you
you
respond some, then I read before we go to Hayab.
Let me respond to some
yes,
of this.
respect to some.
Yeah. I think about three things have been put in one. That is, how do we ensure that parents keep repeating? And Honorable Minister Maruf Tunja Lausa and Professor Sueba Said Ahmed have also instituted a policy of preventing the exploitation and extortion of parents as far as books are concerned. Now, the Federal Ministry of Education has stated clearly that publishers will henceforth not be allowed. I heard Bankis talking about some charity schools or whatever, NGO class, and new textbooks are supplied. Then you get new textbooks. But as you move, all these books are collected, and your younger ones, their juniors, come and use it. In the same way now as private schools are now operating, parents are supposed to make sure that books that are used by their older children can be used by their younger siblings, so that parents don't have to pay for textbooks on a yearly basis. Different textbooks. And each one has a workbook. If a child uses a textbook with a workbook this year in primary 1, and his younger sister or his younger brother is coming to primary 1 next year and he moves to primary 2, automatically the younger one cannot use the textbook used by his senior. That should stop. It means this year the parents have to buy another book for primary 1 student, their primary 1 child, and so on and so forth.
So the workbook should be separate from the
textbook. It should be separate. Okay. As we all did in our own days, you all know.
Well,
I cannot remember.
The newspaper covering, most of them when we hand it over, it's still practical.
Yeah. When you are made to cover your textbook with paper, so that by the time the younger ones, the junior ones come, even if the cover is tattered or is dirty, is stained in a way, and the paper cover is removed, the book looks very new, as if it was brought that year, except for the margins that may be a little bit dirty. So you can see the Federal Ministry of Education has taken steps to make sure that this exploitation and extortion are stopped. Parents should be allowed to make their younger children inherit the books used by the older children.
Except if there's a new curriculum. Okay, let me read. Before we come to you, let me read some of. Let me pause you and let me read some of the.
If you don't mind, let me just quickly speak to this. I know before now, there was a time I was here, we were talking about textbooks. And I know that a lot of schools, in my own school, for instance, for the past 5 years, we have a book lending policy. All textbooks are available for every child, for every subject. But there are workbooks that we issue to them, and then core textbooks like maths, English, that becomes theirs, that they can actually even pass on. But, to avoid, because books are expensive. Paper is very expensive now. So what we did, and a lot of private schools had actually adopted that, we buy the textbooks. And then, maybe some textbook will give it 4 years, and then before in fact, some schools have started ordering for books. I know when this policy came, there was a conversation among proprietors that, okay, so are we going to order for books or we're going to wait? So I need to even bring that to Prof. So is it that this policy, by the time we're resuming in September, because I'm concerned that as much as we want to follow the government's policy and do, because we know it's fantastic, it's good for us, but we want to ask that allowance be given for us to do what is right all the time too, because we want to sincerely, a lot of us want to do what is okay. Like I said, we already have those textbooks that we had bought that, you know, to avoid parents buying, they just pay a token every year for those textbooks we had bought, and it makes, in fact, a lot of parents are happy about it, that they are not needing to buy
so while
textbooks
you're still
all
speaking,
the time.
do you agree that constant policy changes sort of disrupt teaching and curriculum?
It does. It does. But we need this one, to be candid. We need what the Ministry of Education is doing now for transformation.
You see, the question of workbooks is not about schools. It's about publishers. It is about publishers that use that to extort and to exploit. When a publisher attaches a workbook to his own textbook, he is ensuring that in the way the textbooks are subscribed this year, the same number or even higher would be subscribed next year. But if the workbook is separated and a number of children can inherit their siblings in the use of the books, it means next year the number of subscription in a way may either reduce or may remain, you know, constant in a way. Are you following? But certainly not higher. So it is not the schools, is the publishers, some of the publishers, not all, that attach workbooks so that they force schools and parents to buy their books again next year.
Over again. Okay, okay, please let me read some of these messages that came in. Yes, can I read some of these messages that came in? We have a regular also, Mohammed Awal Musa from Green Wall Observers Limited, Kanu. He said, the government claims, question 1, claims ranking will reduce the need to buy new textbooks annually, but will the top-ranked books be priced affordably for low-income families? If unranked books are banned, will local bookstores and parents be stocked with unsellable, unusable inventory? Who sits on the standing subject committees, and do they understand the unique learning needs of students in rural areas versus urban areas? How will schools in remote areas be informed and supplied with the newly ranked books by the 2026 deadline? And another one said, there's no name, he said, good morning. I do not think that books should be our problem now. The problem is education. In education, it's examination malpractice. That is why our children are not reading or studying. From JSS 3 exams to WAEC, this cankerworm is destroying our nation. It is not books. Control exam malpractice before you go to rank books. And Akeju Olagbaju said, ranking of textbooks is solving the wrong problem. That policy is counterproductive. The textbook is a reference material to learners to enhance the knowledge from the teachers. Different authors approach different topics in different ways, and it's left for students to combine the usage for proper understanding. The most important is to ensure that textbooks are approved to align with educational curriculum and satisfy the syllabus adopted by examination bodies. The argument for quality assurance didn't fit at all. And another one said, many thanks NTA for today's discussion. Thank God at last for the introduction of textbooks ranking and quality assurance in our education system. The critical areas to look at, pictorial and illustration teaching aids such as items, names and places in the books. The various books should be used for each level, must be harmonized through the Federation. The schools should not be encouraged to produce their own separate textbooks under whatever guise for sanity and quality. Teacher training, lesson planning, very key to the success of this new reform. The standard must be uniform for all. That's Kayode Busari from Lagos, also a regular. And Dr. Nasir Bello from Gombe said, good morning, Nigeria. Prof, sir, books are important component in instruction, but instructional materials convert the books into real pictures, models to attract more senses. Is there any policy for instructional materials? He also said, books are important. Okay, he's just repeated his story, his comments there. Let's go to Professor Hayab. So thank you for your patience. You know, as we return to you, the program is beginning to wind down. How do you think implementation of this policy will roll out?
Yeah, so thank you very much. And then also for those who commented that the book ranking was not necessary, we want to thank them for their opinions. One thing is obvious, quality assurance is very key. And this step is already a step in the right direction. We need to key in and then focus on it. I also like the person who commented about if the people who will be in the committee would know the learning challenges of children in the rural community. I am excited to tell you that I am a rural community person myself because I schooled in an inaccessible place. One thing is, I do believe, coming to the issue of how the implementation will roll out, reading through the document from NERDC and also the press release made by the Federal Ministry of Education, I am convinced, as a person who has been in the classroom, that the paper shows a clear direction, I should say, on how to go about it. First, we deal with the publishers. And once we have our criteria and then you do not meet the criteria, your book is returned to you for a review. So we give you feedback, you work on the feedback, it is brought, and I'm talking about we, not necessarily because I'm on the committee, but I'm talking about we, those who are in the education subsector. If we are committed to this deal, I can tell you that all the publishers will not be able to bypass. They will work and make sure that the system is that which is trustworthy. As I said the last time, I remember Biola and Alede, I've forgotten one of the books that time. It was published either by Macmillan or Evans when I was in primary 3. The stories, the trajectory, the way the whole content is built gave me an idea as to how Nigeria was diverse, because you see the story of how you go to Jos, what you see, how you go to Benin, what you see. So in my village, typical village, I had not gone to any city apart from Makodi at that time, but I had a vision and an image of how Nigeria looked like. That was the kind of quality of textbooks of the time. It is this kind of quality that we want to come back. And I believe that by the processes defined by, are designed by the NERDC, if they are genuinely and intentionally implemented, we will get there. And for those who talked about exam malpractice should be the key, the reason why there's exam malpractice is that learners do not learn. If learners will learn through a quality assurance process, like getting textbooks, getting their teachers to work with them, getting the workbook, because the workbook is the magic one. Once you don't have a workbook, people will just say, do you understand? As teachers will say in Nigeria, which is wrong anyway, but you just say, are you clear? They say yes. But because there's no workbook, these learners are not able to practicalize what they've learned. Therefore, when they are not prepared and there's an exam, you cheat. But once a learner has learned and their lives are formed and touched by teaching, when it is exams, there will be no reason for them to indulge in exam malpractice. So I commend the implementers of this project. I will actually say this, Professor Shehu, do not be dissuaded. Just focus on this work. Let's see how much this will do. If it does not work, we will review it in years to come and we will see what is it that went wrong. But I'm nearly sure that this policy has come to stay and this policy has the capacity to improve the quality of the work that we will get in the textbooks that will be churned out from September 2026. So I believe that this system is workable and it will work to the glory of God. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Haya. This policy will work and we believe that it will be sustainable. Let's look at it says something about, the need for reviewing of the policy. So let me just ask, how often would this ranking be reviewed, to reflect curriculum updates and new learning approaches? How often would that be?
As of now, the review is going to take a 3-year cycle. 3-year cycle, because the curriculum, the new curriculum, the implementation of the new curriculum is phased. Like I said, when we came and appeared with Bankis here, when we talk about the new curriculum, the implementation is in phases. We recognize the fact that the Nigerian education system is structured in such a way that it's based on 3-year learning cycles. 1 to 3 is the first learning cycle. primary 4 to 6 is the second learning cycle. JSS 1 to 3 is the third learning cycle. SS 1 to 3 is the fourth learning cycle. And the implementation of the new curriculum is in phases. Now what has just started, what started in September 2025, the implementation of the new curriculum is only on the basis of the first year learning cycle. Primary 1, Primary 4, JSS 1, and SS 1. And the books that are to be ranked now are books that will be used for the purposes of the first phase. Then against this year 2026, the books that will be used for the second phase. Against 2027, the books that will be used in the third phase. And then after that, you would have seen that the book ranking has been implemented across the 3 learning cycles, and there would be review. Okay. However, if in the process, human policies produced by human beings are liable to limitations. Human beings are not perfect. It's only God that is perfect. And therefore, in the process of in the implementation, even at now, if the Federal Ministry of Education is convinced that there are practical challenges that are very real and that need to be addressed, nothing will stop the Federal Ministry of Education from going back to the drawing board and reviewing, you see, the policy as it is, but not necessarily abolishing it.
Okay.
Yes.
Mrs. Bankole, will schools now lose the freedom, you know, to choose materials best suited for their students through the ranking now? Let's hear your opinion.
That's a concern.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you check some of these countries that we look at, you realize that because of the quality of the teachers, they know what is good for their students. In fact, sometimes you don't even use one textbook. You may have opportunities to get 3, 4. Like I said, you know, also, for some of us that had already bought books, so what happens? This policy, fantastic. That's the truth. But we need to, the implementation is where we are looking at, that it shouldn't be like a hammer hanging down. We should look out for those areas, those spots. Like I said, even some of the recommended ones, for instance, for NECO, for ERC, for GS3 currently, they are books that should be off. That's the truth. But it's important that we allow schools to also look at all these texts. Does it meet, maybe the criteria, sir, should be made public. The book you're going to use should be able to do this, in terms of content, should meet this. In terms of the quality of the paper, in terms of the cost, you know, we put all that into consideration. And if a school is able to come out with that, I mean, with what is suitable, because the sincerity of purpose should be at the back of our minds all the time. Okay. What we want to achieve is that our children get and our teachers get quality books to use that will really help the students to learn.
Okay, Prof, before you go in, just 1 minute, what measures are you going to put in place to prevent, you know, powerful publishers from dominating the system permanently? What measures in just 1 minute?
Yeah, certainly the committee that involves diverse interest is the first protection valve. When you have people with diverse interests who cannot all at the same time be compromised, then you are sure that you have some kind of insulation. You are in a way insulated from complete compromise. And that is our strong point as far as the work of this committee is concerned. And then ensuring that you play the game according to the rules that have been laid down, and that you have already been insulated from, you know, outside influence, and you commit yourself to working on the basis of the criteria. I think that ensures, you know, protection from influence. This is it. Okay. Like I said, people of diverse interest, are you following? Including the Nigerian Publishers Association are part of it, including private school owners, including state universal basic education boards. So I don't think that there is a situation whereby the entire committee can be compromised at once.
So it's all-inclusive.
It's all-inclusive.
Okay, Professor Salisu Shehu, the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Education Research and Development Council. Thank you so much. As always, it's a pleasure to talk. You want to talk about education.
Thank you so much.
We welcome the new reforms. And Mrs.
Really
Olushola Bankole, she's director of the Banki Private School here in Abuja. Always, we thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
And to the birthday boy, Dr. Philip Hayab, an educationist who joined us from Yola. Thank you so much for your contribution.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Hayab, don't forget to bring the cake when you come.
So we're waiting for our cake.
Thank you.
Wherever, let's just have it.
It's Yola, since it's in Yola.
Yes, and that's Good Morning Nigeria for today.
Wow.
We just received news that we lost one of our regular here in the studio, Dr. Emeka Okengu. I don't know what to say, actually. I spoke with him when I heard he was sick. I spoke with him for like 30 minutes. We talked about so many things, and I didn't check back, and we heard that we just lost him.
We just, just last week, the GM and my son were just talking as that we're going to visit his farm and the home farm, so that because he has invited us several times.
Yes.
And
this is shocking.
It's shocking. It's sad, and we just want to condole with the family, and that the good Lord would strengthen them and give them the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. On this sad note, we just want to say thank you for joining us on Good Morning Nigeria. I am Ademola Adio. You have a lovely day.
I'm Juma Yusuf.
Thank you so much.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Significant step towards improving healthcare access and strengthening national health outcomes. The Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, or SAP SDGs, has commissioned a 100-bed Renewed Hope Specialist Hospital in Dumbin Ruga Dusen Aba Ward, Zaria, Kaduna State. The commissioning marks yet another milestone in Nigeria's ongoing efforts to enhance healthcare delivery and advance the attainment of Sustainable Development Goal 3, good health and well-being, as well as other cross-cutting goals. The state-of-the-art facilities designed to provide accessible, quality, and dignified healthcare services to residents of Kaduna State and surrounding communities. Speaking at the event, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, Princess Adejoke Orilokbe Adefulire, described the hospital as more than just a medical facility, but a strategic intervention aimed at addressing critical gaps in healthcare access, particularly for vulnerable populations. Orilokbe Adefulire further stressed that the intervention goes beyond the infrastructure, focusing on improving health outcomes across communities. Healthcare is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Every mother deserves a safe delivery. Every child deserves a healthy start to life, no matter how far-flung our communities may be. Access to quality healthcare must not be distant from them.
This facility is a specialist hospital and is going to cater for mother and child. The mother and their children will also benefit maximally at this facility. Today, we are not merely unveiling a health facility that we are seeing. We are affirming our collective commitment to delivering quality healthcare services to the most vulnerable segment of the society. This hospital therefore represents a vital step in Nigeria's journey towards achieving Sustainable Development Goals SDG, particularly Goal 3 of the SDG, which is good health and well-being for all. These modern facilities is one of the numerous specialist hospitals that have constructed, that were commissioned and yet to be commissioned by our office to reduce maternal and infant mortality and enhance equitable access to healthcare services in our country. This renewed hope agenda of Mr. President speaks directly to this, and His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu recognizes the importance of the facility as we are commissioning today. This hospital is a well-built hospital, purposely built to design for promoting quality, accessible and reliable healthcare services in a safe and dignified environment. This hospital is fitted with the state-of-art equipment. This includes operating theaters, recovery rooms, private and general wards, scanning room, consultation rooms, laboratory, ultrasound machine room, vacuum extractor delivery set, and emergency cart with full complement. And this align directly to the SDG 3, which said good health and well-being for all, as well as other cost-cutting SDG. As we commission this office at the hospital today, we are reminded that healthcare is not a luxury. It is a necessity where everybody deserves a safe, mother deserves a safe delivery, every child deserves to live a good life and deserve quality healthcare services. As government and as people, we must intensify our effort in promoting routine antenatal postnatal care, strengthening skilled birth attendance, preventing mother-to-child transmission of HIV/AIDS, and ensuring that immunization coverage to protect our children at all times. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our office has worked tirelessly to put this structure in place and to equip it 100%. We are therefore, with this commissioning, transfer this facility and all the equipment in the facility to Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital for full operation and judicial use for the people of Kuse, Abad, and Kaduna State Government. From today, I implore us all to let this hospital stand as a beacon of hope and a testament to all our collective dedication to build a healthier and more prosperous society. This hospital is just not a building. It is a promise fulfilled, a sanctuary of care, a symbol of renewed hope. And in conclusion, let me reaffirm that my office will continue to prioritize intervention with significant impact on the lives of the poor and vulnerable population of our society that ensure that no Nigeria is left behind.
The hospital is equipped with modern medical infrastructure, including fully functional operating theaters, wards, delivery sets, and advanced diagnostic equipment, positioning it as a major boost to healthcare capacity in the region. The intervention aligns with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu (GCFR), which places strong emphasis on people-centered development and inclusive access to essential services. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, who facilitated the project, noted that the initiative reflects the federal government's commitment to translating policy into tangible impact, especially in underserved communities where access to quality healthcare remains a challenge. This facility represents a critical investment in the health and well-being of our people. It will go a long way in reducing the burden on existing healthcare institutions and ensuring that our constituents have access to quality and affordable medical services.
This facility is a clear response to a real need. For many years, families in this area and across so many places in Kaduna State have to travel long distances to access patient medical care. That situation has placed pressure on households and delayed treatment in many cases. What we are opening today changes that. It brings closer to people and improve access in a direct and practical way. This project also holds personal significance. It reflects engagements with communities across this constituency, where the need for improved healthcare facilities has been consistently raised. Based on those engagements, we pursue this intervention and secure the necessary support at federal level. I acknowledge President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's role in making this possible through his commitment to targeted investments that respond to real needs. I also wish to commend the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals for ensuring timely delivery. Their work demonstrates that when planning, coordination, and execution align, results can be achieved within a reasonable time frame. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Zaria is a strategic location for a facility of this nature. It serves not only this city but also a wide network of communities across Kaduna State and the Northwest. This hospital reduces referrals, ease congestions at other centers, and provides a stronger foundation for healthcare delivery in the state and the region. Across the Northwest, population growth has increased demand for services, particularly in healthcare. In many cases, existing facilities have struggled to keep up. This hospital adds capacity and improves this situation. It is one step in a broader effort to strengthen healthcare system across the country. At the national level, the House of Representatives has focused on ensuring that public spending delivers visible results. We have strengthened oversight to ensure projects are completed and put to use. It is not enough to approve funds. The outcome must be clear to the public. This facility is a testament, an example of what that approach should produce. However, work does not end with commissioning. A hospital becomes valuable when it functions well over time. It must be properly staffed, its equipment maintained, and its services reliable. I therefore urge those who will manage this facility to ensure that it meets these expectations every day. I also encourage collaboration among this hospital, local authorities, and community organizations. Public health is stronger when institutions work together. Outreach, awareness, and preventive care must complement treatment. That is how the full benefit of this facility will be realized. This project indeed fully aligns with the broader direction of President Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which emphasizes improving healthcare, expanding its access, and strengthening systems. What we see here is one part of that wider effort. As we approach another electoral cycle, our choice should be guided by evidence, not promises. This hospital is evidence. It shows what can be delivered when leadership is focused and consistent.
In his remarks, the Kaduna State Governor, Senator Ubasani, CON, commended the federal government and OSAP SDGs for the intervention, describing it as timely and impactful. This hospital will greatly strengthen our healthcare system in Kaduna State. It complements our efforts to expand access to quality healthcare and improve the well-being of our citizens, the governor said. He reaffirmed his administration's commitment to ensuring the effective utilization and sustainability of the facility for the benefit of the people.
The commissioning of this state-of-the-art specialist hospital, 100 beds renewable specialist hospital here in Zaire. It is about reaffirming our shared commitment to humanity, improve healthcare delivery, and sustainable development. Let me begin by expressing our deep appreciation to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSFI, whose renewed hope agenda continues to provide the framework for purposeful governance across our dear nation. This agenda has strengthened collaboration between the federal government and subnational governments, enabling us to pursue reforms and deliver projects that have direct and meaningful impact on the lives of our people. This hospital stands as a testament to your vision, your commitment to your constraints, and your belief that quality healthcare must be within reach of every citizen. This is a landmark constituency intervention, thoughtfully conceived, strategically delivered, and profoundly impactful. Your leadership exemplifies what is possible when representation goes beyond legislation to deliver tangible, people-centered development, and Kaduna State is proud of you. I would also like to pay tribute and appreciate the senior special assistant to the president of SDGs. She has been working day and night to ensure the successful completion of this very important project. We want to thank you and appreciate you. This achievement is not the end of our journey, but an important milestone in a broader and ongoing reform agenda. We remain fully committed to strengthening infrastructure, improving service delivery, and ensuring that no citizen of Kaduna State is left behind in accessing quality healthcare. Let me also take a moment to acknowledge the dedication of healthcare workers across the state. Their sacrifice, professionalism, and resilience remain the backbone of our health system. This facility is also for you, a safer, better equipped environment in which to continue serving humanity. As we commission this hospital today, we affirm our resolve to build a Kaduna State where healthcare is accessible, affordable, and reliable. We also reaffirm our position that healthcare in Kaduna State is not privilege for the few, but it is a fundamental right of every citizen of Kaduna State.
There was strong emphasis on the fundamental importance of healthcare as a basic human right. Speakers highlighted the need to ensure safe maternal care improved child health, and equitable access to medical services across all communities.
Today is not just about unveiling a structure, it is about unveiling hope, restoring dignity, and strengthening the foundation of healthcare delivery for our dear people. This landmark project stands as a testament to visionary leadership, strategic collaboration, and unwavering commitment to human development. We openly express our profound appreciation to the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals for their impactful intervention in making this project a reality. Their dedication to advancing sustainable development through strategic investment in healthcare is highly commendable.
For health is the thread that binds every aspiration of the 2030 agenda. It is inseparable from education, from productivity, from dignity, and from peace. When a child is immunized, when a mother survives childbirth, when a community is free of preventable diseases, lives are not only saved, but a nation is built. The renewed hope specialist hospital here in Downtown Abba that we are going to commission today is a proof that a brief and mortar testimony that the governor's vision is not aspirational but operational.
To express our gratitude and delight, to Mr. President, compliment what Ahmadu Bello University Teaching Hospital is doing in the main hospital there. So that's a big thank you to you, and also to appreciate you for this terrific project in our community.
The new hospital is expected to significantly ease pressure on existing health facilities in the state, improve service delivery, and contribute to better health indices in the region.
On behalf of Kaduna State Government and Ministry of Health, I wish to express our profound gratitude to Almighty Allah for granting us this privilege of witnessing this historic commissioning of the renewed Hope Specialist Hospital Kaduna. Today's event is not just the unveiling of a 100-bed hospital, but a bold statement of commitment to improving access to quality, affordable, and specialized healthcare services for the good people of Kaduna State. It reflects the shared vision of the federal government and Kaduna State under the renewed Hope agenda. We are grateful to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his unwavering commitment to the strengthening of Nigeria's health system through impactful initiatives such as this. We also appreciate the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on the SDGs for their support in making this project a reality. Our appreciation goes to our own governor, Dr. Ugasani, CON, for his relentless effort in transforming the health sector in Kaduna State. Your Excellency, your leadership continues to bring critical infrastructure, improve service delivery, and restore confidence in the healthcare system. We also thank the leadership of the National Assembly, particularly the Right Honorable Speaker, Ian Zazo. Right Honorable, we appreciate your effort for the support and collaboration in advancing healthcare development in our dear state. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to equally appreciate development partners that are here, stakeholders, health workers, and members of the community for their contribution to the successful completion of this project. As we commission this facility, we are reminded that the true value of this investment lies in the effective utilization. We therefore call on all the stakeholders to support the sustainability of this hospital and ensure it delivers the intended impact, which is saving lives, reducing physical and financial barriers, and strengthening healthcare system in our dear state.
With this development, Nigeria continues to demonstrate its commitment to building a resilient healthcare system capable of meeting the needs of its growing population, as the country advances in the decade of action for the SDGs, the commissioning of the Renewed Hope Specialist Hospital in Zaria stands as a clear testament to what can be achieved through strategic leadership, collaboration, and sustained investment in critical sectors. For many residents, the facility represents not just improved access to healthcare, but renewed confidence in a system that is increasingly working to serve all.
Other animal as courageous and majestic as the lion. They are aptly called the king of the jungle, and their regal appearance is awesome to behold. But with only 50 lions left in Nigeria, they may soon just be a memory. When snares are used for bushmeat, we rob the lions of their food and risk maiming them for life. So please, say no to illegal bushmeat and help protect the lions, their ecosystem, and nature's processes that keep us all alive. Keep them wild and keep us safe.
Welcome. This is Bon Appetit, a culinary adventure. All of them are quite different and unique, especially when it comes to native foods and cultural delicacies. Their food mainly depends on the ingredients that are produced in that particular area.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
In a land of peace and harmony, we cherish our freedom and unity. But around the world, we've seen how protests can spiral into chaos. What starts as a peaceful protest can sometimes end in anarchy, tearing communities apart.
My advice to these young people is please do not take us back to those harrowing days.
So those who experience it will run away from it.
Let's learn from these experiences.
Confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria.
Solution in sight to decades of conflicts on the plateau. President orders new committee to search for peace. And another step towards fixing power sector as President Tinubu chairs Task Force Committee on Reforms. Hello and welcome to Executive Recap on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. I am Musbad and Wahab. Thanks a lot for joining us on the show. The Federal Executive Council took another step towards fixing the power sector as it approved the immediate constitution of a task force committee on power sector reform to accelerate total overhaul of the sector. This is one of the major outcomes of the council's meeting in the week. Members arrived for the 5th meeting of the council in the year, and of a minor rejig since the last one. Taiwo Oyedele as Minister of Finance and Mutoka Dharma for Housing and Urban Development are the new arrivals in the cabinet. Memos have equally accumulated for members' consideration and decisions. And out of the 32-point agenda, power sector reform received a major attention. The slow pace of development in the sector towards a stable and reliable power supply apparently bothers the presidents just like other Nigerians. Hence, the constitution of a 10-man task force committee on power sector reform to be chaired by the president himself.
The goal here is to ensure that there's a total overhaul of the power sector, without which real progress cannot be made in terms of industrialization, which will ultimately lead to economic prosperity of Nigeria.
The Committee on the proposed Grid Asset Management Company Limited, GAMCO, set up about 2 months ago under the chairmanship of the Chief of Staff to the President, Femi Gbajabiamila, submitted its report to the Council. On infrastructure development, the Council approved award of contract for 3 rail projects: Kano State City Metro Rail, Kaduna State Light Rail, and Green Line Rail, Phase 1A in Lagos.
We would agree that these 3 cities are very important and critical. All cities are important, but this is where you have, your 10% effort yielding 90% results.
The $2.99 billion project are to be funded by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, and other counterpart funding. Ministry of Works got approvals for 10 new projects across the geopolitical zones. These include sections of the Sokoto-Badagry Highway, Lagos-Calabar Highway, Suleja-Mina Roads, construction of Mango-Brainy-Gwari Road in Kaduna, reconstruction of Kata Bridge in Lagos, Bodoboni Extension, among others.
In Northwest again, InfoWest, 252 billion, about 81 kilometer, of reinforced concrete pavements, and it's fully completed as of today. We are putting solar light. That's the famous Lot 1 of Abuja, Kaduna, superhighway. We are very proud of what the president has achieved. Reinforced concrete. I want you to go that night. the quality of Lagos Calabar, quality of Sokoto Badagry. We are very proud. We gave 14 months, we beat it 30 months. So we're happy this happened, and we thank the president very, very highly, because he made it #1 priority project, even over and above all the legacy projects.
This government has been doing everything possible to ensure that our roads are made more travel, not only for safer travel, but in fact for investments and, of course, economic growth and prosperity. So we must commend our dear President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his bold initiatives on improving on our roads infrastructure particularly, and of course by extension all our infrastructure, not only road, rails and other services. And of course we must also commend the Minister of Works, Engineer Debu Mahi, for his bringing a lot of experience, innovation and technical expertise to bear in the discharge of his duties. Reinforced concrete, rigid pavement. A lot of people have been talking about delay in the execution of our ongoing project. But let me say it clearly. Anybody who has the opportunity of witnessing what is happening on our road, particularly on Abuja-Kaduna road, will know that it will take a little time, because it's not something that you just lay asphalt and move on. You look at how these iron roads are being, put on that road, the cement, concrete, and then you allow it to stabilize, and then of course to move on to another stage.
In the aviation sector, the Council approved the establishment of a Nigeria aircraft leasing company to support and strengthen private investors in the sector.
Now, this will be an SPV that will be wholly run by the private sector, that the private sector will invest in. In fact, we have ready investors already. They're just been waiting for this FEC approval. And of course, backed by governments, by which we can get aircraft into the country under one SPV, instead of all the local airlines going all over the world looking for aircraft. And it's tough for them because they are private, companies that don't have sovereign backing, and so it's tough for them. It's always tough for them. I'm sure you see old aircrafts across the country sometimes, and delay, cancellations and all that. The attitude of this government has been, instead of condemning them and running them down because of these delays and cancellation, while we're trying to hold them to the highest standard, we have a duty as government to also support their businesses with policies. Now, what are we going to do? Now, this SPV, we have, let me not even mention the names here. You're going to hear the names in the next few weeks. Some of the biggest bodies in Africa, financial bodies, who are ready to invest in it, because we have the market, we have the traffic, we have the population, we have the routes. So this is the franchise we are selling to the world. This is the franchise Nigeria has that we're selling to the world. If we don't have money, we have the franchise. And we have the geographical location. So these investors, they know that the aircrafts will boost the markets. Most especially when you see that 95% of our traffic in Nigeria, they are being, ferried by foreign airlines. That market is a Nigerian market, but fed upon by foreign airlines. We want to tap into that market. The Nigerian airlines, we have to tap into that market and claw some back.
The Council also approved the terms of settlement to resolve a 20-year-old dispute with Bicotnin, a private company, over the development, management and operation of Murtala Mohammed Airport Terminal 2 in Lagos.
Some of these agreements were signed, some outrageous agreement. When I came and I saw them, I wondered how certain persons in government sat down and signed these agreements. But of course, government is a continuum. We were stuck with these agreements and we had to find a way out of it. There was also an agreement where they said that he had exclusive rights to run a private airport around Lagos. So no other person could build a private airport around, some radius around Lagos. And so that also puts the Lekki airport in danger. In fact, one of the issues that stalled the Lekki airport to be built by the Lagos state government over the years, because Bicotni claimed that it was a breach of his own agreement that no other person should run a private airport around it. So we sat down to discuss, and frankly, And first, we told him, I told him, write off the 132 billion plus interest. Nobody's going to pay you that. He wrote it off. So Babalakin wrote off the 132 billion outright. The local airports, that is the MM1, I told him, hand it back to the federal government. We cannot leave the entire operations of aviation, local operations in Lagos, which is our heartbeat, to a private individual. Government has to have some kind of control. He agreed with us, and he handed over that local airport back to the federal government. The issue of exclusivity, we also told him that, look, it is not right, even for security reasons, for you to have complete control over the domestic, market in Lagos. He agreed. So that exclusivity clause, we removed it. So these were the concessions made by Courtney, headed by Babalaki. So we thank him for his patriotism, because we actually made him to make all of those concessions. And we sat there in the spirit of brotherhood, because, like I said, we are both members of the INABA, and we understood some of these judgments and how they can play out, and the effect of these judgments. So it was important that we both spoke on this. On the other hand, what did we give to him? The Hotel and Conference Center, you can see the carcass there that has been there for many years. I think it was revoked by Jonathan's government, also I can't remember Yar'Adua's government. We gave it back to him. It's okay. Complete and run it on a shared basis with the federal. So it's not even exclusive. We are still going to benefit from that, the federal government. So he has 24 months under the new agreement to complete that conference center and hotel, the 5-star hotel, opposite, I'm sure you all know it, opposite the MM2. Complete it and run it within 24 months. And we told him we will not tolerate any delay again. So that place, the whole eyesore there, the uncompleted building will be gone. Let us have a proper hotel, which will also benefit the entire Aerotropolis around there.
The council also inaugurated a new national commissioner for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and 4 new permanent secretaries into the Federal Civil Service. In politics, President Bola Tinubu officially endorsed the candidacy of Deputy Governor Obafemi Hamzat as recommended by the Lagos State Governors Advisory Council (GAC) for the 2027 governorship election. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Chairman of the GAC Tajuddin Olusi led the council members to the State House on Wednesday to meet with President Bola Tinubu. After the meeting behind closed doors, Governor Sanwo-Olu announced that the president has given his blessing on the decision of the council.
Mr. Deputy Governor 8 years ago could also have been the governor of the state. He has the credentials, he has the charisma, he has what it takes. But guess what? He's been a loyal, dedicated, committed deputy governor for the past 7 years. And the minimum that we can do is for him, to aspire to it. He's the one that knows the room, that knows the design of the house, that has worked, that has been, and we've been on this journey for over 20 years together in one form or the other.
Having served as the deputy governor of Lagos under Governor Sanwo-Olu, I've learned a lot. I have a lot of experience. Like he said, I know the room. So with God's blessings and the support of all my fathers here, I really don't have any fear.
The GSA members explained that the existing political structure in Lagos State made the decision easy to arrive at the choice.
It is part of the system that we should come together, put our heads together, and take a course of action.
President Bola Tinubu also met with Governor Babagana Umara Zulum of Borno State behind closed doors. Details of their meeting were not made public. During the week, a new hope emerged towards finding the much-desired peace on the plateau. President Bola Tinubu directed the constitution of a new committee with the responsibility to recommend a lasting solution to the years of recurring conflict in Plateau State. It was the high point of resolutions when the president met with stakeholders from the state in Abuja. The meeting is the longest President Tinubu has ever had with stakeholders from any state, with about 4 hours spent in sessions. Governor Caleb Mutfwang led this set of stakeholders from the state. Former governors, serving and past members of the National Assembly, traditional, religious and group leaders were in the team. It was in search of a elusive permanent solution to decades of perennial crisis on the plateau, on the invitation of President Bola Tinubu. The March 29 government attack on Angwan Rukuba and the following condolence visits by the President to Jos necessitated this further truce talk, with the assurance of a level playing field by the arbitrator-in-chief. Everyone here wanted to vent perspectives to the possible causes of a crisis. A moment of frank talk. The popular suggested causes have been religious and ethnic rivalries. Some of the speakers here agreed. Others begged to differ.
I don't agree that some of the things that happen have something to do with religion. My community, I'm almost 100% Islamic in terms of religion. But when these are refused us peaceful living, the people that are causing the problem are the leaders. It is high. You will take a decision today and go and say we have resolved. When it comes to politics, your leaders will say no, don't resolve. This election we are conducting is tribal. This election we are conducting is interdenominational. This election we are conducting is religious.
But then, regardless of the differences and causes, the stakeholders say they are ready to resolve.
The situation is really overwhelming. At a time when we thought we would have overcome our challenges over the years, but these renewed attacks have alerted us to the fact that we have a lot to do.
We have agreed that we are going around all the communities, beginning from the center in Jos, and we will extend to the entire state to pass across the message of unity, peace, and oneness.
All we need is the support of the leaders to work together and change the narratives of hatred, the narrative of weaponization of religion, the narrative of division.
We've started a journey. The coming together of the former governors has never happened before. This is the first time it is happening. And I believe that that is a step that we can build upon. And God willing, since we've closed the political space, I'm sure some of the issues that have been politicized have been narrowed out, and we will be able to move together as brothers and ensure that we achieve a common goal.
The ultimate goals are peace and harmonious coexistence, and the President promises more support towards achieving the desired results and ensure development.
And I believe once we have a state police, enforcement of laws and others will take care of some of these problems. For us to stop creating widowers, orphans, it is very tough to develop if you don't have a peace.
He directed another critical step in this direction.
And we, as the president, order you to go back. You have been appointed as the committee for peace. Go and search for it, look for it, resolve any additional steps that you want the government to take. And if you identify and you know the name of troublemakers, agent provocateurs, who want to continue killing or instigate killing, let us know. We use the instrument of office to deal with them.
new direction and new momentum. There is a renewed hope for a lasting solution after a similar move years back under the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. President Bola Tinubu says his administration's investment in gas development has achieved a major milestone in implementation. The president reviewed the progress when he received a delegation of a civil society organization on community advancement and humanitarian empowerment initiative in the State House. Members of a civil society organization on community advancement and humanitarian empowerment initiative have apparently been monitoring the current administration's policies and programs. Here was an opportunity to pass their reports on observations, suggestions, and perhaps requests to the president. They commended various renewed hope initiatives, including the student loan scheme, CNG, local government autonomy, climate action financing, among others.
We've seen the policy of government in pushing effect for the farmers, and we've seen the policy of the government in importation of the food, and this has been what has been given Nigerians hope in terms of pushing that as caused by the food scarcity. On the climate change, before now Nigeria is not on global radar, but now Nigeria is number 4 in Africa.
But then, they expect improvement on efforts towards reducing high cost of living, security and humanitarian services, among others. President Tinubu also reported on the progress of his reforms, saying that Nigeria has moved on from crawling economy to surviving, with evidence of improvement in foreign direct investments and infrastructural development.
Nigeria is now a high destination for investments.
Absolutely.
I have not seen the history of this nation in the last 10 years attracting up to 10 billion or 2 billion in hydrocarbon investment opportunity. It is happening now as I'm talking. I've just received good news that our gas investment has crossed the most difficult river, across the Niger. And we are moving very well and effectively on that.
Just as he commended the organization for their level of inquisitiveness to governance, he suggests their searchlight be extended on governments across levels.
Take effort to the subnationals, and so that they can do more for our people. There is no time in the history of this country in the last 10 political years where the state are as buoyant as I am driving them today.
Once again, President Tinubu assures that his administration would deliver a country to be proud of. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu is now in France, his first stop in the three-country trip. The president, who departed Abuja, will also proceed to Kenya and then Rwanda. His scheduled visit to Nairobi, Kenya, is to attend the Africa-France Summit, scheduled to begin next week. Co-chaired by President Emmanuel Macron and President William Ruto, the summit focuses on energy transition, green industrialization, digital transformation, restoring of global financing architecture, and climate action. President Tinubu's participation at the summit from May 11th to May 12th will underscore Nigeria's unwavering commitment to strengthening strategic partnerships with African nations and the French Republic. The summit, with the theme Africa Forward, Africa-France Partnerships, for Innovation and Growth will provide a high-level platform for African leaders and their French counterparts to deliberate on critical issues affecting the continent, including economic transformation, climate resilience, infrastructure developments, youth empowerment, technological advancements, and peace-building initiatives. At the end of the Kenya summit, the president will depart for Kigali, Rwanda, to attend the annual Africa CEO Forum taking place between May 14th and 15th. With the theme Scale or Fail, this year's Africa CEO Forum will be the largest gathering of African private sector leaders, investors and policymakers focusing on accelerating economic transformation through shared scale, regional integration and increased cross-border investments. At the two summits, President Bola Tinubu will deliver statements highlighting his administration's ongoing reforms to reposition the nation as a prime destination for investments and growth. He is also scheduled to hold high-level meetings with top-tier global and African business leaders. And that has been it on Executive Recap for this week on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. Thanks a lot for being part of it. Join us again next week for another edition of the program. I'm Musbat and Wahab. God bless you and yours. God bless Nigeria.
Confidence is there. Hope is back for Nigeria.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Well, hello. It is great to be back with you again on Lens on Africa.
Let's zoom our lens on its political history at this moment.
Algeria did not have a centralized political structure prior to its colonization by France.
It is now time for our weekly roundoff of African history. Welcome to the interview segment on Lens on Africa.
Examines its relevance, the pathways to achieving it.
To sustain productivity, there must be continuity.
Where the winds whisper secrets, to the sands lies the forgotten kingdom of Diamonds.
It is on this note that we conclude Lens on Africa today.
Thank you for spending your time with us.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Closer. How are you doing, if I may ask? Yes, I know country hard, and maybe you're going through something personal at home or at work. But have you spoken to someone, or you think you can handle it alone? Do you know your problems or even distress can overburden you or throw you off balance and into a deeper problem of mental health, which could come as a case of depression, anxiety disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, substance use disorder, paranoia, and many others? As it is often said, however, a problem shared is problem halved, and that's why we're here for you on Health Options. On this edition, we shall be looking behind the smiles, the hidden struggles of mental health, and as always, we have something for you from the abundance of nature on our Nature's Corner. I am Salwa Khalal Ibrahim. Welcome. Mental health is said to be one of the most conservative topics in many parts of Nigeria. Many are said to be suffering in silence. In some society, people will even say, your village people are after you. Hence the growing number of people suffering from mental health disorder. According to World Health Organization's report, about 20 million Nigerians live with a mental health condition, with many more undiagnosed cases, as well as gaps in access to mental health treatment, and the big one, stigma. But we have two experts on the show with whom we shall be examining the challenges and the solutions to mental health in Nigeria shortly. I have with me in the studio Professor of Psychiatry and Psychopharmacology, Professor Taiwo Lateef Sheikh.
Thank you very much. Good evening, viewers.
And of course, a legal practitioner, Yetunde Ayeleso Adebayo. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone at home.
Okay, now let's begin with the basics, and I will begin with you, Prof. Now, give us a breakdown on, mental health in general, the prevalence in Nigeria.
Mental health is the foundation of your health, because mental health determines your choices that will lead to good health. So if you are not in good mental health, you cannot choose correctly choices that will lead you to good health. The aggregate of mental health is about how we think, how we feel, and how we relate to others, how we respond to stresses. Mental health conditions are varied. There is what we call mental health distress, and there is what we call mental health disorder. They are not the same. Mental health itself is something that every human being possesses. We all have mental health. Quite a number of people are distressed, and very few people are actually sick that would say they have mental disorder. We all have a propensity for mental illness. 1 in 4 of us have a tendency to have one mental health challenge or the other during our lifetime. That doesn't mean that at any point in time people have it. However, about 1 in 8 of us will have one type of mental health disorder at any point in time. This is even more in people who are in countries like Nigeria, where you have conflict, you have terrorism, you have banditry, people are struggling to go to work, to pay school fees. This is, however, even worse for young people under the age of 30 and adolescents.
Wow.
They tend to even have higher prevalence of these conditions than the general public. Next in line is also mothers who have just given birth to babies, or those who are pregnant. They also tend to have a higher tendency for such mental health challenges. This is just to give you a general overview.
Okay. So, Yetunde, if you're following us now, do you think we speak about this issue, enough?
Yes. I would say that mental health issues are not very well discussed enough.
Okay.
Before now, before the enactment of the National Mental Health Act, we had the Lunacy Act that defined mental illness as lunacy, as madness. So, but with the inception of the National Mental Health Act in 2022, the Act adopted a more inclusive definition to what mental illness is. It's recognized the fact that mental illness could be severe and it could be mild. So, with this new provision, it's kind of open a room where people can be able to discuss their mental health condition without feeling as if they are mad, without feeling the fear of facing stigma or discrimination. So far, I think with the coming in of the new Mental Health Act, it's opening room for people to discuss their mental health condition.
Nigeria is a very heterogeneous society. We have, different people who might not really understand that somebody is going through something. How you describe the extent of mental health issues in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Salwa. We have what we call subcultural belief system. That any society you go, there are some cultural assumptions. Some of these assumptions are based on myths, some are based on misconceptions, some are based on misunderstanding of what mental health and what mental illness is all about. Building on these myths, misconception, and misunderstanding, misinterpretation can lead to distribution of mental health services or even uptake of mental health services that are available.
Okay. Now, still on you, Prof. Now, how do we identify? People would like to know, because we have a lot of people, living in silence, like I mentioned earlier, of people, there are symptoms of people who might be suffering from mental health, and then maybe they might not be aware, or they don't know what to do.
Yes, thank you very much. The first thing is to give people voice, to be able to talk, to be able to discuss what problem they have. I have headache, I have backache, to be able to confide. Depression, as the name goes, something that is down, something that is low. It's a disorder of the mood. But the symptom is not restricted to mood alone. But the mood change is very central to depression, even though there are other symptoms that are associated with depression. Most likely, the first thing you notice that the person appears unhappy. The person is withdrawing, is not mixing with other people. The person is showing features of hopelessness, worthlessness. I am not who I am supposed to be. Everybody is better than me. And as you move on, symptoms of bodily complaints, feeling weak, feeling tired without doing anything that is exhaustive, complaining, referring to even joints that some people will be ascribing to as fever, as malaria. It will come with poor sleep, inadequate sleep, or waking up early hours and not being able to go back. It comes with inability to eat, unexplained loss of appetite, and when you are not eating, of course, constipation will follow. And when you go to our communities, they say the person has basir or jadi and things like that. It will also come with some other symptoms that may even threaten the person's life, that you start feeling like, let the whole world come to an end. It's not meaningful to me anymore. And then suicide thoughts will start coming in. It can be mild in magnitude, it can be moderate, and it can be severe.
Okay. So we'll talk about, extensively about how we can help this set of people. But Yetunde, let me come back to you now and talk about the Mental Health Act of 2021, right? Now, does this, like Prof explained earlier, when you go, you see people are not given, enough attention. People with type of mental health disorder are not given the required, attention in terms of budget or when they are looking for work. What does the Mental Health Act of 2021 entail? Does it really protect? Are we seeing it in action, or what is going on?
So far, we are yet to get the best out of the act because of some barriers. And what are these barriers? We have institutional and legal framework barriers hindering the effectiveness of the provision of the National Mental Health Act. The National Mental Health Act created the Mental Health Service Department at the Ministry of Health. And one of the responsibilities of that department is to enforce its provisions. But right now, at the Ministry of Health, what we have at the Ministry of Health is a mental health program. A mental health program is one of the responsibilities of the department. So not having a department that is functioning, not having a department that is meant to enforce patients' rights, enforce rights of persons with mental illness, is actually hindering us from getting the best out of the act. Although there are so many rights, so many beautiful provisions that covers consent, informed consent, confidentiality, access to quality healthcare, but because of this, absence of this regulatory body is withholding better access to patients' rights.
A lot of gaps there.
Very well.
Okay, so Prof and Yetunde, stay with us. We'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll look at the solutions since we've spoken about the problem. Stay with us.
That's the name in Hausa.
That is call it Oshe.
In Yoruba.
Oshe.
Okay, so I know it's Kuka.
I am delighted to have you join us on Health Options, the program that not only tracks government policies on health.
The total cholesterol is made up of some components. The high density lipoprotein, which is the good cholesterol, the low density lipoprotein, which is the bad.
Cervical cancer, a type of cancer that develops in a woman's cervix.
There were opportunities for women to get screened for both cervical and breast cancer, maybe up to 30,000, but we'll be having figures of 5,000.
Many thanks for being there. And if you just tune in, the program is Health Options at the NTA. And we have been talking about mental health in Nigeria. I have with me Professor Taiwo Latif Sheikh and a legal practitioner, Yetunde Ayeleso Adebayo. Thanks both of you for being here.
It's my pleasure.
Okay, so I'll take it up from you, Prof. How accessible is mental health care in Nigeria, and what existing mental health rehabilitation programs do we have in Nigeria to address genuine community integration?
Well, in terms of accessibility, if I try to take you back to what is published, there is what is called mental health treatment gap, which is the gap between available services and those who have very serious mental health condition within the past 12 months. And studies have shown that in this part of the world, that gap is as much as 85%, which means only 15% of those who have serious mental health conditions are able to access care in the past 12 months. So the way forward now is to integrate mental.
This is the network service of the NTA. We now join our outside broadcast crew for a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
Ongoing efforts to strengthen teacher education and enhance the role of colleges of education within the tertiary education ecosystem. In collaboration with relevant regulatory bodies, particularly the National University Commission, the Ministry is supporting initiatives that will enable colleges of education to award degrees, thereby improving the quality of teacher preparation and expanding opportunity for students across the country. Permit me at this point to commend the registrar, management and staff of JAM for their dedication to improving the credibility and efficiency of the nation's admission system. Their efforts in deepening technology, innovation and institutional reforms have significantly enhanced public confidence in the process. To the institutions and individuals receiving awards today, I extend my heartfelt congratulations. Your recognition is a testament to hard work, compliance with standards, and commitment to excellence. I encourage you to sustain these achievements and continue contributing positively to the advancement of tertiary education in Nigeria. As we look ahead, let us continue to work together to build a tertiary education system that is accessible, globally competitive, and capable of producing graduates who will drive innovation, unity, and sustainable national development. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Education, I wish you a fruitful deliberation and a successful event. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of State. Clerk of the Chairman Senate Committee, please come in. The chairman is waiting for you. Please come in, please. Thank you very much. While the minister was giving her remarks, the Chairman Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TEDFON, Senator Mutari M. Anduse came in. Senator, Distinguished Senator, you're welcome. The Chairman Senate Committee on TEDFON did not come alone. He came with one of the members of the committee, Senator Professor Anthony Ani. Sir, you're welcome. He's a member of the committee and Vice Chair, Southeast Development Commission. We also have Rep of the DG NYC, Mrs. Rachel Edewo. Ma, you're welcome. At this point, I will want to invite the Chairman, Senate Committee on TEDFON for his goodwill message. Distinguished Senator, sir.
The Honorable Minister of Education, the Registrar of JAM, the Honorable Minister of State, the Permanent Secretary, the ESNUC, my respected colleague and learned friend, Senator Anthony Ani, who is here to represent the Senate members, the University Vice Chancellors here present, the Provost of the Polytechnics and the all protocol duly and respectively observed. It is my singular honor and privilege to be here today, very importantly, to attend this policy meeting, which is a key to success of the educational sector in Nigerian university and other polytechnics and federal colleges of education. The milestone done by the JAM to enhance credibility and affordability of education in Nigeria is a very worthy of praise. And we are aware that every year they have this very important policy meeting to discuss and chart the way forward for the cut-off points for all the courses we have in various fields of studies in science and arts. So we appreciate the effort being made by Professor Edele for doing that with the support of the ministry. We in the Senate, we are very determined to ensure that we align ourselves with the policies to enhance educational development in Nigeria. And we want to assure you this effort that is being made by the present government to support educational sector in all aspects, be it infrastructure, be it the welfare of the university lecturers, and also the students who are being taught with a new and supported innovative, which is the NEL fund that is helping to pay for their registration fee and their stipend. I believe is a very commendable effort to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces, because it's the only program that is very clear to support educational programs in all aspects. So we want to appreciate the effort of the Honorable Minister also in working very hard to enhance peace and stability in the universities and polytechnics and federal colleges of education, and also to come out with policies that will support this country. We were in Lagos last month to support the program of those that are graduates, so that they can be independently operating their private businesses. This one also is a milestone, and we will work with all the critical stakeholders to see how best we can move forward. We can support any law that will enhance progress in this country. That is why our leadership and we as committee, we are always functional in supporting and enhancing the educational progress of this country, because it's our legislative function, duty to make sure that these universities and polytechnics and the Ministry of Education is being supported and is being carried out in all their activities. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Senator Montari Dandute, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TED Fund.
Thank you, and thank you. We have another senator in the House, incidentally my teacher, senator from my state, distinguished Senator Patrick Abba Moro. Sir, and I also want to invite you for your goodwill message, sir. Goodwill message, sir, by Senator Patrick Abba Moro. Oh, he's a member of the committee. Okay. I learned he's a member of the Senate Committee on TED Fund, so the chairman has spoken on his behalf. I just invite him to have a handshake with the registrar and the minister. Distinguished Senator, I say you should have a handshake with the registrar and the minister. The chairman has spoken on your behalf, sir. And for me to also have the privilege of shaking my own teacher.
Okay, the Minority Senate Leader, Senator Abba Moro. I was about to tell the Senator, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TED Fund, about the fact that one of your hard work, one of the representation. He's still talking. So I just wanted to tell the senator in charge of tertiary education in the House that the Sierra Leoneans are here, and that's one of the successes that he, along with the ministry, the entire government, and the people of Nigeria have worked towards. But he's talking, and I'm sure that the PCA will tell him that later on. I'd like to call on, can we say he whose head is full, and we have all come here to cut? That's the Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Lausa, to come up and deliver his address. The Honorable Minister, sir.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Please be seated. Today is a great day. JAMB is well respected. We have a lot of senators in the House. But I'll do it, my recognition for the senators in order they came in, so that we can, timeliness matters in the Ministry of Education. So I'll begin by recognizing my dear brother, the chairman of Senate Committee on ICT and Cybersecurity, Senator Shuaib Salisu. Thank you for all your service to our country. The technology platform, the innovation we're seeing today in JAMB was started by this senator. Is futuristic and is fervent and determination to use technology to improve our system led us to where we are today. Thank you again. We can't thank you enough. And as what you started has now put JAMB in a place that JAMB now conducts one of the most freest exam in the world, devoid of fraudulent activities. I would also like to recognize my brother, the Chairman Senate Committee on Education, Senator Mukhtar Dandutse. Thank you for all your service to our country. And I particularly want to thank you again for the collaboration and the cooperation you've given us at the Ministry of Education. We've never had it this good with our relationship with the National Assembly. Thank you so much. And please help me give Senator Dandutse a big round of applause for his leadership. And also to Senator Anthony Ani, a member of the Senate Committee on Tertiary Education, as well as Minority Leader Senator Abraham Moro. Thank you so much for all your service and your collaboration with us at the Ministry of Education. Now, let me now go to my colleague, my dear sister, a lady that believes so much in giving the highest quality of education to everyone. She wakes up every morning, she thinks education, she drinks education, she lives education. Professor Suwaiba Saad Ahmad, thank you for your service to this country and for continuing to work hard to meet President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's mandate to us, which is every single child in this country must get the highest quality of education that is comparable to anywhere in the world. And we can all attest to that the educational landscape today in Nigeria has been transformed significantly. Thank you, Professor Suwaiba Saad Ahmad. To the engineers of the ministry, Beleniton, a permanent secretary, thank you for your leadership. We appreciate you so much. And to the reason why we're here, the host, the registrar of JAMB, I can thank you for the way you position and reposition and continue to position the Joint Admission Matriculation Board. Thank you for your service to the country.
To you, JAMB is ahead of you. So it's better you just give up, read your books, and come and do the exam and test your ability. If you think you want to game the system, we will catch you. and we will prosecute you, and you'll get punished for it. Thank you, Professor Oloyede. And to the Executive Secretary, thank you.
Executive Secretary of NCC, Dr. Pamela Ajala, thank you for all your service to our country. To all the Vice Chancellors of all our universities that are present here today, the rectors of all our polytechnics that are present here today, as well as the provost of all our colleges of education. I commend you all for your service to every Nigerian student. Your hard work in ensuring that your various campuses, you keep them safe, you provide environment where these children can go to school, well nurtured, and impact knowledge on them. We don't take your efforts for granted. Thank you so much. I think, give yourself a big round of applause. To all the head of agencies that are here today, as well as our various directors from the Federal Ministry of Education, thank you. And to the admissions officers of our universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, we appreciate all your work and everything you continue to do, and to ensure that our admission processes are merit-based. Thank you so much. I think I missed, there was a protocol error. Let me recognize our visitor, the Deputy Minister for Education for Sierra Leone. Thank you for finding time to join us today. And members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure for the second time to address this distinguished gathering at the 2026 policy meeting on admissions into our tertiary institutions. This forum has over the years transcended its procedural origins to become a defining platform for shaping national policy direction in higher education. It is here that we collectively make decisions that determine not only who gains access to tertiary education, but also the credibility, the fairness, and long-term sustainability of our education system. Permit me to therefore use this opportunity to commend the registrar and staff of the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, and indeed you all, for the roles you have all played individually and collectively in consistently ensuring the successes of these policy meetings. Over the years, results of which have engendered the trust and confidence in our admission system. We meet at a time when Nigeria's education sector is undergoing deliberate and far-reaching reforms. These reforms are neither incidental nor cosmetic. They are rooted in a clear recognition that the future of our nation depends on the strength, integrity, relevance of our educational institution. In particular, the tertiary education subsector must rise to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world, one defined by technology advancement, global competition, and the imperative of skill-driven development. Over the past year, the federal government has focused on repositioning our tertiary education system through a coherent framework that addresses access, quality, governance, and accountability. At the heart of this effort lies a fundamental commitment that every qualified Nigerian should have a fair opportunity to pursue higher education, that such opportunity must be anchored on merit, transparency, and institutional integrity. One of the most consequential steps in this regard is the operationalization of the National Student Loan Scheme under the Nigeria Education Loan Fund. This initiative represents a major shift in how we approach access to higher education. For decades, financial constraints have constituted a significant barrier for many capable Nigerians. By introducing an interest-free loan system that supports both tuition and basic upkeep, government has signaled its resolve that this barrier in a structured and to remove this barrier in a structured and sustainable manner. Now, we have to give all this kudos go to our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, please, that knows that every single Nigeria should be given opportunity to have a fair chance in life. And before the advent of this president, a lot of brilliant young Nigerians that struggled through secondary school, have amazing results in their WAEC or NECO, passed JAM very well, but could not go to a tertiary institution. Today, that problem, that hindrance is gone forever. Every single child today in this country now has access to tertiary education, irrespective of their background, if they're indigent or their family is poor. We thank you, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for breaking this barrier forever in this country and opening access to millions of children in this country. However, expanding access must go hand in hand with strengthening accountability. It is for this reason that we have placed renewed emphasis on transparency within our tertiary institutions. Public universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education must operate with level of openness that reflects their public mandate. The requirement for institutions to publish key data ranging from student enrollment figures to financial allocations and research support form part of a broader effort to entrench culture of accountability. It is only when stakeholders, including government, parents, and the wider public, are adequately informed that trust in the system can be sustained. Distinguished stakeholders, the question of admission remains central to this trust. The integrity of the admission process is the foundation upon which the legitimacy of our institution rests. In this regard, the role of Joint Admission and Matriculation Board has been both critical and commendable. Through the Central Admission Processing System, CAPS, a transparent and standardized mechanism has been established to ensure fairness and equity in the placement of candidates. Let me reiterate, without equivocation, that admissions conducted outside this framework are illegal and will not be recognized. The era in which institutions operated parallel admission system, often to the detriment of deserving students, must come to an end. I've resisted many attempts at condoning illegality in the admission processes. I will not be part to such actions. Any institution found to have conducted admissions outside the centralized admission processes will be held accountable, and appropriate sanctions shall be applied without hesitation. Heads of institutions, whether in the public or private sector, must recognize that such violations could result in severe consequences, including the suspension of your operating license or other regulatory actions where applicable. Government will continue to enforce compliance with this policy, and appropriate sanctions will be applied where necessary. This is not a punitive measure. It's a necessary step towards restoring order and credibility in our education system. Closely related to this is the issue of admission standards, including the determination of minimum age. Following extensive consultations and policy reviews, government has maintained 16 years as the minimum age for admission into any of our tertiary institutions. This position reflects a careful balance between inclusivity and academic readiness, while we recognize the existence of exceptionally gifted individuals. Such cases must be treated within clearly defined and rigorously enforced guidelines to preserve the integrity of the system as a whole. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's compelling evidence, including empirical data from JAB, that colleges of education possess significant capacity to admit willing candidates, particularly from their immediate localities. This is attributable to a range of factors, including proximity, cultural alignment, affordability, and community-based demand for teacher education. Harnessing this latent capacity is critical not only for expanding access, but for addressing persistent challenge of our out-of-school adolescents. At this point, I will announce a major structural but transformative change yet again in our education system. Accordingly, in recognition of this reality, the Federal Ministry of Education, in consultation with relevant stakeholders, has taken a deliberate policy position. Accordingly, candidates seeking admission into the NCE program who possess a minimum of 4 credits will no longer be required to sit for the UTME. However, it is imperative to emphasize that such candidates shall mandatorily register with JAMB and their credentials shall be duly screened, verified, and certified for the insurance of admission to our CAPS in accordance with extant regulation. In the same vein, this exemption shall be extended to candidates seeking admission into National Diploma Program in non-technology, agriculture, and agriculture-related courses. This approach strikes a necessary balance between widening access and preserving the integrity of our admission system. It will not only ease the pressure associated with UTME, but also encourage greater participation in teachers' education and agriculture programs, both of which are critical to our national development. What we have in the country today, and I'm going to give 2 examples here. We already have problems of out-of-school children. And now we're creating a second problem of out-of-school adolescents. So look at that the young demographic end. It's like we're damaging this young future generation. And that's why we've taken these critical efforts. We've seen that a lot of colleges of education across the country, they've been very successful in recruiting students in their community to come to school. I'll give you an example today. With our dual mandate, we want to build capacity in our colleges of education. I'll give an example of Federal College of Education, Technical Gombe. Through its efforts at recruiting children within the community, they admitted a total of 3,545 students last year. That's a remarkable feat. I think if the provost of Federal Government College, Federal College of Education, Technical Gombe here, could you stand up and be recognized? The provost, Federal College of Education, Technical Gombe. So, we should give him a big round of applause. Also, I believe other colleges of education have done this as well. But then I'm also aware of Federal College of Education, who also in the last academic session recruited almost 1,000 students in their locale. Let's give him a round of applause as well. So this switch that we've now made is now to legitimize these students. We will now matric number, and they will not have any barrier.
Delighted to note the continued success of the deliberate effort of the board in promoting inclusive participation for persons living with disabilities through the waiver application fee and other targeted intervention. This initiative is not only humane, but also powerful affirmation of a national commitment to equity and equal opportunity. The increasing participation of candidates with disabilities in our examinations and admission processes is clear evidence that when barriers are removed, potential is unleashed. Government will continue to strengthen this trajectory by expanding support system, improving accessibility, and deepening institutional responsiveness to the needs of this important segment of our population. I therefore urge all institutions represented here today to complement these efforts by creating inclusive learning environments that go beyond access to ensure dignity, support, and success for every learner, regardless of physical or social limitations. Beyond admissions, we're also confronted with the imperative of aligning our education processes with contemporary realities. The global shift towards digitalization is not a distant prospect, it's a necessity. Accordingly, we are
shift towards digitalization is not a distant prospect, it is an immediate necessity. Accordingly, we are advancing the full adoption of computer-based testing across national exams, while also encouraging institutions to integrate digital competencies, artificial intelligence, and emerging technologies into their curricula. The objective of this is clear. Our graduates must not only possess theoretical knowledge, but also the practical skills required to thrive in a modern economy. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is equally important to recognize a major shift by the federal government in stabilizing a tertiary education system. More importantly, the resolution of the long-standing agreement with our academic staff union. The 2025 agreement represents a decisive breakthrough in resolving disputes that had pervaded our education system for many years. It introduces comprehensive review of academic staff welfare, including improvements in remuneration and restructuring of allowances to promote transparency, productivity, and accountability. We have also since signed our agreement with ASUP, the Polytechnic Academic Union. We've also signed our agreement with COESU, the Colleges of Education Academic Union, finalizing our agreement with various academic unions of our universities, polytechnics, colleges of education. You have a, please.
Committed to improving the welfare of both academic and non-academic unions and the welfare of the entire workers in Nigeria. But we have to be patient. These were problems that were inherited for 20 years ago. We have the commitment, the will, the political will, and we're addressing this with all truthfulness. But we need to do it in a way that we're very diligent, proactive about it. We shouldn't be pushed and rushed, but you have a commitment. We will resolve all these lingering issues in a mutually respectful manner with all academic and non-academic unions. And when you have a president in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, a president that makes his promises and fulfills all his promises. You can be rest assured that all these issues will be tackled, but tackled in a way that's completely resolved, in a way that those issues are resolved in a sustainable manner, so that government that will come decades from now will not have to meet the same problem that we met. It also provides a more comprehensive framework. Our agreement with the academic and non-academic unions also provide comprehensive framework for funding research, institutional development, and thereby addressing some of the underlying causes of recurring industrial actions. This achievement is not merely administrative, it's a national turning point. It reassures our students, parents, and the global academic community that Nigeria is committed to building a stable, predictable, and globally competitive tertiary education ecosystem. In the same vein, the federal government has intensified efforts to combat examination malpractice and related infractions. The credibility of a certificate depends on the integrity of the processes through which they are earned. We are therefore deploying an enhanced verification system, strengthening supervision mechanism, and fostering collaboration among relevant agencies to ensure that malpractice is decisively curtailed. Institutional leaders must recognize that responsibility for maintaining standard rests squarely on their shoulders. It is equally important to acknowledge that meaningful reforms require a stable and predictable academic environment. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, perhaps the most defining feature of our current approach is a deliberate shift from policy formulation to policy implementation. For too long, our sector has been characterized by well-articulated policies that fail to translate into tangible outcomes. We are reversing this trend. A guiding principle is simple. The success of any reforms lies not in its announcement, but in its execution. It is in this spirit that we have adopted an implementation-focused approach, ensuring that policies are backed with clear timelines, measurable targets, and robust monitoring mechanisms. I wish to once again commend the Joint Admission Matriculation Board for its exemplary deployment of technology in managing the nation's admission system. The reliability and integrity of its data have significantly enhanced policy planning and decision making. Indeed, whenever I request data from the board, I'm assured of its accuracy and its timeliness. This is the standard we're striving to institutionalize across our entire education sector as we move towards a more data-driven, evidence-based system of governance. And I'll use this point to challenge the head of our institutions, the vice chancellors, rectors, and provosts. You need to digitalize your student population. There are several times I've reached out to so many universities or polytechnics. Tell me the number of your students. It takes hours, days, to get those information back to us. This should not be happening in this day. There are a lot of technology, cheap technology out there that you can deploy. Because if you don't know the exact accuracy of your student census, how can you plan? And that's one of the reasons today we have acute shortages of accommodation. The students, we have an education system that we promise the student that will provide accommodation for them. And you have situation on the average, most tertiary institutions today, you're not able, the best of you will probably be able to provide accommodation for 30% of your students. There's a There's a polytechnic that I visited just 2 weeks ago. They have a population of 30,000. They only had 1,600 bed spaces. And it's a perennial problem in all our tertiary institutions. Today, we're running an if you don't have data.
Today, we're running an evidence-based governance. And when you run an evidence-based governance, you need data. Like what the president would say, if you do data, it's like flying blind. So challenging you all, this is to quickly move.
Because when I began to ask, why do we have a situation where our universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education that should be the center, the front runner of deploying technology in the country, why are they so reticent in developing a situation where they can give us the numbers of their students? I was told that several head of institutions, their access. This is not threat, because we're doing everything to support you and meet the president's mandate of ensuring that we have the highest quality of education. We're doing everything, deploying a lot of funds to you. The gaming of admission, of the centralized admission process is over. It's over from this year. We have about 6,000 students now who were admitted by community recruitment to our colleges of education. We will give them condonement for the last time this year. This will be the final condonement. We've removed the part by now saying colleges of education and ND in agreed and agri-related programs would not have to sit for UTME. So from this year, I'm imploring every head of institution, please do not admit outside your quota. We would deploy a monitoring team, not by JAM again. We'll work with JAM. The Ministry of Education is taking this responsibility head-on in sanitizing this process once and for all. I'm warning you now, please, do not admit outside the caps. If we found any head of institution wanting, you will be severely penalized. We have to protect the integrity of the process we've collectively agreed on. In conclusion, the task before us is both significant and urgent. We are called upon to build a tertiary education system that is accessible, yet rigorous, inclusive, yet merit-driven, and innovative, yet firmly grounded on principles of accountability and excellence. This is not a task for government alone. It requires the active collaboration of all stakeholders represented here today. I do not doubt that working together, we can achieve these objectives and lay a solid foundation for the future of higher education in Nigeria. On this note, it is my pleasure to declare open the 2026 policy meeting on admissions to tertiary institutions and wish all a productive and forward-looking deliberation. Thank you for your attention, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you, our very distinguished Honorable Minister of Education. Please, can we clap for him some more time? What do you expect from a medical doctor? Rather than being very surgical. The minister has taken education into the theater, and he has done a very good job of it, and the patient has been discharged. My only contribution is that, please, when others are losing their heads, ensure that you keep yours. When a minister says please, and he said it again, please, don't admit outside caps. I believe nobody wants to be the scapegoat. Thank you. While the minister was delivering his policy statement, we have some very distinguished senators that came in. You know, the minister said he thanked the Senate, the National Assembly, for the support, the relationship we've had with them, and you could see in the attendance. We have Senator Mustafa Habib, also member Senate Committee on Tertiary Education, here with us. Sir, you're welcome. We have Senator Pam Dachangyang, member Senate Committee on Tertiary Education, and also Chairman Committee on Tourism. Sir, you're welcome. We also have Senator Onyekachi Nwegbonyi, Deputy Chief Whip of the Senate. Sir, you're welcome. And I'm happy the Deputy Chief Whip is here, so that when anybody does anything, the whip is available. We have distinguished Senator Neda Imaswen. Sir, you're welcome. We also have in our midst the DG of the Nigerian Law School, in person of Dr. Olugbemisola Titilayo Odosote. Ma, you're most welcome. Ambassador. Malang. Thank you very much. We have Senator Ambassador Abdul Hamid Malam Madori also with us here, sir. You're welcome. Babangida. We also have Senator Babangida Husseini. Sir, you're also welcome. We have CP Fatai Owoshani also with us here. That is the man that arrested Evans. Sir, we welcome you, retired but not tired. CP Ahmed Bello. CP Ahmed Bello is also here with us. We have Professor Yahuze Bello, Chairman NAPET. For the direct entering component of admission, you will not understand as the chairman, the man in charge of NAPET. Sir, you're also welcome. At this point, we'll be going into the business of the day. I want to invite the Registrar, Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, CONFNAL, for the update. And I'll also hand over the microphone to him as he takes over the proceeding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, PCA. It's not an easy task to order that the minister should do certain things. So please, I'm urging those on the high table to just change the direction. Honorable Minister of Education, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Maruf. Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmad. Distinguished Honorable Minister of Technical, Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Technical and Higher Education, Education and Third Fund, my brother, Senator Dan Sadao. And I must mention Professor Shuaib Salis, the chairman of cybersecurity in the Senate, who is the architect, as the minister acknowledged, of CAPS. In 2017, he was in the bedroom of CAPS. He was the one who brought it into action, and then as just a supporter of JAM. We never knew that he would become the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Professor Shuaib Salis, although Mr. Shuaib, Senator Shuaib Salis will recognize and respect the federal education. My colleagues are ES and Chief Executive. Senators and members of the House of Representatives who are here, please permit me to recognize all of you as a group, not to call you as an individual. I must also acknowledge my colleagues, my friends from Sierra Leone, Committee of Vice Chancellors of, they call it Conference of Vice Chancellors and Principals in Sierra Leone, Professor Edwin Mama, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Ernest Bai Koroma University in Sierra Leone. Please stand to be recognized. Also accompanying the Honorable Deputy Minister of Education, you have Professor Bashir Koroma, the VC of Unjala University. They don't pronounce the N, but you are in Nigeria, we'll call it Unjala University in Sierra Leone. The provost, vice chancellors, and rectors. The registrars of the universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education, and the directors of admission. Permit me to also recognize the directors of JAM and staff members of JAM. Directors of JAM, can you rise to be recognized? You won't see them because they are on their, where are they? Okay. They are just few there, and they will be queried for being here because they are all on their duty posts. I'm only symbolically recognizing them, knowing fully well that they are manning different positions in this exercise. Members of staff of JAM, other functionaries of the federal government of Nigeria here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to welcome you to this edition of the 2026 National Policy Meeting. And we are going to be very, very fast about it because we are not going to, we have said most of these things annually, so we don't need. That is JAM mandate. The JAM mandate is placement of qualified candidates. And the rules, we must follow vacancy, that's what our law says, guidelines by the proprietor. The federal government gives its own, the state government gives its own, and the private people, they give their own. But once they declare, it is the duty of JAM to enforce. For the federal government, it's 45 policy on merit, 35 on the catchment, and 20% on educationally less disadvantaged. And most states had adopted that, except Delta, that says its own is merit all the way. So, and the preferences of the candidates, you cannot force any candidates. And that's why we tell people if you want to go to institution and you are not sure of what you will score and you want just merit, go to Delta. They don't care where you come from. It's on the basis of merit. And it's for first degree, national diploma, and NCE. Our law prevents us from postgraduate and HND. So when people are talking of HND not going on NYC, I always tell them that what concerns an Agbero with overload, JAMB is not concerned with ND. Minimum age is a consistent policy, and I thank the Honorable Minister of Education for saying it again. It's a consistent policy. Age 16 is a minimum year for entry. The policy trust is there. As far as 1981, the National Policy on Education stipulates Section 7, subsection 2 as follows. The minimum entry age for admission into university, polytechnics, and colleges of education shall be 16 years. So it is so clear and so stated in that policy of education. When people are started saying, oh, they invented it, and so on. A consistent authority, same law. And you can see Section 8, Section 10 of Minimum Standard of Education. The then Honorable Minister in 2004 wanted it to go to 18. But when the thing was proposed there, you said no, it should remain at 16. And that the Honorable Minister agreed with you and said with effect from 2025, it should be 18. But before 2025, while we are still implementing 16, there was a change in the ministerial appointment, and the new minister said remain 16 and do not go to 18. But the basis of the 18 for the former minister was that you spend 6 years by law before you go to primary school. 6 years in primary school, 3 years in junior secondary, and 3 years, there is no way it will not be 18 years. But because we know that except Lagos State, there is no state now with primary 6 again. They run from primary 5 to secondary school. They keep 1 year. And so many other sharp things that people do. That's why they come to 16. So, you know. So, but for year 16, you can see 16 years for 2024. That was, the current minister maintained the existing national policy and said it should be 16, as specified by subsection 2 of section 7. Provision was made for exceptionally brilliant age, brilliant underage. You know, our people in Nigeria, when they talk at times, you would think they are talking to, you wouldn't know where they are coming from. Somebody will tell you, there was somebody who became a professor at age 12. You are mentioning that person because it's exceptional. How many of them can you mention? So you are not talking, maybe in 20 years, you will talk of 2 or 3 of such people. They are exceptional. That's why you are mentioning them. If it is normal that everybody goes there at age 16, at age 17, you wouldn't have made mention of them. So, but you see people, even those who go to school, they will still be mentioning that I know of somebody, maybe in the last 10 years, he knows of just 4 or 5. And that is why in our own policy, we do not close the door against them. Some people say, when you know you are not going to admit them, why are you allowing them to take the form? We give them form to sign, and they sign an undertaking that I want to prove that I'm exceptionally brilliant candidate. It may be 1 in a million, but we must not close the door to that one individual. And that is why we allow them to register as underage. And last year, 2025, 41,027 applied that they were brilliant. Okay, good. And they signed an undertaking. The father signed, the mother signed, but immediately after the exam, they started putting pressure on the president, on the minister, on the House of Senate and Representatives, persuade JAMB to waive it and so on. Of course, those people are reasonable enough and they are committed enough to national cause. And that is why we allowed them to go through the stages. And only 85 of them were adjudged to be qualified and they were admitted. 85 of them, they are exceptionally brilliant. Statistically, globally, they are not supposed, out of 2 million, to be more than 8. They are not supposed to be more than 8. That is the national statistics. But if you capture 85, perhaps the 8 will be among them. That was why you have the 85. Because all over the world, they are asking us, how can the brilliant students be up to 85 out of 2 million. It's not, it doesn't follow. Because they are exceptional, they are supposed to be 1 or 2 in a million. But you have the 85. JAMB has received resolve. JAMB has received reports of some institutions conducting admission outside camps. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Education. The successive ministers have been saying it since 10 years ago. Don't admit outside camps. But you will go and put pressure on the minister. And that was why the minister, Adamu, at one point, condoned up to 2020. And we had over 1 million of such admitted people were processed. But out of these 1 million, less than 400 had the O-level results. So we cleared only 400,000. 600, you have somebody who is studying medicine without biology, somebody who is studying engineering without mathematics. All those, despite the ministerial approval, we did not approve them because they did not meet the minimum requirements. Despite this, some institutions are issuing illegal admission letters to candidates proposed or recommend. They will not propose them on JAMB, on camps. They will not propose them on anything on the appropriate, and they will just chancellors. I won't mention your name. That we have asked you to refund the money. Some of you to refund the money from all the candidates you admitted. You have asked you to go and register them for A-level at the expense of your universities. And we are monitoring to ensure that you do so. Because the Honorable Minister, when I approached him, said, please don't approach me. I will not condone. In fact, it took understanding of what is going on in NCE to announce today. He announced condonement for NCE. So that don't come back and say, Minister said he had condoned your own. You better continue to go the route you are going. High-scoring post-UTME candidates are being encouraged to change. Another way where people are now trying to defeat CAPS is that candidates who score 300 over 400, they will now secretly send message to them and say, you will not be admitted for medicine, you better change to biology. And we will see those students changing, and we will think they are changing on their own. When we now ask, realize that the institution were asking them to change. So their own lower candidates, because they know CAPS will not allow them to go with this high scoring. And that is why we from having access directly to the candidates, because we have their telephone number as trust. Till they are admitted by your institution, we will not have access to their telephone. The issue of contacting them does not arise. And we have insisted that those students who are forced to change, to write to us, and we have invited all the institutions, go and revert them back to where they were. JAMB has issued formal query to affected. Appropriate sanctions have been applied. There is a gentleman who took us to court about 4 or 5 days ago, and he gave conditions. But when we invited him and we showed him, a prominent man in this country, what we have done, he discovered that we have done more than he was even demanding to apologize. He said the institution called him to reform. Refuse. I said, if you refuse, that's your own. Not to condone what they are doing. Findings indicate under the table admission are still. 4 days ago, I invited and held a meeting with the Registrar of Medical, the Council of Legal Education, I think she's here, the DG, and the pharmacists and the nursing. We had a meeting where we agreed that, one, take note. You know you used to have attrition of 10%. Unanimously agreed. DG Law School, where are you? So if I say what you did not say it here. They unanimously agree that even the attrition will not stand. That henceforth, once you finish your quota, you will not be able, we allow 10% for those who will fail. And they unanimously, the medical and dental, the nursing, and say, keep within your quota. but they still have issues to resolve with NUC, and I've directed them to NUC. Institutions are advised to engage professional regulatory bodies and get their quota there. Don't come and disturb JAM, because it is not JAM. We don't want to admit a medical student that will finish without being registered by the Medical and Dental Council. The same thing for pharmacy, the same thing for nursing. But all the others, the Honorable Minister has deregulated them. All those laboratory, all these other ones. And we are just faced now with engineering, medicine. How I wish they would add teachers to it, but they have not added that. Nursing, law, and so on, because of the importance. Currently, there is a case in court on this illegal admission. There are 3 or 4 cases now in court of people you admitted, and they are saying that you ought not to have admitted them because you don't have the authority. And when they come to us, we disown them. So they are suing the Honorable Minister, the JAM, and your university. And the Honorable Minister will just minute to me, handle the matter. And even NUC, I've asked them to start adding NUC because it's the author of the universities that are bringing the problems. Now, first per session, there is in Nigeria many people, and it's so general. At times when I sit in my office in JAM, I say, am I mad? Because if people are saying something, and what they are saying is persistent, you begin to think it is true. I've seen many parents on television saying, JAM posted my child to go and do exam in Sokoto or in Calabar, but the child stopped. Last year, we took a decision last year. When this persisted, we offered 1 million. And we said, anybody who is sure that we post his child to a town other than where he had chosen, we will give 1 million. And we ask you to choose anybody as your judge, as arbiter. Many, about 80 people chose Federal Consumer and Competition Protection Commission, FCCPC. And we said, good. We submitted to them. 80, bring your evidence. None. FCCPC thoroughly investigated the case and wrote to us just last week. Wrote to us, look at their letter, 30th April 2026. All the complainants have been contacted and informed of the outcome of the investigation, as well as the commission decision to close the investigation due to lack of sufficient evidence to substantiate their claim of erroneous posting outside their sole examination towns, unquote. We are still telling you, it persists, but it is not true. Bring one. And 1 million is good enough for you. Just bring one. Just as we can tell you, JAM in the last 10 years, you cannot find where they say JAM admitted somebody who is not recommended by your institution. It's not possible. Technology, if I have a candidate that I believe you ought to have taken, I will have to call you. Why did you drop this candidate? Because the technology will not allow me to do it. It has to be initiated. Even you as Vice Chancellor, you can't initiate admission. It's only the admission officer. Admission officer, is that not true? Aha. And it's there. It's there. Many of you don't read it. That if you do anything because you are the gatekeeper, if you do anything, you will go to jail for it, even if your Vice Chancellor asks you to do it. So anything that you do not recommend to the VC, he cannot approve. So why would JAM then be able to do it? You are the one, anyone not done. And that's why those that are being tried now are admission officers. We have no business with your VC because you recommended to him. So yes, you recommended to your VC and you should be held responsible for it. Because the VC has so many things to do. And he can say, if you do not recommend, the worst that a Vice Chancellor can do is to remove you. And you go with your honor. Request for change. Immediately policy meeting, many of you start asking for change. Committee of Provost, you pleaded. I have your CVS, you intervened and so on to extend the program, the closing date. Please, this year, there will be no extension. Please, go on. affiliate degree awarding institution. We are not dealing with awarding affiliates now because we have seen that some to your affiliate. We are all affiliated institutions. You must deal with your mother institution. We have cancelled all your portals with us. You have a sub-portal, but under your mother. And you must go through your mother. JAMB is your father, so but you must go through your mother. What is new in JAMB? Fake UTME slip by international syndicates. We are now receiving from UK, from Cameroon, and so on. People who, because of the credibility of JAMB, are now using JAMB slip for what is on. You can see the one on the left. This one is from Cameroon. Syndicates are now moved abroad, presenting UTME results for various purposes: admission into foreign university at A-level, employment, scholarship, visa application. Some institutions are accepting UTME results as certificates because they said they believe in us. We are using this medium to say UTME is a ranking test, not an achievement test. You cannot admit somebody or do anything or believe that a UTME certifies somebody. It is not so. It's a ranking exam and not an achievement test. We are saying UTM cannot be used as accurate representation of ability because it's a quiz that you do in 30 minutes. The latest forgery is from Cameroon. This is the one you are having there. Somebody scoring 395 over 400. If we could have put 295, maybe Cameroon would not have sent it to us. But look at a thief. He wants to steal the whole thing. And you can see he forged my name, forged my signature. And when I spoke with him, he said it's Shaitan. It's Satan that is already in custody. Yes. Attempt to use UTME streets to acquire visa. That's another one. You go to, and all those ones, we are saying that it's not possible. The document has been provided. Many institutions, including agencies all over the world, now rely on our certification, and we will not abuse that privilege. Remote authoring and moderation system. We thank you, our authors. You know we have made things easy for you, and without reducing your money. When we were starting these ramps, I told you, I beat my chest and I told you, your fear is that the money we are paying you will be reduced. No, we are not going to reduce it. Let go that way of technology. And you have seen what has happened this year. We now have ramps. That is, last year we moved from form to single item. And this year we have also moved to ramps. That is remote authoring management system, where you sit in your university and you give us the question. And all this we are now doing without reducing because we have reduced it, the cost of flight and all other things. It's a saving to us. So we don't need to reduce your commission. And we are doing that. All of you can testify that by day before yesterday, you are sending text message that I kept my promise. This reduces cost for everybody. Creation of marketplace. We have also created a system where your student that you want to contact, you can now contact them and they will respond, but through JAMB. Everything you are doing with them until their admission is being done through JAMB. You don't have their email, you don't have their telephone, but you contact them, but everything that you are sending to them, a copy is on our system. And if we do not okay it, it will not go. The communication is available. Please go back. The communication channel is available to admission officer under candidate communication menu. I hope all of you admission officers, you have it. Institution can request for additional block of SMS, but at your own expense. We are giving you just 50,000 naira. Once you exhaust that 50,000 naira, you pay. Go on. Accept enlistment of national matriculation list. You know, accept admission within stipulated period. You print original and JAMB original admission letter. That is still the rule, and it must be done. I welcome the ES of the richest agency in Nigeria, the ES of Telecom, my brother, my former permanent secretary, Professor Dr. Echonu. You are welcome. Now, NIPES. Professor Yahusa, please stand to be recognized, former Vice Chancellor of BUK. What is NIPES? NIPES is Nigeria Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data System. It was established by JAMB in 2021 with the approval of the Honorable Minister of Education. And it is to screen A-level qualification, because we were embarrassed that year that 148 people were sent for verification. Only 6 were genuine. 142 were declared fake. And to create a central database that to enable JAMB to verify authenticity, an additional benefit of it is that the applications are now quantified and ranked. We thank Professor Yahusa because we do not want that to divert our attention. But what is the outcome? You can see the number we sent for verification through Professor Yahusa, and that is 2025. ND, they have 50 fake. You can see it on the head. They returned as fake, 50 out of them. That's what we call disowned at the extreme end. HND 1, NCE 23, and that's why the new policy of the Federal Ministry of Education and NCE, please, the institution, the colleges of education in particular, you have to be careful. People you recruited from and the minister directed, you must do this uploading of their results through JAMB, so that you don't waste their years, 4 years, 5 years, and then you rusticate them. You can see the number, and university diplomas, 71 had been disowned. For this, for 2024, 145, but for this year, 2025. But for 2024, it was 208, which means it's going down. You know, from 208 to 145. Now, which are the universities that they fake most? Nasarawa State University, you can see, Olabisi Onabanjo, Abuja Anyigba, I don't know why they like that university. They fake their certificate 29. University of Jos 35. These are the 71. And I must thank those vice chancellors. Because some of you will say, that is, I rather keep quiet than saying what is bad. You will not return the result. And when we find out, you tell me on phone, you know they fake it. Declare that they fake. These vice chancellors that are declaring, they are not wicked. They are just saying it in order to sanitize the system. And that's why we are punishing those, and you will come to that. Those who do not report. For next year, your direct entry, and we have started it this year, we will not admit any candidate with your diploma unless you pre-verify. You must pre-verify. When they come and register, we say, no, we can't conclude your admission until your university verifies you. And that delays them. And your alumni will not be happy with you. But because you have no credibility with JAMB, that is why we were doing so. No degree certificate internally was disowned this year. Go on. List of institutions for NCE. Federal College of Education, Zaria, 13. And you can see the order is going down, but these are the colleges of education. Polytechnics, that they are forging their certificate, you can see. The one with 10, that is Jigawa State. Honorable Minister, don't worry. Honorable Minister of State, don't worry. Auchi Polytechnic. And from foreign, they forged a degree of medical degree of that university from India. When we sent it, India said no, it's a fake something. Now you can see, these are institutions that we are thanking you. They are large. We send the request, but look at their response. ABU, for instance, we sent 2487. They replied 2461, either good or yes. No response on 26 yet. But look at Federal University, where my sister is the VC. They have 1,000, but they are still holding 106. You have done enough, because some are just 10, 20. We can't use percentage to punish you. But These are institutions that you have done very well by responding. Look at the rate of responding, 90%, 93%. But what is remaining for you is still important. 26 is large, 25 is large. The same thing goes for ABU and so on. Then go to the next one. Now, institutions with 20 and more that are not, that have with us and they are withholding, which your ongoing admission, your certificate will not be recognized until the candidate will come, and we will suspend their registration until you pre-verify. And that's not good for you, because your alumni will not be happy with you. If there are 145 fake A-level certificates from 10%, you know admission direct entry is 10%. You can now imagine what is going on with the 90% that JAMB is not verifying. So we are calling all of you to continue to verify. Look at what BUK did this year. VCBUK, are you here? VCBUK. Okay, please clap for Vice Chancellor Bayero University. We thank you. Bayero University expelled a number of them, this direct entry this year. And that's very bold, but it is too late. Some of them are qualified as medical doctors, lawyers, because they have spent 6 years, 7 years in the university before you detect. Whereas, if we have established NIPEDs at that time, it would not have been possible. You know, we established NIPEDs in 2021. All those people you expect, they were admitted. And when JAMB was not involved in checking them. But they are doctors, they are lawyers. You did the right thing, but people are complaining. Why did you wait that far? But because the institution were not replying to you, you showed evidence that you wrote to them, they were not replying until the people are graduated, and they eventually replied that it was fake. Please, clean certificate of institution. Go on. Go on. Vital statistics for 2025 admission. We advise our desk officers, national tolerable minimum score was established. Look at what happened in 2025 admission exercise. Institution, we have 1,725 institutions admitting, 2,054,000 applied. Direct entry among them are just 75,000. And those who score 140, there are 1 million. Those who score 200 among them are 544 on the extreme end there. But by the time we started, those who have O-level, 5 O-level, plus English and math, there are 1,382,000. These are the real candidates. And 547 of them, 1,000, had maths with DE. If there is no waiver of maths, this figure, 547, will have been the candidates. But with the waiver of maths for non-essential, that's why we are able to admit what we... Total admission, as at 9th May, is 1,012,000 out of the targeted 1,036,600. If minimum score of 200 is used, from where would the institution source the candidates? Go on. Now, score range. You can see number of applications. You can see those who have 300 and above. You can see those who have, and look at 120 to 139. People say it's very low. It's very low. It's out of ignorance. There are 7,821. And those who have 100 to 119, they are just 305. And some people say they are from one state or the other. It's not so. They are all from Nigeria. Look at it. Kaduna has the highest of those low scorers that we admitted. Nasarawa, Benue, Plateau, Borno, Kano, Adamawa, Oyo, Kogi, Yobe, Gombe. There is an anchor of all states of the Federation. So it's not limited to a particular institution. And by state of origin, you can see them. You can see the 8,000 by location of their institution, not state of origin now. You can see them. Please go on. It covers the whole 37 states of the Federation. So the argument that they are from somewhere is not true. Now, ongoing admission, you can see the degree. The quota we have for degree is 1,069,100, but total admission done so far, 785,180. NCE 24,000. Out of what? We have quota of 234,000 for NCE, 234,981, and we have admitted only 24,000. You can see. So you can see quota not used, 89%. So reason why there are vacancies and wide gap, we gave the reasons for MBBS. Everybody wants to read MBBS. Second, for first degree of law, underage. All these reasons, we are including mismatch, absent from post-UTME and so on. Now, tentative strategy with UTME high score. Some people will say, why are you not admitting people above 300? Look at it. We have 1,641 candidates today who score above 300 and they have not been admitted. Why? Because they want to read medicine, they want to read law, they want to read code, because they have read something before and so on. So there is nothing you can do except to expand. So you can see law, look at it, and that's where they come from. 200 and so on. Engineering, sciences, MBBS, social sciences, and that. Sensitization. You can see no result uploaded is 0 now, this year. Faculty in order of application. I pity myself as a teacher. Look at education. We have a quota of 198,000. Those who apply, they are lower than even the quota. By the time you screen them, you see, you have 122,000 admitted, thanks to the dual mandate of the Ministry of Education that made that happen. Even in the past, they won't get this 122. And you can see that 73% of BA to A. But look at medicine. You have just 148,000. Those who apply at all, there are 433,000. You can see. So, or go to law. 10,000 spaces, but those who apply are times 5, 58,000. You can see. And they have 10,000. So go on. That is a representation of quota. You can see education. The supply is more than demand. Even you can see supply is more than education. The same thing in Greek, but not as pronounced. But you can see pharmacy. Look at the demand. Look at sciences. Look at social sciences. Look at law. Look at engineering. Go on. Even in the colleges of education, we are mismanaging, we are using the medicine of stomach ache for headache. So you can see the arts. Go back. You can see 9,000 in arts and 5,000, whereas it's supposed to be the opposite for the humanities. Yes. And in the polytechnics, we thank you. Rectors, please clap for yourself. It has improved now. Science, technology, and non-technology. Non-technology is going down, while technology is going up. This is a very salutary development. We must thank the Ministry of Education for some TVET decision taken, which is having the effect on that. Ongoing admission of blind candidates. You know, that's Professor Peter Okebukola, my mentor, and some members of the Professor Peter Okebukola, former years of NUC. When he was CS, I was just director of academic planning in the University of Illinois. You can see the gap between me and him. But he had made himself so available to them at no cost to us. He does everything. Tomorrow, he's organizing stakeholders for under 16. I believe all vice chancellors have been invited for under 15. How to give support to the under 16. He's doing that with his members of GEOD who are here. Can you rise? You are the vice chairman, Professor Yausa. Represent, let's clap for you. Thank you. Go on. You can see these are institutions that we are grateful to for taking the blind people. apart from paying their, we refund their fees, we pay for those who accompany them to the examination, we put them in good hotel, we feed them for 2 days, and we conduct exam for them because we want equal opportunity for all. We thank you can see them, University of Lagos, Nsukka, and so on, up to those who admit 2-2 among them, 1-1, you can see. If your name is not on that league, you must go and put your name there by admitting one of these educational disabled. You call them disabled, but we call them, what do we call them? So people with disability. Now, this is our admission. In the last, since 2008, you can see, 01, you can see. And this year, for the first time, we crossed the million. And it's still going on, because many are still doing. We have 1,012,616, unprecedented. Unprecedented. This is the effect of policy meeting when a ministry formulate policies that are based on data. We must thank the Ministry of Education and we are not counting noun, part-time, all those ones. We are not counting them. We are talking of those who are on full-time studies. We have removed all the part-time and so on. Otherwise, they are about 1.5 million now. UTME registration, we are now in 2026. NIN, we still use it. I don't need to. We have 1,010 CBT centers, professional test centers, and what we do with them, and you can see, we have them. Many people say, why can't they build more center? Why can't they? We ask people, it's not sustainable. Limited to just examination, risk of underutilization and redundancy. And you have the type of thing that you have in Econobenmo, what do you call it? Where we spent a lot of money to build 2 big CBT centers. And one day they were quarreling over IDPU, and they burnt the whole thing. With over $1 billion of naira. They got the place in Imo State. They got the place burnt. So, of course, our staff, 4 or 5 staff there, will be overpowered. So we can't do all those things. It is private individuals and establishment that should establish them. But we have our model one, and we have them in Uricadu and so on. You can see, JAM-funded PTC, 25 of them. NCC, we thank the NCC, National Communication Commission, funded 17 for us. JAM and NCC, we funded 11, and privately funded, donated by Alaji Ahmed Raji from, you can see, this Muhammadu Buhari PTC Center in Kaduna is totally owned by JAM, and it has 1,200 seating capacity, conducting exam for 4,000 candidates per day. That's another one, JAM Mega in Owerri. That Omeri one will conduct exam for 750 at a time. That's over 3,000 in a day. Yes, continue. That is Bini. That's the newly acquired house in Lagos, in Ikeja, where we have put 2 CBT centers there now, owned by JAM. We bought this out 330 million from AMCON. So you can see Nasarawa, go ahead, in Lafayette. You can see this is what Ahmed Raji did for us, free of charge, and handed over to us in his saying. May God bless Ahmed Raji SAN. Yes, this is what Zulum, the governor of Borno, is building for us. Can you clap for the governor of Borno State? We were asking for land, and while we are persuading some governors and they are reluctant, when he saw our plan, he said, please keep your money. And he started this thing less than 5-6 weeks ago. Both the building and the house is almost completed by Governor Zulum of Borno State. This is a good example. I pray that the Honorable Minister will create the time to commission it, because the governor said he wanted to celebrate my exit, that I will finish it before I exit. That's what he promised. So, Senator Shuaib, if Borno is doing that to celebrate me, Ogun, where I come from. Declaration of previous registration and admission. Many of you will say, why do we want concern JAM to be looking at those who applied before? It's not an offense for you to apply before, but you must disclose. The best candidate this year, UTME, happened to be a 300 level medical student. And when we checked our system prop it up, there was then we realized, and we went to check, and we saw that a large number of 200, 300 students, some of them for good reasons. They accepted courses that they don't like. So they are trying. We open it to them. But you must disclose that you have a subsisting admission. You have the freedom to do it. So that is why we had to ask the Medical and Dental Council to accredit that 300 level student. He has the right to start 200 level, but you can't run 2 undergraduates simultaneously. So those of you who are celebrating people with UTME, we always tell you, you want it, but that's not the end of the game. Each candidate was made to delete, go back, go back please. Having previously been admitted must be. Failure to disclose such prior admission is an offense. If you have a subsisting, you are a student of, and for those of you vice chancellors, we send letter to you, you probably did not understand. What we send to you is that this is your candidate. He's a registered student, 200 level, 100 level, 300 level in your university. But he was caught for impersonating, writing another exam for another candidate. And that's why we are writing to you that you should invoke the matriculation oath to deal with them, because they represent your university. Some of you are saying he said he applied because he wanted to. That's not the offense. The offense is that he was caught writing the exam in the name of another candidate. And we believe that you must now invoke the matriculation oath to which he subscribed, to now take him through your own disciplinary committee and expel him. So that's the purpose of writing to you. Those who merely apply, they have committed no offense. But those who are caught writing for others are the ones we are sending to you. Live coverage of registration exercise. You know, from this year, I know the press was agog against Soloede. This Soloede is looking for trouble. We cannot. We know that the beginning of examination malpractice is registration. That is why we are saying, if we don't view you when you are registering the candidate, we will not accept and we will not pay you. You know the candidate pay you, but they pay to us. So we withhold the money until we are sure that you did the right thing. When we return the money, we have released over 3 billion naira to you now, all the CBT centers. But we have over 400 million we are still withholding because we couldn't view you when you are registering them. Not to be tolerated again, management has decided that we pay you for the last time, that those of you we couldn't view, since the candidates had conducted the exam, we will release your money. Then we continue to support persons with disability. We continue to give them audio book. We continue, but those who sit in foreign countries, take note, please go back. The rules are still there. It must be a non-Nigerian or a Nigerian who is a product of foreign secondary school, not somebody from Nigeria who quickly go and register in Ghana because his father has the money. Nigerian who is confirmed resident in a foreign country for at least 6 months, not somebody who goes there for the purpose of exam. Go on. Jambala awaiting result. What people are saying that we don't have only is not true. Summary of registration. You can see from 2025 to 20, direct entry is going down from 168,000. Because immediately we started screening, it was going down. Because they knew you were not screening them before. You can see going down now from 168,000 to 52 because they know they cannot go. Certificate verification is going on. Reports. Go on. Accurate data, detailed analysis, you can see. 2025 UTME application by first choice. Degree, you can see. Look at the degree. 89% people want to go there. But look at what is happening now. The effect of dual mandate. Look at what is happening now in education. NCE, you can see total application. 25, total application 25, but there are those who are admitted are just 15,000 because they now have degree in the same college and they are now enrolling straight because they have the 5 credits. That's why the NCE would still go down, and that's why the ministry took a decision that them in your locality, but they must be certified and their letter of admission must come from CAPS. We want to thank the Honorable Minister because that's database decision. Institution, you can see degree very tall and NCE very low. And application by state of origin. These are state of origin. Some of you will go and establish CBT center in Oyo and so on. You are wasting your money. This is by state of origin, not state of examination. This is state of origin. You will come to, because some people will take our data and say, I can't get candidates because you said they were high. This is by state of origin, not by state of examination. Go on. And please go back. The media also makes some mistake. They are forgetting that this is a raw score. It's not normalized score. You cannot compare Zamfara with Lagos and Kano because the population is different. You can't take absolute score for an academic exercise. Normalized figure based on population percentage is the most appropriate. Not just appropriate, you take Zamfara. How many people in terms of population? You can get 20 of Zamfara in Lagos State. And Lagos State will say, I'm making progress. This cannot be, should be by population. Is that clear? So, application by state of origin, go on. Now, by state of origin and gender, God save us, the women are taking over. You can see. You can see the women from Oyo to Ogun to Oshun. Look at it. It used to be in the East alone. More female candidates from 22 states of the Federation. They are becoming, we are threatened now as male. We need to go and get affirmative action. Who will marry them? So in order to not to make them prepare them well, you need to prepare the boy child too. Because it's the boy child that will marry the girl child. Yes. By faculty, you can see education, I pity you. The quota is high, but very low application. But look at medicine, look at sciences, look at social sciences, look at humanities, arts and humanities, look at our Greek. That's the situation. Go on. Technology, non-technology. You can see 137, normal application, it should be 70-30. That's what our rule says. We are moving towards that. This is first choice. This is art-based attendance 60-40. This is still not good for us. It's supposed to be 40-60. Go. Now, top 10 universities in terms of subscription. The highest subscribed institution is Lagos State University of Joe. You can see. And it's coming from nowhere. Look at 2021. They were not part of top 10. In 2022, they are not. But in 2023, they came third, second, and now first. Look at University of Lagos. It has always been second. It could pass, it could fail, it could So you can see University of Lagos. Obafemi Awolowo, low profile, night 777 nights. Hello, why you there? Hello, in there. University of Ibadan is now coming up. You can see not top 10, they become 10, they are now becoming 6th. University of Benin, it is retrogressing in terms of subscription. They are no longer, Unandi Azikwe University, you can see, not there, not there. But look at my own University of Ilorin, that used to be first, okay, it then became third this year. Because what people are getting, sir, is because in the University of Ilorin, one of the attractions is that they don't go on strike. Many universities are not going on strike now too. So that aspect is not. So what attracts people, among other things, Vice Chancellor, University of Ilorin, please stand and be recognized. Please stand and be recognized. Yes, because now everybody knows that all other institutions are not going on strike. And when there is strike, University of Ilorin is struggling to still maintain its position of no strike. And that's why would I need to go to University of Ilorin if Obafemi Awolowo is not also going on strike, and so on and so forth. That's what it's accounting for Ilorin, going from first consistently to third. Then for colleges of education, a drama is happening there. And it's very important. Kaduna State College of Education, Gidanwaya, is the only person standing. And you can see, it came second in 2024. It was not in the top 10. But look at the others. Yusuf Bala, they were nowhere. And they just emerged second, third. Can you see them on this side? So fourth, fifth. Why? It is because there is a dual mandate. All those who are competing with Kaduna State College of Education have now been upgraded to dual mandate. And they are no longer, some of them are no longer College of Education. They have become University of Education. So they have left the ground that you can see only Kaduna State and College of Education Taraba, you can see those who were not to be had before, they are being had now as colleges of education because the big players have migrated to the other part. Polytechnics are monotechnic. Kaduna Polytechnics is the big brother up to today. Federal Polytechnic, Ilaro second. Kwara State Polytechnic, you can see the players are still there. The young boys are still young boys where they are. Yes. Challenges during registration. Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead. Last, you can see, in 2024, we recognized 4 persons for what they have done for JAM. Professor Okebukola, Professor Yahuza, Professor Galadanchi, Professor Nwogu. Please, Honorable Commissioner for Education, stand and be recognized. Not as Commissioner for Education here, but as a great psychometrician in Africa. So we recognize them. And we promise that every year we will be. These are directors of JAM. Go back. Go back. These are directors of JAM who made it possible. They are working. You can see at the center of it, my Mr. Mufta Bello. Mr. Bello, I thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Footmina, loan to me by Footmina. Where is the VC of Footmina? Footmina. Your place, manning the finance department, and until recently, manning the registrar's office. He will come back to you before the end of the year. Thank you. Because I have to be pleading with him to stay, and finish with me. Reward incentive. Benga Adebayo. Where is Benga Adebayo? Is he here? Benga, where are you? Please to the table. Walk fast, Benga. That Benga is a driver, a senior driver. What do they call them? chief driver. He's a chief driver. When something happened in Jam, Honorable Minister, we were terrified. We didn't know what to do. And when we didn't know what to do, because some people were kidnapped, and we started negotiating with the kidnappers, and they said they wanted some money. But the issue is who will take it there. The husband and the wives of those who will take it there refused to go. It was this man who offered that I will go. And he went. He went. But I almost died that night. Because when he got to the place, while I was monitoring him with technology and the rest, I just started, you were with me in my room. And we just started fire, back, my head over. We didn't, I had to call the governor of Kogi State, the commissioner of police, the Nigerian army, that means my driver is lost in the place. And eventually, we thank God, Mr. Agbenga, they damaged the whole car with gun and everything. The money that he took there, only half they got. Eventually, he got the release of those staff and of Nigeria that he got. So we believe we should recognize Mr. Agbenga for that bravery. So, Mrs. Aloba, please come forward. The minister wants to appreciate you. Yes. Mrs. Aloba is one of our staff in Lagos. I won't tell the whole story, but I will just say, when men were running away, she stood. And that is why we now have the property that we have in Ogba. She stood. When men were running away, I was the only one with her. And I told her, yes. I said, Alogba, we were together. When people were firing, doing everything, this woman stood for the board. And that's why we have that center. And we are saying that by God's grace, with the approval of the minister, that building, when completed, will be named after you. Then we have Muhammad Muzamil Bello, Dubem Ikeshuku, and Awal Ahmad Bello. 3 of you, please come. When people were doing all this 419 that they were doing, and we were looking for how to solve it. At the peak of the examination, you know, we had a bitter experience last year. When we had this bitter experience, it shook the board because our integrity was called to question. We said, what can we do that this will not happen again? We got people who could do it for us. The lowest amount they were asking for was 140 million naira. It's not that we do not have the money. But how do I go to BPP? How do I go to the ministry? Because it's beyond my approval limit. These are the people who did what many people cannot do. Those who are currently in jail is as a result of the ingenuity of these people. So we thank you, Muzamil, Awal, and Dubem. May God bless you. We are seeking the approval. We have said that, but the minister has not approved. We have recommended heavy compensation for you, but since we have not, it has been recommended by management, but it has not been approved by the minister. That's why we cannot give you today. So when it is approved, please go and sit. But it will be very handsome. Ogami, this is no Brussels. Chairman, you put your head down. Huh? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, go ahead. Okay. So, reward incentive, we must thank the chairman of our various committees, President Tenebe, former VC, National Open University, my own VC before, Professor Ganiu Ambali, my younger sister, she's older than me, but she's my younger sister, Professor Ekanem of University of Calabar before, Professor Galadanchi, and you can see our chairman, Senator Dan Duse, my Oga Peter Okebukola, the House of Rep of Foji, and I cannot thank Senator Shuaib Salis enough. Senator Shuaib, where are you? Please stand again. Because when I called him that night, I was depressed. But he was my boy. You still believe you are my boy. He was my boy at the Muslim Students, thank you, at the Muslim Students Society of Nigeria. So when I ran into problem, there was no money. The only person I could remember was, this boy. No, you are not a boy now. Shuaib, please come. And I called him without asking for a kobo. Then I called this gentleman who is a consultant with us, Mr. Bamiro. Bamiro is the son of Professor Bamiro, former VC of University of Ibadan. So I called them. Why we could retain Bamiro as a consultant, he, at no cost to us, started doing the work. That is the product of what we have today, and we call CAP. Mr. Shuaib, my senator, I've rewarded you by voting for you. I voted for him to become a senator. Thank you. May God bless you. And you can see Aji Adala Hatu, Tunji Alakwini AIG, Professor Audu, and Ruben Abati. These are people who play a significant role in whatever is called. We salute you from JAM. Thank you. Mock examination. We did mock examination this year too, and people were making noise that why did you keep these students for 2? We are trying a system that will not allow us to be carrying, require us to be carrying server again. And we are not using it for this year. We are only testing it to see the efficiency. It's about 90% completed now. It is to be used by JAM in a way that it will be easier. This will allow us, that's why we do test our dual system, secure browser, which these boys work on, that I just brought them, to make sure that all the vulnerables are detected. Then we have what we call bring your own device. Because Nigerians are complaining, your system is not working. When we go to CBT, we have moved to a state that you bring your computer. If you have the computer, bring it yourself to the CBT center. Once you put it into our system, it will not allow anything to work on it. It's only our system that will work. So that's what we call BYOD. So that you stop lamenting. Go and buy a computer for your children when they want to. Bring your computer, fix it into, after our exam. So you not stop that my computer did not work. This one, we have done, and by next year for JAM, we believe that they will move to that, bring your own device. We have tested it, it's working 90% now. They will be using flash drive rather than computer. And all this we are working with the anti-spy devices which these boys have worked on. The main examination was conducted between 16th and 22nd. Go on. You can see we have 10 officials sent to each of the 1,010 centers. And people who don't know anything about examination will be telling you, why do you do this? We monitor 10 persons, resident people working, 10 in 10,000 and 1,000 places. It's not easy. And the JAM staff strength is less than 1,600. But we have to deploy over 11,000. We thank all the other agencies for supplying their power, the manpower. Go on. Again, anybody who tells you that it's because I don't know how to use computer that I failed the CBT is totally untrue. Anybody who can use telephone can take CBT exam. You have 9 keys. A, B, C, D is for answer. When you get there, you don't need to do anything other than put your registration number. Don't touch the keyboard. If you press A for question 1, it will answer. If you just pick, and if you want to move forward, backward, you press P. That's previous. The next one is next. Our system, our software are taking over. And it's anybody who does not know how to use computer, it's helping him to be able to do it. So when your child comes back and says, it's because I'm not good in computer, it's a lie. But that's not the right way to go. Because if we continue to encourage this, we'll be digitally backward. It's a stopgap thing that we want to do, pending the time that people will transmit. Because in America today, they still use it. They call it exam pack. It's money that in America, because they know that this is possible, but it's about $40 per one. And we believe we will not be able to buy for all the centers. That's why we now devise this to effect what America is doing with their examination pack. So if America is still bending backward to accommodate those who are not digitally up to date, why can't we do it? But it's not a persistent thing. It's just a transitory thing for people to do our exam. We continue to use an abridged approach. Branch candidates, we have them in 11 centers. Go ahead, move. And you can see the UTME by state of, this state of examination. When I was telling you the other time, this by state of examination. If you want to establish CBT center, this is where they are profitable. You can see Lagos that was number 4 has come up. Ogun has come up. Oyo, you can see Rivers. You can see that Imo Anambra that was on top before, they were no longer on top because you are now talking of state of examination. So those who are establishing, that's why in Abia, in Imo, we conduct our exam in one day because they oversupply the CBT center because the candidates are not writing from there. They are writing from Lagos, from Kaduna, and from elsewhere. You can see Ebonyi is number 31, and you can see graphic representation go on. Those who want business, this is where to go. That's where we have shortage of examination instruction. OSIM biometric, 2 candidates presented themselves but could not be verified during examination in cases of impersonation and so on. Go on. These are matriculation exam results. Government considers under-8 candidate, under-16 as a rare exception. For 2026, under-8 candidates are those who will be less than 16 years by 30th of September, not now. When they will come in, there was even a court that says we should have allowed them till December of the following year, not knowing that our academic year goes before September to June and July. So if you now extend it to December of the next year, say if you can extend it to July, why not to December? That's another session entirely. But of course, we have to appeal, go on appeal. Candidates who have uploaded O-level results, this is it, 1 year and above. Go on. Ashura, are you interested in anything there? Or you have a problem? Okay, you want to give us, okay. Go ahead, I now understand you. He wants to give details. Do that quickly. What he wants to give you are the details that will make aha. So we did this at the instance of the Honorable Minister of Education when he needed data. And he was asking us for data to take certain policy statements. We did this. And this gives you, for instance, we will have said this year, if we want to use data, we will have said 198 should be the minimum score for university, 168 for colleges of education. That is based on score. But we now did the analysis, and you will see the number of candidates that you will exclude. You can see 24% and so on. We did the analysis, and I believe that was useful to the Honorable Minister. JAMB recommends setting the minimum score at that time at 160, but it's not realistic because it will not work. We are going. So that those who are saying you are bringing the thing down, you are causing trouble, they don't know, they don't have the statistics. That's the statistics that will allow us to allow colleges of education, where colleges of education are even out of it now, polytechnics to go as low as they want to. Once they do not go over below 100, and people will be making noise that we are doing the wrong thing. Oh yeah, go ahead. Graphic representation, comparative performance of candidates. You can see it's still those who score 200 and above, those who score 160 and above. This year is 21.11. And this thing that you started making noise about last year, some people started making noise about, is because we reported it in a way that shows it. It has always been so in the past. But because we do bet reporting before. But this year, last year and year before, we did cumulative reporting. That's when it became obvious to Nigeria and they were shouting, as if it happened only year before.
Only year before. Ranking test champions. I've told you, we don't care if you score because it's a ranking exam. Because you demand, these are the people. But take note, those of you who are celebrating only those who score in UTME, look at all these people, the first 10. They all take mathematics, physics, and chemistry. You get the point? Because these are courses that you either know them or you don't know. You can score 100. It's instructive to see that, look at the 10 of them. MBBS, computer science, so you can't see history there. There is no geography. There is no Islamic studies to which I belong. So they are, part of it is that they are offering mathematics, physics, and chemistry that are precise. The only exception is number 1, who shows Unilag, because he did biology instead of physics. Instead of maths, he did biology, and yet he came up. You can see that that's just one. Look at all the others. Yes, go ahead. That's why we don't celebrate them. We believe that the end is after they were able to get admission. Where is right food? Right food, where are you?